did two things: heighten messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world. It was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. But how could God just let all these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God would intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it. That typically doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. People end up converting. They converted in mass, probably by the hundreds of thousands. They converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these converso communities that's really important is a couple of things that I want to go through relatively briefly here. The first is an intense feeling of exile. An intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. Both they're exiled from their homeland, i.e. Spain, and they are destined, they really want to return. And a big part of this is mapped in Gloria and Kabbalah more generally, the kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea that the world was about to end, was just a overwhelming cultural aspect that was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in converso communities because they were more in contact with Christianity. They've been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now, it's a generation or two, is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah, or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. They've always changed the world in a concrete, this worldly manner. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah isn't that. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible, and the political world keeps on keeping on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came in contact with that more spiritualized version of Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more generally. We'll see this in a minute, which happens to be. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological supersessionism, which is just to say that having been raised as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. And what's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways can be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism, they're going to revert back to Judaism, they're going to be much more open to the idea that fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea, but many of these converso communities and many of these converso people would be open to it. And also, they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomian tendencies, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But for these converso communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law. That the law is not immutable. That the law is something that can be read as a metaphor, or it can be read as a way that can be changed. That one could alter Jewish law in the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions. An idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of those who have been exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that in general people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. Comets started appearing, all kinds of weird stuff was happening, and people were really convinced the world was about to end. Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly, and that's one of the great things about printing. It can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these bizarre broadsheets being printed through Europe that are making claims that are completely crazy. That, what's one good example of this? One good example of this is that all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel, that they had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia, they had returned to Arabia, they had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and had destroyed Mecca.
So that motherfucker's wrong. He said he's supposed to be high priest.
Johannes says, no.
It's not grounded in any history at all.
Mori kula lo ta'im nolei. By the master of all, I will not eat anything of yours.
That's not correct.
Basically, pretty strong. What he was saying, together by the master of all, I can tell I'm not going to eat it. Amalek, what seems to make them, you'll see this magic. Lo, Mori kula lo ta'im nolei. By the master of everything, I will not give you anything to eat. So how many kind of that many Mori kula was hiding to it, and even like you don't want to eat. You don't want to eat with the answer of Kahana. Sorry, you want to eat the answer of Yosef. So answer of Kahana is never. I'll live at Yosef and my Omer lo Marisiva. But mention Yosef, why did Yosef mention corresponding level of Shua? That's ultimately what Kahana can't do that. Which is meaning that how can you eat the Kahana like? Lo Mari Kulu the Kahana, no Kah, no Kahana. Also, Yosef is saying that's what Kahana What's that? And then you need a method, you need a Shua, ultimately invoking the name of God. So, he wasn't making so ultimately again in this case, Yosef wasn't making a corresponding method. Instead of Yosef was saying that kind of whoa. If that's your normal of this, then ultimately again you're swearing you're making a measure by the master of all, you're not on your right. What's the stop over for today? Incredible. I'm leaving off. Actually, you know what? Let me just read one more line. Hosting the Karata, it is talking about it. So we'll see this inside tomorrow. Allah the way you ask in what says, as we said before, read Allah whether it could be a no or a vote based on Karata, and even if one made a nega or a shua with invoking the name of God, we will still get involved or know that as well. And next one, we'll see that play out in tomorrow's daf. Sure.
That the Messiah is located on Tishbah. As you probably know, Tishbah is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. Schools destroyed, and all kinds of bad things. Of course, I'll get on right approach. All kinds of bad things happen on Tishbah. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea for the Rabbi is that the Messiah on Tishbah. The day of mourning, the day of celebration. Already, we have Shabbat just a great day, not just being born on Tishbah, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start to the year, 1626, in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So it's been to Izmir. By the 1640s, as Shabbat's world built a football, he begins to engage in some research practices already. He takes the college ball that he proposed his family to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading so far in the Sefer HaKanah. The Sefer HaKanah is a book where a student meets the teacher about spiritual laws, and the teacher tells the student why the laws and any questions also, it's around this time that Shabbat around this team that he has this vision of this experience of penis being damaged by women. It's not clear exactly what has happened, but sexual
Those are that medicine is beautiful doctor of us lake a lot to say that is that good. That good. And we have to say on the bottom of let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, about actually got a little further, but let's pick up the rest of them that we want. Right, shut up and let's pick up since this is the United States shut up time. We will never go ahead and
It was around this time that teenage airfield took into experience
and that's what I just I made on blood and then you have to restart. Is
these periods of elimination
so
are
shouldn't have to never go ahead and such
fancy.
so the moment is why
Hello.
such a
Can you hear me? Hello.
That is why she will have to focus on the Hashem of another. Hashem in general comes because of the faith. So she was receiving everything. And we have real everything. Very good reason to share that. That's why that's the essence of the Hashem knowing knows this is important to say. One of the first reasons
His family tries to fix it
he was
by
going to
marrying
a left
all
hand.
Again, so much for the day to get married would be better. Shabbatai feels and these were late Shabbatai so far all the time.
And then the idea is
Illuminations, darkness fits. He would have sex with them, and
there's you have to make
and of course, as you imagine, this is a huge
so
problem.
that
His
over
family,
time you
fears and for his family, but
so what's the next
for
one?
whatever reason,
And that's really the
and
person who
they get forced to. So he's twice as by
needs to affect that change. It's to do something that will normally drastic and dramatic.
Elijah.
He comes in us. So that's he comes in us. What happened? Showing the timing. So we'll say, remember again, stop and see. We're reading our magic like God. That's what I want. 30 days. Chris says, you know what? 30 days. Hey, 30 days. 30 days. I can do it. And I can make this. Then what happens? He came in time. So he doesn't need that time. He starts to write phrase. Plus, he starts. So suddenly, you know, now I come from it. We talk, we start. I love to talk. I suddenly I come out. And I was like, check out the next one. Whatever. You need to be in for the last one. Because that's how that's how now we have one of the that's how it turns out somebody from the Hashem and was like, I love that one guy was this animal that he was a part of the family. We talk about life and again it's true. Sometimes the animal that he was going to be now the man says, go to the second he has to love the truth. That's how it's true. That's how love the child is shouldn't have said essentially and of course it's not giving Raza. It's not making sense but it feels light for I thought it's didn't want to eat a Hashem, didn't want to eat a Hashem, in which he felt his own advanced efforts. That's why he would not see the Hashem of a Nazir Kemet. This was a guy who perhaps had remorse, ever having entered into the situation with you know what? I don't want to do these parts. That's the piece of what we all do. I see the Nazir power. Done. That's the only thing. God can't finish us with anybody. I become a Nazir. So it's like, you could have listened. And sometimes in life, as much as it's there that job actually jobs, he makes it like fun for you. What is this? He would go to trust and raise money. But it's important to say sometimes you do have to expect dramatic change. Because it happens. And a life dramatic change has to be reflected. Sometimes you have to speed eventually. We can go to the back to the middle. First, 1 second. They show us that the master why does that mean? And therefore, again, it's like really fast. What is a familiar time to another different comment? Why doesn't that concern come up with the bill? That was nothing. Which is where it says the immediate omni-commandment, yes, no, the truth is, they know it's 30 days up to the lack condition or are just out of condition. Without condition, again, setting the bar too low. But sometimes the end of the person sets the bar for a simply and that is so we come in every 30 days to handle that. Come they start again, a lot of times the person says, well, I need to start up for you, and that's what you're going to everybody says, let's do that possibility. It's not what you I see two of you. I was never going to go back yesterday. Go back yesterday, or just go back yesterday. Again, the moral wants to suggest, like our mission said, a place in which for example, Kimidre is shut in review. Kimidre is shut in Harini, and there's another walking by. What's that level? What's that level? You're another. What happens when a person says to the rich, shaven, Harini, what's that level? No. However, what if a person says, shaven, Harini, it works. Like, so trying to figure out what's this distinction between the Zion and the Gaba. The Gaba leather and the Gaba. Putting in my hands up, about the person the husband. Right? About the nature of the Gaba. Like the beginning said, right here it says, open to the best in the front of the love. And he uses the best in the what? Think about what? Because either way, so neither of them make a decision between the Zion and the Gaba. So who is the king of the second? First one, we have a lot of time. Two things we learn, even respect the even respect the deal about the high level, we can make no distinction between that and what we were going to go on. When we said that it's better to go ahead and make a nether and fulfill it, he wasn't talking about nether. What was he talking about? Zikaba. Gemara says, so what's that? I'm going to see how many people in Gaba. So yeah, so the Gemara says, not only don't be there, no, don't be higher. That's not what's better than making a nether. Better than making a nether, right? It says nether. So the Gemara says, nice schmuck, no dog. Honey, no dog. Honey, no dog in the house. Ginger, using up. Very low. It doesn't need to say no. It doesn't need to say no. It needs to say the best thing you can do is make your gaba and open your people. Let's in other words, so now you have that unique observation. You have that unique say that it is a virtuous and it's unique in its gaba, making a gaba, and but yet it doesn't apply to that. In other words, don't make a nether, even if you don't fulfill it, but to obligate yourself in your gaba, that's beautiful and virtuous. This mirror says, what's the distinction between the nether and the gaba? So what us is about let's just go back to this one back here. What's the concern? The concern is between the job is experiencing. That was like, what is sweet, special rights, what we like on something about that. The way is the only WS. And we must remember, government money and the SEC. The Java, it could also happen. And it could also happen in the Java that you can just come to class. Like the same thing that happened. It's like the thing that happened yesterday. So the Java is the form of net. So which means that the person is obligated to themselves to make good stuff. And the Java, that's also subject of which is where the video camera and you said it was very to avoid counsel. But our other meat successfully as well, right? Not issue. So we call out the short. And that's what we do was subscribe to the Torah model. Like the Torah model was, don't concentrate on thereby avoiding any concentration of the so the Torah model was doing unconcentrated animal condition consecrated in the courtyard. This is about Restream. As I said, that's called the Dava. That's called the Dava. As I said, so it turns out it's very interesting that the Dava doesn't mean the type of color. Rather, what does the Dava mean? The Dava is strictly a process. The type of process. The Dava process, so to speak, is one where one avoids additional consumption of how does one do that? Late concentration which signifies that's fine. We have to double the carbonics. We double the zero symmetry. So let's say now defining the double in a very narrow separation level. But what about the case of disease? Let's say one thing is also the double by the right. It seems to be the double by the zeros. What's the case of double by the zeros? Yes. And Google comment, as Google says, or say get ready. Sign one. And Google comment, absolutely incredible. As Google has shown how you is having a hobby trouble practice. One. The early players, Stephen has shown, they yearn to bring the practice. They yearn to bring the what was the problem? The future that was person maybe touch how I would think. It was the problem. Minor issues. They never sleep. They never sleep. Listen, all I want is to bring up us, but I have nothing to bring up us. What else I do? Nothing to do like every single person. But a real better is what? They never committed an Aveda, which wrong to the process. Which, again, which is, remember, you bring a process, it's always unnecessary violate something that had you done intentionally would have been a self-repeat colors. That fell to a color check. Okay, so they were vigilant in their behaviors, so they never did anything which would have warranted the practice. Like I said, they felt efficient. I want to bring the practice. I'm not going to bring the practice. So what would they do? This is incredible. But they rushed up, shit at the start and maybe become the IBD. Why? Because Hashem never brought about any stumbling block. They never said. They remember again, as you saw before, practice is one of those samaras. You can't how right? Practice is only one ultimately advantage for Abbas. So what do they do? What do they do? Only thing when you select in the zero stomach, the issue is how you cover the practice. One thing was that Stephen on showing you what they would do is they would become a Muslim. Why? When you become a Muslim, part of the sacrificial right. When you go ahead and do this is a practice. So that enabled them to go ahead and do this. No, not you from us. That's natural. Shimon says, actually, so what would they do? So that's what it is. I wrote to the Habib over this, that they maybe Islam, Allah, bringing all that. And Dava, Shlamim, Fine. Carbon soda. Carbon soda is Thanksgiving. And you see from that life-threatening situation, you bring a carbon soda. Pretty much anything like today, if you would bring a carbon soda. At Future City, carbon soda would also be brought to Mason. It's not even Mason. You realize that carbon soda is unique to the recording as a globe. You could also do the carbon soda as an another. That's incredibly important. Always one such thing as a person being about the Zeus product, about the Zeus lowest net. You can't become a no. You shouldn't become a nut. You shouldn't be a carbon user. Why? They should have used this paper in order not to be called the same. Because the Apostle says, will be opposed from him because he has gone ahead and sinned in regard to his sins. Fundamental focus on the shilling of the Judah about the ability to become a Muslim. That we do the same thing, so look, it's a beautiful thing. In fact, the Hasidim has shown the early times when they weren't able to bring a practice, but they weren't liable. But they wanted to bring a practice. What would they do? Become a voluntary life. Right? Become another. Right? That maybe you can do a practice. And the shit is in one second. Right? That becomes the great thing. Don't become another. Don't become another. You can bring every other soup, every other category on your own and alongside your options. But do not become a Muslim in order to be a practice. Why? Because the Nazir is called the Nazir is called the Sun. You're going to get a chase to around my chapter. So that's like, so I want to find out just flow over here. With the March for the suggesting now that our Mishnah, which that's the idea that we say, should meet the votes of the Shade, and the Davos Shade, that works. That is a proper yad. That is a proper yad. So what does it mean? So according to Rabbi Yehuda, at least in Kavanos, what it means is not a type of cover that has been the Hillel method of delaying consecration of the covenant beginners, promoting in fantasy, which was a Muslim example of the covenant fantasy. And the covenant fantasy would be like this. A person who becomes a Nazir, why? Protection grants the ability to offer up the covenant canvas. The Baruch Hashem is one of the opportunity to bring this particular covenant. Cellular infection, which would water into the covenant. So that was like, just really good about this. That also Stephen Merchant on this intention was a full of the word contained I understand you want to say, you know what, everybody's a and to some people, they're fuckers. I'm like, I'm fuckers. I want to do all 6 things. So again, that's a nice thing to next fuckers. So I understand more so listen, we need to know the energy in this world. When the power of Shiva. And the Gemara says, Makom Shabbat Shiva Omdim in Sadiqim Gemurim Omdim. The place that about Shiva stands, the holiness that about Shiva is able to acquire, the greatness, the new start that about Shiva has, even the greatest of Sadiqim. You're so lucky. I feel so fortunate that I have been there. I'm so happy, so excited. You know, I'm excited. I can do shit. And now they know that I can do shit all this time. That means I can get new stuff. That means I can receive payments. That means that I can harness the power that something in me. I can do something that can help me out. I can do something that can help me out. I have a co-op season and I'm showing the endurance point, the points point. Oh, Hashem, I'm a sinner. I get to go ahead and do tshuva each and every day. Listen, that's the clock. Something that is your stuff, you have to become enough. Then you become enough. And what you need, all I have to do is command. All I have to do is say something. All I have to do is make these steps on God. I'm saying, tshuva. I think it's one of the greatest power which exists in this universe. I'm going to buy it. Shimon Tzad, this is Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Nosrat, who wrote Shishka HaKos? So I say, buy it. The keeper above, Yashef Aka Alam. It will come from him. Respect to see regarding the next. So, all right, let's see. See the age of faith. The age of nefesh. I was like, how can we find Nazir? Now, we're actually going to see it. Also, this is stated by the residents of the party, so I have to circle back to that. But I said, why are you telling me this? Because this is Allah, Shakir Asmani. Why is he a sinner? Because he literally, again, twisted himself by abstaining from love. You know what I mean? Right? He twisted himself by abstaining from love. What's going on here? Salad Bronx, California. It's a couple of stuff for it. Who knows what's for those guys? If this guy is what is here, so what's halacha and the Tsar Atzman of Baba are not as many. What is going to head unnecessarily to the side? As a key things, it's a super over there. Except this time in 1666, that Shabbat when the promise was over the beautiful world why is the world so beautiful? Why are there so many beautiful material pleasures? Why? It's for us. Like, Jews should be miserable, and the rest of humanity should be happy. It's like a perfect race. Everything was okay for progress there. So it's the easy work for us to enjoy. This reserves us for us to enjoy the foundation, for us to enjoy the future of this Canada. So listen to this. When I start talking to people and say, Nazir, how is it? This guy is what danger? I find this very interesting. And those are also abstaining from something else, which is going to a levaya. Going to a levaya, going to a cemetery, going back to participating in a funeral, is an essential MS. That's not what the Nazir is called the temple. The Nazir is called the sinner because he unnecessarily abstains from the physical funerals. He goes like, I made enough stuff possible. You don't have to add on to the list. And this is incredibly important also for someone. Here's your test. Right? The stringency is if you pass one test, the test is Restream. Yeah, it's like, you must have your coach. You must absolutely have your coach. The reason you go ahead, and if you survive, and not unnecessary things that make Judaism onerous and difficult from the government. I cannot die anymore. Hashem wants the Torah is present. Allah is present. The Jew is present, and it's unpleasant. Chances are I'm doing something wrong. So Hashem says to the Nazir, why are you doing this? Something that is committed undone, uninformed. I'll give you 5,000 hours to make everything permitted, but that's it. We don't need every single person going ahead and adding on additional layers of prohibition. So he's heavy culture. Laura says, this is the only singer who abstained from blood. Only more so like other people like this is all the same. And the side of the show, like this sheet, the kindness, the other social had ceremony, rather than the head, basically. Fast unnecessary. Fast unnecessary is called sin. don't listen. I said it, sorry. You must because again, the one who's constantly fasting is also abstaining unnecessarily, trying to do it in the world, which you want to enjoy God is the next one side. So all of this is based on the fact that the essence was the love of the son, but I think God, the love is coming. And one second, what does it call Simon Moses? Talking who's the sinner? Who's the sinner? The Nazareth becomes covered. That's why I think so again, listen, to why is it called the sinner? Because you chose to put a little bit of blame on what is called the sin. So listen, living in the purple. Living in the purple. We just have to really stand on the world. That guy is trouble. Why is he trouble? Number one, you should have become an everything. Like, oh, what's good? Why you see something from your single one? Number two, after you measure the truth, you careful. Which you can doing. So you work to be careful of what you see something. So what's that? The fundamental focus is fundamentally so this is that makes it easy. Like, coming from that view, I don't know if I can speak is it the right ones for somebody to play, or is it follows us into Venus as well, right? As well. What's my focus based on? What's my focus based on? The one thing that's true, which is Nazir represents a level of extreme belief.
So as you can
Shining is your energy. Because again, based on the theme of the story, Shorish is
I hear about it to see until the summer of 1666 or 1767 actually. And Gaza led to basically ran up to where he basically find Shaddai. And the big thing at this time was what the people of the state and what things we know about science declared things like die, it's not something that's all part of the plan. That's how it goes.
Six means I'm no longer like I'm no longer in a place. And your shape becomes, I will say, what's your shape becomes? Someone who just sits in his trust. Sits in his approach. Becomes paralyzed because of the enormity of his strength. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. I can't draw. I can't move. And your shades the kindness. What happens once you allow yourself to regularize it? I like you.
Yes, he was a Muslim, temporarily. The third reason was that he converted
That's the case.
So this apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, suffering,
sitting to figure out this stuff. What's that Mishnah? Overlook Haberos. Overlook Haberos. Hoda, Konos. So what's it great? Now what's it pretty much? We finished the Sugya of Levels. Right, but we at least got a little bit of panoramic view. Right, good. Now what's it? We'll be on to Kimi of us in Shvat as similar terms, which means so there's disciplines go out of the circle, and then there's similar chapters, similar reviews. So what is going to affect the others? So Omer, for example, Tonam, Kona, Konis, and it's even to me the colors. All of these Rishonos are included in the country. You use any of these Rishonos. So look at this look at Rashi versus Omer Konam, Omer Konam Pika Ze'ala, just to give you an example of the usage. And how would you refer to that? Right, so here's the one that says Konam Pika Ze'ala. Right, this motion should be Konam, for that matter. Konam, Konas. You say this note should be Konam, Konam, Konas on me. And what does that mean? That makes it us to be like a partner. Right, that ultimately consequences of like a partner. Okay, these are community Herek, Haraf. Sorry, Herek, Haraf, Herek. Are we able to mean the Herek? But it's like these are all community, like these are all similar terms for ultimately Herek. Obviously, you're going to talk about the religion too, and there's like the Shabbat Herek. That's a good something with us. This is the Herek that's a good something. These are all community, these are similar terms, so ultimately go ahead and make something. Furthermore, Nozik, Nasiach, Hasiyah, and any community. If you use any of these Rishonos, right, I will say again, these are all similar terms, similar equivalent terms, ultimately to Torah. If you use any of these terms, that's undertaking a negative. Okay, Shavusa, Shavuda, no Devon, no Yish, and the any community. As if you watch Shavusa, Shavuda, or I'm taking Neder by Moses. These are all What is it here? What is it here? If your fellow says here are just simply foreign terms. They're foreign terms, but they're terms used by other nations also again that are related to valid, and therefore again we accept them as valid formulations for acceptance of another concept. So not just as no. Lashon Shabbat they're actually not foreign terms. Because what are they? They're rabbinic constructed. These are different terms, right, that are similar in some way to the actual term of English. And as I said, if you use these variations in it, unlike Nachashos, meaning Omer, Bachodesh, Asher, Varga, Meridah. From the law, and lush of blood, something that you can tell. Which is, okay, according to the approach, our construction. So it's something more complex. Here, essentially, the foreign language. That's how a lot of people use the equivalent term in foreign language in order to affect the language. But according to Shlakish, Chazal are inventing words. Why are Chazal inventing words? Why is that? Well, Lema Karva. Chazal do not want you to say the word Karva. So instead of saying Karva, Chazal invented a word called Konam. Konam, and one thing then to do with Konam, other forms of Konam, Konam is also this. Because you understand, what's wrong with the carbon? Leave the carbon, what's wrong with the carbon? No, you're right. You mentioned Zoma Omar carbon on Shem. You're concerned with that carbon, you're concerned with what? You're going to say a carbon to Hashem. Says the Gemara, two verses carbon. Lima carbon Hashem. I can't do this again. Zoma Omar Hashem, below Omar carbon. Mati keeps in mind with us. Well, listen to this. Here it says, we don't want you to say carbon. I get it, say carbon. We don't know. We don't want to say carbon Hashem. I can say carbon Hashem. Now, what are we about? If you're going to say Hashem carbon, we're going to Hashem carbon. We're going to say Hashem, and you have to finish the sentence. And if you say the name of Hashem, and you don't finish the sentence, what have you effectively done? You've gone ahead and used the name of Hashem. How do you know? When concentrated carbon, you should not say for Hashem and Ola, for Hashem and Milka, for Hashem and Dodolai, for Hashem and Hashem. What should you say? What should you say? You should reverse the order. How do you know that? With Omar, Carbon La Hashem. That was like the way the Torah phrases the concept of giving a carbon is giving a carbon La Hashem. So we'll say, why a carbon La Hashem? Ultimately, because we don't want to be using the name of God as the first part of the carbonic articulation. What are you concerned about? Carbonic designation. What are you concerned about? You're going to say the name of Hashem and then what? You're going to put the squirrel, right? You're going to get distracted, right? Or you're going to forget, or you're going to change your mind, right? Or something's going to happen. And what's the problem? Although you start with all the right intentions, at the end of the day, I didn't finish the sentence. And so it turns out that I used the name of Hashem without color. So Chazal were concerned about this. Chazal was so concerned about this that what? That they even came up in the vocabulary. Kona, just say that. Just say that. Terrible stuff, by the way. You don't have to say, you don't use the name of Hashem at all. And this is the approved rabbinic list of Quranic equivalent terms. Say that, you've made a neder, you don't even have to use the name of Hashem. Beautiful. Let's say you say you intend to say Hashem carbon. Then you say Hashem, then again, if you still forgot about everything you were doing, then what happened? Okay? Let's say the portion of the Why not? Why not? Because you are shooting the word Hashem, you might choose to allow you to choose the word That's not even saying about coming yet to see. It was like Chazal agreed to ensure that God doesn't even. So God took this what I'm saying. So the Gemara says, I'm going to call it carbon Hashem. You must call it Asas Canada. I said, now we're supposed to see how the uses this. The using of Hashem is about color. And that's the same. So Chazal was so concerned about carbon Hashem as opposed to Hashem carbon. But I said, even if a mistake is made, it wouldn't be an business made. It wouldn't be a carbon business made. It would just be a mistake that started with intentions. And that's what so ultimately the color has to show that it's made or even made. So what's another explanation? So I'm not actually testing this. That when one makes a drop a little, when one makes unnecessary drop, ultimately that is a violation of the section of the C-section of the commercial documentation. It was like basically that is my shit. I need to drop a little. And basically there's some other thing. So what I end up doing is so that's a buffalo. That's a buffalo. That is unnecessary buffalo. And according to the Rambam, I was just just described it. It's something and you can always say that. I don't use from a political perspective, but it's just serious issues when you're making a good use of this. About being a person more attention, when you split the keep on out. So I will say, let's analyze this. Maybe this whole thing is not interesting. I will say, now what's enough focus? So let's remember again, now we have the fundamental focus about the concept of routine. Right? So my focus, of the opener and the opener says, community and local students, foreign language experience. Shortish says, no, community are legitimate expensive formula. You must say it, here we go. What happens? As well, let's say you take a keyword, and now you have right, a similar term for a keyword. So the keyword of a keyword, does that work to affect the next? Shammai says, yes, what's that assuming means that a keyword has the ability to affect another. And so over the keyword, doesn't work. That doesn't work. Look at Rashi, by the way, on the left-hand side, should never be community because some of the so that the scholar said. The Lord said, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. My law, that's not work. Look at the part of that. My law, my law, the opinion that holds that community works to affect that, or Shammai, they must hold community, the community are real words. And just like Hinui is a real word, so to what? Hinui is also a real word. They're foreign language words, and therefore again in the word. And what happens? Now, subjectivity is Lashon saying, remember Mikarin, or the opinion Ayyubi Silo, who says that communion does not work. Asavar, Lashon Shevadu La'anah. They must hold it so that a communion in general is a rabbinically invented formulation. And therefore what? It was only the specific invented formulation that worked. But a formulation of the formulation is not going to work as the sound of the stage. So we'll say, must be the Machlokes of Shami Silo is the same Machlokes that you open up and it's beautiful. Here's the antidote. No, really, I'm not giving you a lesson. We're saying, in fact, everyone agrees with the opener. That I love for myself. Hinui is much like the most. It's actually foreign.
Let's see if we can do more of these. So things are coming out.
I would have said
Great show. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
The Shammai said, the only commandment is study. The Shammai said, then why are then why does it work? Why does it work? Because they must only use these words as well. They use these keys just like they also use keys. They also use these keys that's in the word. The Shiloh started that anyone is trying to do. The Shiloh says, always communion are foreign language people that are used by the world. But the reason we do not use these words like and ultimately, again, my focus of the community is are there community, like other foreign language materials that are community, my focus on this. It's sound like less, it's less you must less it sound like fabric class, you want let's assume
I'm just saying, he said, they go, that's a small chair. And I go, well, that's okay.
I said, why did you sound
just like that, work
in order to go ahead and safeguard the use of community. Don't allow communities to work.
Seen this guy live. Ricky Ricardo over here.
Now
And his wife make all these funny videos. Have you seen those?
what is it?
Oh, come on. Give him some credit, dude. You're so humble, bro. Let me sleep in. This is golden hour, and you know what? Detroit circuit. Sorry, I don't. You know what? Can we start putting a camera this right now? Let's get that over. No, that's a joke. He's one of my best friends. I love him. So shut the fuck up. And this is golden hour. We're happy to be here, and dude, I don't feel good. But I already got a situation at the hotel.
So the fascia says, I left him. And I did it. And when they say, we got some of those ethnicities in here, so chill.
This guy stinks. And I'm like, oh no. Start sniffing, you'll smell them soon. That's part of the job, is to not be funky. Yeah, it is, sure, yeah. You should have it on the website of the Yelp. You know, by the way, I don't feel so bad. I'm not one of those, or whatever they're doing. No, he wasn't, dude. He sent the picture. We put things up here now. You check out the chat. Oh, we give it up. No. It's hilarious to see him. And I'm like, no, I was like, I'm not even out here. It's Montez. It's cool. It's even funnier than that. So the thing is, great. His picture's great. You know, that's on the front desk. And I thought about it for just a second. Like, I don't want to be a dick about it. I think I need to fire everything. But sometimes you want to go, hey, maybe available for the engineers. Oh, like to freshen up. Wow, fuck. It's a fancy hotel. I'm not into Days Inn. They can stink. You know what I'm saying? Wow. The Days Inn. It'll get me funky as hell at the Days Inn. That's it. He's trying to fuck the TV too. Right there, you know he's doing right there. So, picture this, and he's going like this. So yeah, man, you know, comedy, comedy, how's that feel? Comedy's not doing well right now. And I'm just like, this motherfucker. He has, honestly, choose the people
All
that
right, so
stick.
let's say good morning,
If we're honest, you look at that, you go, oh yeah, it's a stinky skateboard. The shoes in the trash, the color, no trash. Yeah, so he basically, that's why he stinks so bad. He fell in some fucking trash or Florida or home. I'm gonna rent you that ass one like Fortnite. I come up there. Call of Duty, get your shit right. Even though it does say Fortnite, right? That's bullshit. I totally fixed it. This is who he was. You can see. Zoom in, oh shit. This guy's like the Pink Panther. He's just like, here to fix your hey, to fix your Xbox. So did he smell like old shit? Got the hard-hitting questions, man. It's not even I'd rather him shit himself and walk in with a shitty hat in your mind. No, be always done it. You know, I'm gonna walk in and expect that. Because if he smells like shit, so
You got to give them off the
yeah, 100%.
Once
Fucking Xbox. That's what you're shit together. Nobody shit himself. Or not. No, somewhere. You don't just walk around with shit in your pants. What's more important? Walking and just having a whole thing of knocking whip. And there it is. And there it is. You took it to disgusting. And then he's like, he's at the door, he knocks. I don't come into the door yet. And then he shits himself. And then I go, hey, what's up?
unlike
I'm simply
plus
like,
the
he's
use
the
of
regular
this
this guy. Stinking like this.
PM,
And the whole thing changes if he shits himself a lot. If he shits himself a lot, you fire that guy. Somebody would have said something. I'm saying that there was a moment where I just thought about it and I being like, do you want them to know, hey, you know, sometimes they shouldn't be funky that I thought just like you're thinking, like, oh, this is so so you said the deal, you got my roots still stinks. Well, really?
Super shuttle
Go back tonight,
super
okay,
shit.
I'd rather shit my pants and have people smell that than think I'm I fucking said it. Yeah, I heard. I might could stand by that. I don't give a shit. Shit, we all know that we all. Yes, dude, I got it. I figured it out. You would rather shit yourself? Here we go. Now you're with us. When you shit yourself, if you have one time thing, when you shit yourself, I have shit myself quite a few times. So we know when you're shitting yourself, people think, when you BO, people think that has BO. Right. So when you shit yourself, people go, oh, sure, you're getting some shit himself all the time. Yeah. If you're first time in BO, see,
As a way to
that's why I didn't tell him that. I didn't tell the people downstairs. I didn't see that. I took this picture and said, hey, I'm always
Those emails covered. Training said, hey, with couple kill cards. Some super dice. He holds that super dice. And because super dice, you have to use the highest one. Come out, man. That's how it was. I'm also shocked about how they go. Plus, conversation called Babel, not very much. Babel, talks about it well, not very much. So, let's have another these are like first thing, let's say, well, have you been mentioning money? And you been introducing the shop. Okay, let's say again, you've been mentioning $10,000. Let's say, give the seed. There's different ways you can pay $10,000, right? Is it American dollars? Is it Czech dollars? What currency you being paid in? So the Gemara says, the right Mishnah says, that Allah said everything depends on the location according to each tribe. So location according to each tribe is God. Okay, now what mean currency? Eretz Israel. Eretz Israel currency, hustle goes down. What happens if there's no location? As I remember, a world document really require location. Let's say again you happen to go ahead and not complete any location. So what's that about? Still the government of Emma is about. It's here it's son of Emma as well. So then it can be document produced in Eretz Israel. You use Eretz Israel money, Babel money, not simple Kesef stamp. What happens if it just says stamp silver? Kesef sounds to say Kesef. So Mashir Yirtza, Loba, Mazay. Whatever his owner wants to do that. He has resources like that. So whatever type of currency he wants to go and do that with. He can't Mashitiki Suda. That's what you just said is not true like Suda. So which part is not true like Suda? So Misharshia Arisha, La Pugimil So the first part of what I mentioned doesn't apply to Suda. To exclude the namely, the rest of the nonsense is deciding with the idea that Suda is Rabbanon. And because Suda is Rabbanon, therefore, the husband could choose to pay for whatever currency incredible. So possible that the stammer she is doesn't have this, but the base itself, that if you don't got it, just says peasant stamp, like just like silver, like just a funny, child of elements in the world of the bar, that we do all the time. But even that stuff, and even the bar stuff, we need the bar to do that. The bar to whoever lives outside of the land of Israel, it's as if he does not have to have Israel. But since the Hamas and Israel lives the community, especially in the Bible, woman of God, daar wordt dit trouwens ook what does this mean? So many generations of abundance, safety, live outside of Eretz Yisrael. So it is, but I just want to show you the idea that I got to express myself. There's a different relationship when one with Hashem, when one lives in Eretz Yisrael versus when one lives outside. And it's very important now again. Chazal being a bit hyperbolic, according to most of the yes. The content it is less than the only nice thing about Eretz Yisrael is that there are more Jews. Or that the cost also, right, that there's a sign of the first time, there's something spiritually about the relationship that is deeply connected to Hashem, within the Eretz Yisrael, and the relationship is so different that if you put them side by side, it's almost as if a Jew living outside of Eretz Yisrael is what's it almost as if a Jew living outside of Eretz Yisrael has a different God, doesn't have a relationship with Hashem. Just when you put that side by side, there's a comparison, the possibilities that it has where in Eretz Yisrael versus outside of Eretz Yisrael. You know, there's like how it comes from Sabbath. Right, and this is like zero. But the zero one would be Eretz Yisrael. He was avoiding Eretz Yisrael from Israel. As soon as that needed an instinct to try to compel us not to move to Eretz Yisrael. I'm not going to use that. That's therefore what everybody is doing. Most times, what do we do when we don't want to confront problems? We avoid that. We find out we work forget it. Right? So again, so Rabbi Zera goes guys and he's trying to avoid Rabbi Buddha. So Rabbi Buddha, all the Babylon is trouble that I say. Rabbi Buddha is of the opinion that whoever leaves Baba to go to Eretz Yisrael is in violation or conflict with humanity. What's the positive term? Half of the Aleph. But Ella, you go, the Shama, you don't have to deal with some of the emotion. So let's say, it doesn't literally mean a positive humanity. Because the positive coding over here is from the no, not from the Shama, not from the Torah, but nevertheless, the Pasuk says, you will be brought to Babel, and there you will remain until I redeem you. But we was of the opinion that Jews only go back to Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again, when Mashiach, when redemption comes. Right? The Jews don't go back to Eretz Yisrael of their own volition. So therefore, again, that Yehuda really wants, that Zera really wants to go. He knows that Yehuda is very much opposed. So he just avoids Rabbi Zera. So what did Rabbi Zera about the that passage? So I would be Sharis. Zera felt that passage was actually not 7,000 people, it was 7,000 pieces. So meaning you put like the Sharis, which were exiled, will be brought back when Mashiach comes. I read Yehuda, what is it? Yehuda, what is the Sharis? Sib Ba'afila. There's another passage. Shpati and Skambinos Yishai Mitzvos over Ayaras, over Asasana. There's another passage. Shpati, another Shua. That Shua is understood ultimately as one that's the Sharis. Then we love, what is it you really talking about? Sorry, Rabbi Zera. What is it you do with that Shua? Harush and Ya'ali saw the former. You know, so Rabbi Zera agreed when he did it in that. there are certain restrictions upon Jewish entry into Eretz Israel pre-Messianic, which are Jesus can't go back to Eretz Israel with force. He cannot be conquered the land with force until Mashiach comes. Rabbi Yehuda, Mishpat Yahudatzi. Rabbi Yehuda agrees with that. He said, it's another Shavuot, Rabbi Zera. But we find it because Rabbi Yosef and Zera and that other Shavuot Rabbi Zera. What's it really about? Shamar, you know Shavuot halal ulach. So if you look throughout these psukim and know, it's the truth of Shaidah Yimir and Shia in Shia Shirin, there are multiple Shavuos. Actually, say both Yimir and Shia Shirin. There seem to be multiple oaths that are part of the Yimir Spiritual Israel. So listen to this. Yimir Shavuos halal ulach. Why does the Rabbi bring down 3 different oaths to minister to Israel? We'll say the 3 oaths are like this. Number 1, Shalom Ya'alu B'Chol. But I will say, in the diaspora, if Jews cannot go back to Israel, we are not allowed to retake the land by force. Not allowed to retake the land by force. Va'achos, Shishbiach and Baruch Hu, as social you together, sure number 2 is Baruch Hu made us swear that we will not rebel against the nations of the world. In other words, that part of the diaspora ultimately is being under the leadership of Gentile nations, and we will not rebel against that rule until Mashiach comes. Ya'achos, Shishbiach and Baruch Hu, as a Oki Kocham, Shlo Yishkabli B'Hamdi Yisrael Yosef. The oath is Hashem administers the nations of the world. The nations of the world should not go ahead and afflict us too much. Should not push too much. Because in here point out, this Gemara, what we call the Gemara Shiros, this Gemara starts as the fundamental basis for the opposition against the sun. So, for example, the second Rav, the Lord has like the one against the great side. Fiercely anti-Zionist. Fiercely anti-Zionist. Check this out. He was anti-Zionist. He loved God. He still enjoyed it. And he loved the other man. And he loved Eretz Yisrael more than anything else. The second Rav was against the concept of the sun. He was against the concept of Jews being Messianic. Creating a democratic home. Felt that that was not why. Because never felt people would come to the idea of this on a basic level. Like you said, you are in diaspora until I bring you back. That's the way it goes. You're in diaspora until I bring you back. And there's an oath for a home about that. That was about that. That was like many countries talking about that reality. If we open our path, number 1, don't we take the land without report. There's no force. Number 2, don't rebel against your Gentile hosts. Number 3, nation of the world, don't mistreat the Jews. Well, you found it. Nation of the world violated number 3. Right? They violated number 3. And number 3 is violated. Number 4, 2,000 years is violated. So number 3 is violated. Then it's constantly it is fascinating to see the opposition against Zionism. It's not a political thing. It's not a prayer. It's something that's not focused on but in Halacha, again, it's part of this Gemara. It's much more the same as what I did. So here I said this out. Rabbi Yehuda, what does he say? If Kabila didn't tell you, so there's a real Halacha of Esa, which realizes it's going down. So there's a thing that's interesting. If you look at this idea about putting back the sheer determination, which Rabbi Zera felt, but he didn't think this would be necessarily the idea of the Shua, the Kali said, come back to Israel. But he was just reading the Kali, because the Shua was from the heart. Israel could not go ahead, and decide as a nation to go after Israel. But when Esa, individuals have people, look at the Zera felt that as an individual, you have the right to go. So like Rabbi Yehuda, he was only but he just says, you know, he doesn't rush because of the religion or the land. He felt religious that the tradition is reflected on what? The nation as well as the individual. Kind of a little Rabbi Zera. We very able to do it. Rabbi Zera is becoming Rosh Hashanah. Since she was another Lama. She says, because she was afraid of God. I think And then I'm like looking through his stuff, and I see this, and I'm like, dude, I've never worn that. That's totally something I can wear in Vegas, right? So I go, hell yeah, pack it up, bring it to Vegas. Put it on in Vegas. I don't think I'm Number two,
sit up and look at those mirrors, you know? Like just the lighting is great. I gotta move here. Should I go up or what? It's like you're really feeling yourself. You know, the mirrors forget. Your chain case.
number four. So you look at dress like this. Now, you arrive at this.
So fucking carrots up over here. So what it means is just give it some personalized treatment, not just to help you take control. It is more than you think. It's simpler and free than ever. From him, so you can connect online with the licensed provider to access personalized treatment discreetly in your doors. Access through him is personalized prescription treatments for ED. Prescribe, you know, you get a lot of access to a lot of things. Yeah, this isn't a one-size-fits-all scheme that forgets you in waiting room. It's your health and goals, but first, real medical providers making sure you get what you need. You're gonna get thrust into generics that cost 90% less than brand names. And if prescribed, it's your digital front door that gets you back to your own self. Simple, 100% online access to trusted treatments for ED and to get simple online access to personalized care for ED. Hair loss, weight loss, and more. Visit hims.com/golden. That's hims.com/golden. Your free online visit. That's hims.com/golden. Feature products include common drugs, products with headaches, that promo. Verify for safety, effectiveness required. Prescription is required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. Actual price will depend on products. So I put it on and I go, oh yeah, this is it. So I put it on and I go, and then I come here, okay, and I go, what other outfits do I have? And I go, look at these are the best. I'm I know this shirt is over there, and I keep looking at it. I'm like, well, look, I fucking dope last night. I go, so I had so see, I like different bands though, because you know I love all the mistakes, but yeah. By the way, you say this to make an example. For the first time ever,
so much more to talk about.
I did not wake up to piss in the middle of the night.
I'm not even going to ask you.
At least my boring stories are short. But I will say this though, in years I'll wake up 2-3 times a night. Last night, or this night, whatever that was it, here's the game changer. I couldn't sleep. It's like 11. I go, fuck this. I'm sleeping in a different bed. I have many beds. And so, so I take the elevator down. So Scary stuff.
You said people
And,
face
you know, like Billy's still like, throw me off the fucking skyscraper, you know.
again.
But Calvin's
It's
like,
like I'm Cuba on a done to like Cuba done, so for life. On the road, so you have the legislation going to
dude,
it.
now I'm scared. I'm like, dude, I'll just sleep with you tonight. But, yeah, so, so you gotta sit with them, you know, sometimes it's just, it's, you know, all of a sudden it's tired of sort of phase, and it's fucking driving me crazy. We made a mistake of letting him watch the dinosaurs eat the other dinosaurs. Yeah, that's a mistake. The guy's walking around with two dinosaurs, and he's not scared of it, right? No. See, that's the thing, he's not old enough yet. Because he doesn't understand what's really happening. Yeah, no shit, that's my point. He's gonna wake up one day and be like, oh, this was eating. You know, when he gets done, he gets ready to eat. He gets to open the mouth, and he's all day he's going there.
To our let me get to earth and start on my own two
What's the goal? Where?
and not relying on God. There's an incredible community. I don't know God. Even if your husband fucked it up, right? So again, we reject the science.
So we
Like the nice remember it goes, because I'll talk here. This is it here. Right? I'm just saying, like, let's listen to what I said. Let's do this. And this is that's all actually we back up to the show and see acknowledge it. And so
it's beavers and shit. And like, by the way, those are the best movies out.
There's some weird, like, underlying message with this.
Probably I wasn't paying attention, but
And it's like,
I was like, damn, I'm not going to get it. I should have paid attention.
This is just incredible. So you're going there, yes, it's good. This is just a progression. After you spoke about the importance of that real American stuff, you must find a way. Don't think that it's not just going to be better. Yeah, you such a record when I'm saying that. Hey, Dr. Grant, really found out what was up.
And then somebody, one of the other
Here's the guy,
ferrets,
here's the guy.
and then
You found this one, put him in
fucking
there.
the bear's
Like,
like,
you
oh,
know,
it's
you
beaver
gave
up
him
shit.
shit.
Not like really. And
Passed
so,
away without children.
so if they
He
say,
gave
so
those up.
they say,
Outside of
well,
Israel.
what are you
Also,
going to
there
eat?
is
I was like, how are you going to fucking do
I'm going to
this?
mountain
Like,
with
in the
you.
show,
Yeah,
I'm going to do it.
should I
And
go?
John, who's
Should I
going to
go?
get eaten,
Now to the
said,
you got to just
hey, that's just the way of life.
And so, I'm really asking for this. I'm really
Sometimes it's
thinking,
your turn to get
okay,
eaten,
no
and then they just go
sacrifice.
on to the
He
fucking
makes
line. And I'm like,
your
yeah, I
brothers
like it because I'm
marry
45.
pieces
Wait till I'm
and
6 years
die.
old.
Baruch Hamakom
Now he's
Shahai.
looking around at
Thank
the
God
coffee
that
shop.
you
It's just
killed
gotta be the one
the
that he's
video.
That's fucking insane. I like this because we have different opposing opinions on how you do it. I guess we're not even
What was saying was essentially you got what's coming to him because he knew on the right.
That's good.
And it's like, I don't know if this is our toughness, right? Or check the approach to these matters. You know, just really disciplined again as a reinforcement of the importance of all this stuff. I'm not even going to school. The teacher says, let's just go to show about it. The same way, I mean, it's also to the urge to start to think about it. It is also to the bubble to go to other levels. Listen, I'm going to see you just to bubble itself also is very unique stuff. Because bubble was for the center, therefore like that, it's just like it's really good stuff. You know, because I know how to do that. You're going to do this. You can bubble even by itself. You're going to think the B stuff. It's also regulatory something to the cookie.
It's just, you know, not me.
It wasn't kind of like we just from this last video, was better from this video that was shoppers on the side. And Rabbi, we buy a high store, other higher. What's the Rabbi said? If you want to leave, the fact that he left the store, he relocated somewhere else, that was because of the
FaceTime me.
that was the rich thing that I would share with the earth, our social custom, I don't know what he said, share it, like the people, the country people, they would fall down, I was killed by earth itself. Share it for the child, I just got it. Share it on the end, I was drilled like that. So much as you might really shit from the social people, and it's not even when you this was a that equals that can be a lot of specifically are Israel. All the other lands are considered to be like low compared to the time that when it comes to Israel, when Eretz Israel, they were much more careful about riches, about maintaining proper family lands than they were in diaspora lands. The Eretz Israel is Sadaqah. Interestingly enough, when it came to riches, to preserving family laws, being very careful with preserving family records, right? We host Babel is actually more diligent in the original Eretz Israel. However, in other words, what it means is to carry, meaning that the children of Babel were brought to Eretz Israel for burial, and the children of Chutzaret were brought to Babel for burial. Incredible. Somebody who got called out of Babel, he was out of Eretz Israel. It's amazing. I love it. Whoever lives in Babel, it's as if you live in Eretz Israel. Interesting shit, Amar. How you feel? Love your Shevis love. Your Shevis is not Babel. And Rabbi, for calling of the face, Babel was not yet coming in the field. Babel will not see the church name of the field. This is the thing that the Lord will do. And then so Babel becomes but also because remember again, Babel becomes the place of Israel. When you go back, right? Even with the building of the second mission, that's it. That's exactly what that's Babel will not see the birth of the He'll go off on local money. By the way, you guys should dress like that next time. Join me with this. Maybe like the fucking fashion Avengers, dude. What's that? The dead of Chutzaret do not have the rock of TSNA's in the
That's Brendan Shaw McCarthy.
No, that's the second white line. They said TSNA's in those buried in Chutzaret will not be resurrected.
Why do you look so good? Why do you look so
good? In a certain Tzviva Aretz Chayim, as Eretz Shetzivyonet Ba in the South Chayim. So it's what is it? Literally again, I will give my Tzviva, it's my favorite. Paris and the land of the Eretz Shetzivyonet Ba, the land that has my favorite, and the Eretz Yisrael, Mason Chayim. It's going to come back to that. Shein Tzivyonet is that the land that doesn't have my favor, ultimately, it will Mason Chayim Ba, it won't come back to life. The side of the Eretz Yisrael is only a place for the dead and Eretz Yisrael. Not to the dead for us, not to the dead for us. If you will step on the bus, my love, if you will step on the Eretz Yisrael, yes, it doesn't mean if you will step on the Eretz Yisrael, you must be human, the church is going to stand up. You should have put stars, or you should keep it in places. It is better that a put stars, in mind that I'm not in some of those substances, but even the dead of put stars come back. In mind that not in some of those in the land of the living like I'm just that's where you become like that. If you saw the person my sin of your mouth of the color of the I will give the color of the with the strip of the no sin in Shema Ma'amalah, rock the open bar. Again, I will go to the Shema Ma'amalah, explanation that is called the rock the open bar. Those who left the peace. Reference to those who died unconfessed. Allah, Haqsid, Yubasi, that is so very again to what is incredible.
You know what's funny? I have the about it. I don't know that. Yeah, it's in one of my many bedrooms.
I know some Shema Ma'amalah. What does he do with that? now I love to also you look inside my mother boy. Fine. You are the whole thing, and then with I'm working on the mechanics of Hammer's belt. So move across the ocean to the let me take a look and walk the fire on this one. So as a guaranteed working in the world. Always use what's our life and everything is actually better. I feel this totally sorry. Seriously, both 6 months, then it can get so much easier. That's it. All I have to do is walk down around the house and start selling your work done. Then this is what we want to say. You should actually keep on the day. You better know that could last for 3 months. Every supermarket is. You know what you need to say. You can do anything you want. Outside, I forget. I walk 4 hours and then go in. Get back on the plane, and that's what I'm done, right? Check back home, how I'm good. Plus, the music, walking down on the floor, like, many other pieces of dynamic life activities, like, there's beautiful people out there. So, I feel like you're every single fucking time I'm up a big people start to tweet. Dude, every single time. Because of that she's been in for 50. That was a good role to sell, and the resurrection yeah, what's that? The resurrection itself is like in its life, in diaspora. And happens is the remains role the earth itself, or we're talking about the secular colors, and then the resurrection from earth itself. There's no resurrection outside of the world. Incredible. So massive love, massive love is very outside of global and you can sound it. But ultimately, all this business, what I know is really simple like this, on the high in the fields, ultimately, I can do something in the tunnels, and it's the biggest sound that we can do, and the resurrection of death. So yes, I will take that, but I don't think that the idea that the world can be what's a big deal, the game that is not painful, and outside the game that can be painful. The Gemara says, the second time it's like I have to do it. It's a memory again, like when I do one God. He tells his children, you will die here in Egypt, but I want you to carry me notes. I'm not telling you, going to go to get how you laugh at it. Right? I'm not telling you, going to go, your day off, it's going to go. That's what we use things. Something deeper is being said. Your day off, how you laugh at it, it's inside the government. That's what you need to do. The nation should be good start timing. Land is here. That's like that we will do. The righteous will look like a resurrection. And the righteous after a video, how to stand and meet information out of the so that this time
TV has thousands of free movies and TV films.
from six outside to 12, go to the government and they can act on our actions. They can also make it closer to the value of the inside. And then follow the goal. You'll get how you have to pass it. I know how you have those people. The nation shows who's right and I'm not sure. I've got no sorry, so why do you say that? Yeah, go ahead and take this one. So bottom line, as a judge of foot resurrected, yes, but you're not resurrected. What happens, yes, and dark place. But the judge says, you remain of the righteous role is those. So it appears that if one of the standing right is well, yes, but there's not a few from the dark It's well, it's the same place as one. Nuggets going to be the colors of what it make it 2 hours. Fuck. Yeah, feel it. Yeah, yeah, I think it's no famoso festival. Nice at the album. There's once a guy. And he was not even what was the problem? Long distance relationship. He was married to Israel, she was in Israel. And 2 weeks later, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to leave Israel. No, it's not. It was like, well, 3 weeks to get up to Israel. Number 1, marriage. Number 2, are not son. Number 2, it's the legend you need in order to self-actualize. Without trying to write Israel, you can go to your legend. So you know what? I'm in love with the days. I'm going to go. We don't come up with those. It was like once you heard about this whole thing, you started to write this stuff. The profound is about this stuff. Yes, I made some of that. Yeah, once you heard about all of this, you decided you'll go about us like your own stuff. You decided to see after it. You decided not to go. There was an just in the office. I thought it would be like, it was my wife. But the mindset is thing that in the video is so stupid like the more that I decided not to pursue the love of life and go ahead and do that. I'm actually the fucking budget stuff. Ain't no going that running me at slow and running me at us. I wanted to record it, but she tried to do that with her. She's going to joke. So I thought we say I was going to go around. Things over there. In your collab, I need you to say if you don't have a level you have to. And then what? You should collab. You can't have a short person. Ultimately, again, you could do that. From the real one, you're not talking less. And if you don't, go ahead and come to us. You don't be social media. Go ahead and be careful with you. Number 1, I'll give you 2 bucks. So I'll say, Chris is so good with the song right here. So be careful with people. I'll try to be sure. Don't sit too much. You keep a cut with that phone. Spinning too much because it's going to waste. Okay. So I'm tired of that. Don't scam too much. So I need a cut for the lead. Because spending too much is not good for life. I'll come back and talk. Don't talk too much. So I leave a cut for the lead. Ultimately, again, because what too much is different. Ultimately, again, and yes, switch. Okay, by the way, something. And I'm sure in the midst of it, but I would switch. That was what you do. Switch to Shiva, send one turn of your like sitting, switch to me, one for standing, one for walking. So you see it in the I was like, you can see so you see the showing us any sit that's right to see that's all you get any sitting. It doesn't have meaning to it, so I need to know from it. Right? You know, setting yourself or something. So ultimately, you understand me better. You know, it says, any place you must be up. I need to know from it. You don't be standing, you can't. You know, like, I'm not really touching it. You just say, well, that's scanning the stuff to the heart. And the Shiva, so in that sleep, and that's rather than what we're talking about over here, sitting, that unsupported sitting. I need to sleep, but sleep off, no payment. So sitting in an unsupported way, standing with support. Of course, if you don't have it, everyone's like this. I mean, this is what we're saying, right? You know, I'm going to tell you, I love what's up, you can do it. This is, you know, what I'm saying. I don't provide them leaders by mules, according to them. The same way you go there. We're just a cover, we might be able to switch to the other element. If a mule wants to do it, you don't need it here. First, so you can have it. Rather than any meeting, don't show your age, man. I'm not nothing by you. Like, each part, yeah, like, each part, not Simmons, that is Simmons, I mean, it's like, it's each year, yeah, like, it's each year, right? I'm not right. So there's a different attributes. So I'm not right. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch us doing time. I'm a rat, ignorant Jews, not like I'm ratting my Mason value. I know, everybody's such a focus. Mason value. Yup, the woman is called by a police. The Raka actually did a God because they wanted to living means left. This study show. It's about a nice situation. I'm not going to be seen as everything you know that you can. Are we talking about someone who knows? Or they know enough to try to know. But they make absolutely no effort to come to know. Such individuals are not the anyone who utilizes the light of Torah, the light of Torah resurrection, because they should use time for Torah, and anyone who does not use the light of Torah, ain't all Torah Mechayim. The light of Torah does not resurrect. So we say, it's not that it was just like something you don't in the last month and a half, so this is not focus, this is not focus. I'm not saying resurrection is Torah. We'll continue that after this and this and see the halacha or the conclusion tomorrow. Let's say, just to show you a very, very quick idea on the last lines of Al-Bari. So let's say, the advice that you know is giving us, be careful with three things. Al-Qadr the yeshiva, right? Al-Qadr the yeshiva. So be careful with sitting too much. You know why? You're sitting too much causes hemorrhoids, right? Don't stand too much. You're standing too much, ultimately, again, is bad for the heart. And don't walk too much, and walking too much is bad for the adversity, as I'll teach you next. Don't sit too much. I will say, what is sitting? What is sitting? Sitting is remaining in place. Remaining in place. Don't remain in place if you are in life. Don't find your growth. Don't be complacent with mediocrity. Because you know what you want to sit in place and not living yourself out. You know what that does? It causes tactonias. Tactonias are also very simple to memorize. Right? Tactonias mean tactonias like small lines. You remain in place you simply give up. You simply forget what you incapable of accomplishing anything great. Next, I'll cover the Amiga. Also, Amiga is standing with me. Standing with some people should always have to be right. Some people, the world is wrong. The world is wrong. I know what I'm talking about. Everyone else says it. No, I'm right. I'm always right. A person is always holy. A person who always stands their ground. Right, so it says, don't walk around too much, you're walking around with the eyes. So let's say, there's something you're always walking around. For some reason, like the grass is very blue. This is this. You're always walking around. Always walking around. Touch your name now. Touch your name now and you're because of this complex sensory awareness. Like what others had, what others do, what others do. Instead of focus on what you are supposed to do, and not committing the consequences. Ultimately, you're going to also sensory overload, and it's a post off of everything. So don't
In pieces that mix well and last, that's where Quince shines. Premier
always
fabrics,
stand for sound.
consider
Always have to be right.
design,
And
everyday essentials that feel effortless to wear and dependable even as the seasons change. Quince has the everyday essentials.
Tomorrow, last stop of Sivas, very excited.
Casts, lightweight cashmere sweaters, short sleeve Mongolian cashmere polos, linen bottoms and shorts, tees in 100% Pima cotton, and European jersey linen. This is just also the versatile pieces that make a wardrobe actually work season to season. Quince works great. It's amazing. Their clothing is rated between 4.5 and 5 stars by thousands of people wearing it every day. Are they wrong? No. And the only partners that these guys have at Quince are the factories that meet rigorous standards for craftsmanship and ethical production. And they sent us a bunch of great stuff. I love the shorts, the shirts, I love the feel. They wash great. They don't roll like Cheetah does. Cheese and all good stuff.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our wonderful sponsors. Thank our commentators, sponsors for the month of Tishrei. At Linda Weinberg, Sarah, Vlad, Julio, Luna, E, and Eve, in loving memory of their husband, father, Zayda, Paul Weinberg, Paris, Moshe, and Avram, brother. Thank Ayala Steinberg, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg for dedicating children's sponsors this Shlema, Shulamis, Susha, Bas, Shulamis, Bas, Susha, excuse me. Deep Jet, for dedicating all the children and justice this month in the Swiss of our tools for Juniors. Living sponsors, Saeed and Celebrating for the first label of their granddaughter, Talia Miriam Bas Yehudit, Greg and Rachel Levitan, commissioner of the first yahrzeit of Greg's mother, Esther Levitan, Esther Bas Herschel, and gratitude in honor of the York Hope organization which facilitates keeping sponsors. Got filming sponsors for today, Lisa and Beth Adler, in memory of Nathan's grandfather, Marina of Nelson, and then plus is a phone with Rafa. The Meyrowitz family, in memory of Avram Meyrowitz, Basha Meyrowitz, Mordechai Meyrowitz, Fega Meyrowitz, Hirsch Meyrowitz, and Yitzchak Meyrowitz, at the phone with Rafa. We hope that in America, our comments were always in the Spanish and having a Leo. The families and from all over us who retire a Lua should have one together with Paul Ladies. Let's do that. Let us begin. Give a lot. We pray for these back and back. Sadly, 90. We have to get up on the question of the evening and we have to get up 14 nights from the night. We want to go to the Allah. The Allah needs to tell us to us. And to make us speaking of the donkey that in our new self, so now we figure out more than you know, but in our new self has Tsuba. The element cannot feel the other. The other must come from the other saying that I feel the other. The man has a right to know himself. There's the ears to say so the only thing that we call it, ultimately we're going to get on the ultimately but they need not only an economic so to see the traffic coming from them or something. Nor does she become public and Mesa, if she dies, ain't not Russian. He does not talk her. Make sure if you guys go back to us. Ultimately, she collects her super. So that's what the script is. There's a statement here. I'm doing that job. Or even a woman from Peterson has a super. Which we like to read as very comfortable. Even if you forget to use the medication and law, there's really committing themselves to the super. Or really is that you can cut to the super. And if I look at it also, you really commit yourself. And of course, you do have to see what is doing that impressive one now. I make it in Russia. You're talking about a case of willful commitment. Like anything and you think you willfully commitment. And first I just will say, if you just want good things, the only other time you willfully commit yourself and will do to someone else. You're committed, which says, Mesa and Russia to explain this statement, ultimately again, that when she dies, she does not retire. Okay, get the website. Get the website. I love the Mesa. I love the Mesa. Which is not as to really know that my niece has a super. I know that's not correct. I know that's not correct. Last, I'm going to get why I was saying, Shanghai is the Sira, and the next Sira is the next year. You have to see the same thing. But this is driving in a lot of, when a man goes to his life and then doing all this stuff, he doesn't have the right to use Sira. He doesn't have the right to use Sira. He wants to do, but the most is
Saying to say, even with that voice, that's a nice thing to say. Thank you. Yeah,
you buy the house, bad luck, you buy the high bad luck. Well, if you get action, you buy the high bad luck. That's it, you go, you get high. Like I say, now she's not focused on something, you're not focusing on quality. A little bit of motivation, you keep serious and again. Keep serious and again. You just change your time and again. Just keep serious with 2 different dates, and you get it. And you get it. So now, and remember, how many people do that? Only one. Or it's interesting, the use to make it sound like you used to like to use to correct. It's like the one. The one. Which was the rule? So you buy the high value, you buy the high value, they won't ever just one. You know, somebody just use them, the other one not going to make it. Stage guys, so you're going to use that. And I say, well, that will help you to understand where you can have 2 documents. You can focus on the same transaction, but they come out of 2 different dates. Not 2 different dates. That's the how that's so you know, right? So so people are showing us like the general version of these things you seem to have 2 different documents. 2 different dates. The generally happens is the second one overrides the first. We've actually seen this come up on the first. The second overrides the first. So what's the time frame? You can have the same concept. Every here in this case, right? You only got a lot of the nice stuff, a lot of the nice stuff, the second super, and go ahead and essentially cancel on it. Like, you know, I've already been saying about this, and I'll pop up and no love it. You appreciate your book law is the stuff that's possible. Yes, like, you're not accepting to this world. What's the accepting to this world? It's the second start asking something over the world. So let's say, there are different pieces of 2 sides. The piece on the right is where the 2 so let's see the same thing. If that's the case, let's say, then what happens? You see the second one, is the first. You know what? I'm not doing the first. Let's see, you see the first. See the start, we're going to do the first thing. No, it's not. It's not my birthday. It's 3 different days. The first one has an earlier read. The second one has a later read. Therefore, the same information goes the second one is a later read. There's an exception. If the second document has a more than the first. So let's analyze this to see what we're saying. Right, so that's up to this is 2 suits. Right, one dated the first of Am and one dated the first of Evan. Now let's say the first of the second one is another right? So there's an additional amount of money, additional value. So let's say essentially we use it to start one. So we're going to send it to the left. You take exactly or you release, or you release, you got to look at that. Or you take or you release, you just hire for that. Now, from your guys' perspective, what is he trying to do? He's trying to squeeze his heel from there, take the shooter with the release. Like the street interested in selling off unencumbered property, or he's interested in doing selling off unencumbered property from the earlier date. So he's willing to pay her more money than the Cuba for her to accept the illegal release. Therefore, again, also in the Mishnah says that two positions they get and 2 suitors, it must be that the case over here is they're not different between suitors. The 2 suitors get dated 2 different dates, and the second one includes something additional that the first did not. Now, who determines which suitor goes into a cash? Who determines that? Couple, you can decide. So what do you mean? Like smaller face value, lesser face value, or ultimately you're going to legally mean bigger face value. That's up to her. That's what I'm talking about. Let's say what you use that. It was actually really great. Those are the guys who said. But if I look for an ice, what happened? So actually she goes ahead and produces it yet. I have Suba, and now her husband passed away. So what's the other half of time? Yet, or just with Suba, she goes to take Suba. So let's say Suba yet, or before the Suba. Then you assume that will be here as well. Like, if you get get them the votes to them, sorry. Then ultimately, again, she went ahead and killed the shooters. One from the family vote. What left her was an actual widow's vote, right? Because Suba condemns the death, but if Suba came before the death, she didn't go to death, didn't go to El Suba. Ultimately, again, then you find Suba, right? From the valley to the Suba, to the rest of the man, the rest is his life. And then we learn to unless Suba and Suba, it doesn't have to necessarily black or move Suba, but again, it's the married on the basis of the person. Also, now again, I want to point out, a man remarried is like on the basis of the first Suba. Remember, that's something very interesting, which is there's a really big predates to marriage. It's quite fascinating, right? So we don't mention that, or we mention that, or big divorce. So technically, so what's the process? What's the process? The process is you give a guess. What's the next step? Next step? They ask the Suba. Okay, then what's next? Yes, another stage, right? Right? They go ahead and get reacquainted, go to the marriage ceremony. This guy will come back, up and get remarried. Now, what should happen? What should happen? You Suba. So there's a concept in halacha that exists. And if he has not yet paid up Suba, and they decide to remarry in halacha, the main side is to use the first Suba. So for us, as well, that's simply you. It's a you. But I know that you never put it back in the wall. Like it's still hanging in the room. It's fantastic. You can still go out and use it. I just want to point out that the previous financial decided to use it. Because now you have a unique on property, which I'm thinking about is actually precedes the date of the matter. So again, the point you are making is us to do it, but for convenience sake, and do it. Although financially, it's a little expensive for all. Okay, that's when Mishnah, that's a really interesting case. Couple to see other cases. This is a case of a minor stuff, right? A boy who will be into minor stuff. Whose father has listened to tonight. And it's like, what is the status of marriage to a couple? What status of marriage? Nothing. Now, here's what's fascinating. What the father married him off. Okay, listen, the son got married. But what happened? She wants to play at us. I'm going to ask you that. But I will say, now, the piece of the theory is how much of stuff. When his son grew up, now, when his son got married, so he wrote to the see, for his wife, he wrote to the, but again, what's in now, I'm going to just be curious on this. Well, when the son writes to the boy, now what happens? The reason to be placed on the damage to the last as an answer to the other stuff, and also the next one is to say that one. She was, it is committed to as a couple, ultimately still amazing at that. Shows it, and also, this is so what's interesting over here is in this case, the apples got committed to when he now becomes a brother and married to work into a appropriate galactic marriage, Suba obligation is still there. He was similarly, interestingly enough, similarly, where the concept Gershon is carried each continuum. This is the institute. Let's say you have the Gentiles, right? Married to a Gentile, right? And now Gentile married to a Gentile. And now what happens? When they are hosting a Gentile, right? So husband promises his wife with Suba. Now, what husband promises his wife with Suba? Essentially, when he's agreeing on it, there is divorce or widow is settlement, then it gets married. Right? A prenup. Right? So let's say he's committed to this, and now what happens? They can break. Now what's the halacha? The Suba that we submitted to is the Gentile type, ultimately against still remains in effect even in the country. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, "I'm asking Moshe Elamel Masai, which is by the way, is only for about the Sabbath Lima. It says that the Sabbath is not Talmud. In other words, what that means is a couple when they got married, promised to wife for Sabbath, or a daddy promised to his wife for Sabbath. When the couple becomes a brother or a judge converts, because Sabbath doesn't tell them. They want to commit themselves to the Sabbath. What do they have to do? What do they have to do? Recommit. That's our mitzvah, or recommit upon commitment. And you don't have to do it for Sabbath. But it's not true, even for Sabbath and into the fact. When they say, unless it's teaching, no time is not tradition. This ultimately that she says issue is Katan Shirino, rejection is Skyler. So issue also means the Katan and the things that you became a brother. Added on to the Suleiman, or again, when we convert it, added on, whatever right now, issue is like, issue what does not issue in of the drill. Basically, it's only if they add on at the time of the mitzvah and conclusion that the add-on amount remains. However, again, even if you add it on and you cut off, or you add on and you guys, does not carry over. Which the Gemara says, Ena Afmasha. So even what they added on carries over. The hollow coming out, but it doesn't say that. That does not the issue. No issue. The student government signed the Almana Mara. You have to do that. So that's like ultimately then you effectively repeat the position of but the ruling of the Mishnah says that if the Katan agreed to a basic issue, at the time of his marriage, or the guy agreed to either to that time of his marriage, and now the guy converts. The Katan becomes a double. The primary Ksiva carries over. But if when the Katan was a Katan, or the guy was a guy, and they agreed to the Sefes amount does not carry over. So should we want to go ahead and guarantee the Sefes, the Katan will have to lift it up when he becomes a double. The guy will have to lift it up when he becomes a double. So by the way, Rabbi Huda Maslisat, he said, Huda is just misled by the Mishnah. Who suffered Ksuba Kayemes Akulim Esakai? He thought that the Mishnah said that Ksuba Kayemes, that the Ksuba, that the Katan is with you, the Ksuba that the Gali is with you, when he becomes a Gali, when he converts to the Navy, he refers that refers to Ksuba Esakai. He thought this means to eventually the entire book, according to that, as Logan to the Ksuba Kai, ultimately again, there was actually created out of this quite interesting. The Rambam says, not that I really think this is what was featured right now in Balakazai. How can I feel that this is from the Afro-National in the Tsuba? So it's like, the Rambam has to say, marries a woman, it is not Tsuba. Now, why is it not Tsuba? Why is it not Tsuba? Because it's not marriage. There's no marriage, right? But halakha l'maisa, when Higdal, the Kalma after Shuvah Yisha is Tsuba. If he becomes an adult and then when he's married to her, then there is a Tsuba. Now, let's say there is a Tsuba, even if he does what? Even if he does what? He does nothing. Why? Because it says Tsuba is nowadays himself, he's old, even if he goes to the Tsuba. What the Rambam is actually saying is this is like a little bit of a misnomer. That when a couple commits to the Tsuba, when he gets married, and he's a couple, it's like the marriage is not married, it's a Tsuba. The Kiddush of the Mishnah is the couple remains married to someone like a brother, when he becomes a brother, this morphs into a marriage. Like a brother who's married to someone that's birthed together and they remain together, ultimately morphs into a marriage. The Kiddush is the moment the marriage morphs into a hierarchically recognizable marriage, which was Suba sets in, even if what? Even if the husband never comes to now, what does that apply to? If you're Suba, what doesn't it apply to? Take Sefas. Sefas, if you want to finish up the only new topic. As the last of course is the double down message of Nisha and Essex in office to me. I will stand up to many sides. That's the last one. So we're going to go to that one. What happens? Now Ruben dies. What's the Shiloh? We have an inheritance Shiloh. So in Mace, I was trying to go down with the Shia. But your share is trying to go down with the Yoshi. So let's say Ruben married to Rachel. Ruben dies. So let's say in this case, Rachel and her descendants, right, have her rights in the Suba, right, and Suba's community as well. And there's a Suba's community in the left right against that, so has the rights in the right Suba. But her will inherit her Suba in the country of any other unique consideration. Then this means Ruben is married to Rachel in the left, Ruben dies. Rachel gets the Shiva before that. I want to point out, we're going to touch on this exact same very interesting is when it comes to the husband dies, there's no thing that's happening. Right? So Ruben dies, the first order of business is Shiva distribution. Like after Shiva distribution, then what? Then we have Next week. Nossa, essa show da Missa. Nossa, Shino Messi. Você vai falar isso. Primeiro Japão. Enough of that. Never says, show. Then within a layout, they makes you and a moving dice. So that's how often it's now I have the descendants of Jacob who want their mother's Suba, and ultimately again Leah whose wife is still alive, who wants Suba, we are Shaq and Leah Shalish. In this case, it was Leah and her descendants, the descendants over, Loch Leah is still alive, the second is still alive. She is looked at as a predator. This is Rachel's descendants are looked at as inheritance, nurture. This is predators always have the first position over inheritance. Interestingly enough, Leah is a predator, living like the widow, is a predator of the Babylon Siva, and if Allah Mesa should have a first position over Rachel's descendants, or that means when we decline it as we do any Arishan of the Shia, there's a factor that says first bite, right? The first bite ultimately came at the first bite ultimately took precedence over the second one. Below Katroni, and it's shown in Yishra, and it doesn't say the first bite and the second bite. This is talking about the case. Ultimately, we didn't mention the whole layer. And now what? We didn't die. So let's talk about that. So Rachel has first bite over layer. So the most point out of the fact that it says that it does not say the first bite Rachel has and the second bite doesn't teaches us that God, the cloud will become much more the concept, no much more than that. So it teaches us that God, let's say layer, this is more aggressive than Rachel. So what happens after he even dies, layer is from you speak, satisfied with the what is the concern? Ultimately, it suggests that we would not expect a copy from it. There's much as may have been something incorrect. The seed property even before it was told to her, before she was in line to collect. I won't force you to do exactly. What do you think? None go. First, I'm going to double, not to double. Let's say I owe multiple people money. And let's say Ruben has a debt which precedes shame. So we owe this one. Let's say Shane comes along to the assets in order to satisfy Michael Dennis, the camera. Was in London. So the Mishnah says, it was in this case, the Ruben drank rock in the middle. And Ruben dies, and the Mishnah says that reference comes before layoff. What does that mean? The camera. So the camera means that even if there's only enough money in this case to pay off Rocket's pursuit, and after you get Rocket's pursuit, then what? There's nothing left anywhere else, you still do Rocket's pursuit. And we don't say, well, you know what? There's not enough of them, let's divide it over there. No, actually, all that means Rocket has to even be a president, come to the Sulla, even if that means there's not a penny left in these states for anything. Give us time, as we learn. Then hold them with us. There's a because in the Muslim does a bank over the son comes before the other. Maybe a son comes before the other, but a son inherits. And we do this in marriage with themselves, nothing left together. You see what's the program, and someone has precedence for the point where even if there's nothing left for the other parties, and not for the Muslims for the others also have some version of this, because I was looked at them in Kadma, Shnia, the Kapsa, Nada. But if the second one came along, Leia, second one came along and sees property, or Suba, you don't expect to come around. You sell, you come with the every time. So that's really enough. Sounds like you're coming around. I love the stuff. Use property. You would expect to come with 9 that you work on, right? Now, hold the trip. You look like the front of the double, not the double, very double. Sounds like you have a leader position comes out of turn and uses property. So ultimately, you would extract the fact that you took the end of the above, not the double, but maybe not. Mostly just the ultimate version of a previous conversation. Maybe also in general, you see how it's doing. Whatever you took, you took. You want to say that because I need to kind of feel your check from the real estate. So no, it's just the second, ultimately, go down the show. The second wife. I am saying inheritance. Come before you inheritance of the first wife on days. I mean, I'm trying to for them. You use the same much in ultimacy against all of you show up for them. But there's a two different versions. We're going to see myself. But you have not got ultimately going to cycle the first version. Namely, that a lot of myself in which to say, living friend reference. Now, we don't guys. He has first right of collection of our Shiva Rockhouse. And we're going to see that that is even a lot of myself. It means very little. Very little. But any type of collection of Rockhouse rights really come before him. So when we see that it is really I'm not sure if it's but also now we come to the second piece. As the second piece is the law, here we go. Reuben marries Rachel, and then what happens? Rachel dies. Rachel dies. What happens when Rachel dies? So Reuben inherits. Now remember, that's still outstanding over here as well. So that's really different. Right? So ultimately, remember that Rachel's son had the electric right to inheritance. Okay? Now what happens? Reuben marries the second one, Leah, and what happens? Now, he deceased Leah, he passes away. So now, who's in line? Who's in line? That's actually line. Right? So who's in line for that? Right? You've got Rachel's sons and Leah. And Leah, right? Leah's the widow. Right? So Leah wants her Shiva. Rachel's sons want her mother Shiva. So in this case, what's the halacha? Here we are checking over the son. This is what it says. Leah the second wife takes precedence over the inheritance of Rachel's first wife. Why? Because Leah is what? Leah is what? Leah is pregnant. Leah is pregnant. Rachel's descendants are inheritance. Inheritance is teaching me that pregnant take precedence over inheritance. Okay, it says in love. It's not in the plus. We're going to hear three things. Number one, it's not in the Achos Pashaida, Achos Pamozo, Yig, and Shiva, the difference. That looks like this is interesting. What you see from this is very interesting, which is that the children of the first wife have Shiva being different. Which is interesting. Right? The children of the first wife have, so in other words, that Shiva being different applies even to the father we married. Now, why we think otherwise we'll see. Now, I love what I said. I said, Shiva's being different applies even to the yard shape of the first one, right? That's what we find. Shiva's being different. The low type 280 kilos. Now, we have to be curious about any type of conflict between players. And we not, maybe it's we determine who are the yard south, both of the yard to each other. Because if we factor to this precise, in the case that we determine that these expressions lay off and her notion take precedence over the descendants of Rachel. You know, Rachel. What is he from there? So this could be the pattern. You see that Leah takes precedence over Rachel's kids. But these are shocking. But we see that Rachel's children are so up, entitled to give us to the gift. So it's like, you gotta stop, come up with one of them. She has been different because even if husband father has remarried, but ultimately again, the children of the first wife still have the children of the good. That's all from us. Very well. She got not just most of the family. Still up in range. You know, you're going to see like this. In general. John D's on the keys. You like a guitar. Daniel Watson, House and Sam on the drums. That was so good. Filling have
from
to
Michael
pay out for that.
Gonzalez. Daniel Watson
But at the
joining the
same
crew
time,
tonight.
they
You might
look like
recognize him as the drummer from the movie Get Out. Okay, just a little test to see where you guys are at tonight. How about I hammer our bass player, D-Madness, everybody? He's here. Very exciting stuff. The band, powerful. Things are wild. The state of the union is strong. Rewrite J.E. Bell drawing tonight's episode from Los Angeles, California. He draws every episode, including the brand new movie. You see that poster? I got it framed in my place right now.
How much has to be
Well,
left?
I asked for it immediately. It's the prototype.
Yeah, it doesn't have like every past episode in it. I think it's what it is.
Yeah, I think it looks like it. Yeah, there's a lot there. It's absolutely incredible. It's all available right at jable.com. And yeah, he draws everything, including the new Kill Tony coloring. How many of you by round of applause have the new Kill Tony coloring?
What do you see from here? What do you see from here?
Let me know, dude. Really exciting to know that our merch is flying on the shelves.
What you will see is that I'm not going to
Exciting stuff.
Fix vodka.
Yes, how can I forget this is of course the official band of Fix Vodka, alkaline vodka. So less of a hangover, cleaner beverage, just an overall better buzz with Fix Vodka. Right, John? Thank you, absolutely.
when I got the
That's
first
all
two
John knows how to say.
this
is shit. Feels good in here. You guys excited for a fun show tonight? Feels good. We have a couple extra tables that have been added. The pandemic is slowly weaning off of everybody's fearful antics, and so we have more tables here at Anton's. It feels good. Feels cozy. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that make this show available for you tonight, right now. We here at Kill Tony are indeed supported by ZipRecruiter. Recent data shows that out of all the female-owned businesses, it is estimated that 1 in 3 is owned by a mom, and we love moms here at No Fear Radio. You ever wonder how these amazing moms and dads find time to hire for their businesses while juggling their families? Simple. With
let's say again, you're going to
and right now, you can try it for free only at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's right. CEO and founder Talia Goldstein is one such mompreneur. Besides being a mother of 2, her personalized matchmaking company, 3-Day Rule, is constantly growing, and she needs to hire several matchmakers a month. So she uses ZipRecruiter. Advanced ZipRecruiter's powerful technology helps her find people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply. But Talia is not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter. Over half of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at this web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. This special offer is only good at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Very well, very well. That people smartest way to acquire
squeaky doors, clock sinks, finicky engines. When things break
go ahead
around
and
the
watch.
house, you
She's
take
talking
care of
from
it.
layoff
However,
because now
when
there's
something's
nothing
off in the
left for
bedroom,
them.
you just try to
Nothing
not
left
think
for them.
about it.
Come on,
What are you waiting for? Take care. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony.
With Roman, you get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All from the comfort and privacy of your home. A U.S. licensed healthcare professional will work with you to find the best treatment plan, and if medication is appropriate, it ships to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect to a healthcare professional and take care of it.
That's right. If you love Tony, take care of your bounty. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get $15 off your first month. It is time to take care of your ED. And remember, get started today and you'll save 15% $15 on your first order any treatment. You love stand-up comedy. The only thing that should be harder than stand-up comedy is your boner. Go to getroman.com/tonight now. And we're back. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show? Fuck yeah. It's an exciting one tonight. You know, sometimes on this show, I pride myself on not only booking, you know, people that have been famous for decades and this and that, but also here on Kill Tony, I like to think that we famously introduce you to monster comedians as guests on the show, not just under the bucket, but as guests. You get to see the future always get promoted here. I feel like we were one of the first podcasts to have like Tim Dillon on and Richard Lawson, right?
Maybe not.
Monsters
Maybe
come
not.
from here.
That's so.
And this is one of the guys that has been rising through the ranks. This is his first time as a guest on Kill Tony. Years ago, he was working the door at the comedy store, watching it. Got all the way up to paid regular at the comedy store. This guy's a monster. He's been absolutely shredding on shows here in Austin, Texas. He just moved here. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for tonight's guest, Derek Poston, everybody. Here we go. This is the future. Derek Poston. Yes. Say crystal ball episode because you're looking at the future right now. Derek, how are you? He's so likable, isn't he? Just so likable. Just crushing it. You've been crushing it lately on the local shows. That's amazing. Thanks, man. I love it out here. This, oh my God. You've been to Austin tonight. I love it out here. What's your favorite thing about Austin other than the fact that you can do other shows here?
And then what happens?
Oh, fuck. No questions.
Now we can go to like a nice later, and now you get fries. So now remember you
Every
get
single
what is
flavor, bro, but
it?
it's
Coming out usually the steak. We've got layoffs, it's got layoffs, then we've got steak, and we've got the pizza,
Yeah, let's get cheese and butter.
so that's getting big.
I love it, Derek. We're going to have so much fun tonight. I'm excited to pull things out of the bucket, meet new people. You guys might know how the show works. If I pull your name out of the bucket, you signed up. A lot of comedians out on the sidewalk and all over the tank upstairs signed up. And if I pull their name out of the bucket, that means they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on the show. You know your time is up and you hear the sound of the cannon. That means wrapping up that. We're sure going to bring out the Angry Fashion District Fair. Oh my God, it's so annoying. No one wants to hear that. So just do your time. Fashion District. I don't know why he's so choked up for it. No one wants to admit that they know where the gay part of Austin is. It's a weird thing. Like, I'll ask, like, where is it? And you just get 20 different answers. Like, oh, your mom's house. And you know, madness, you know where the gay bars are. Come on. Where else are you going to hear rainbow sunglasses? At least he thinks it was a win, folks. It really could have been just a
I love that. The man saw the
oh shit. I can't wait till the Madness signs up one day. Think you'll ever sign up for the show, D? Alright. That's what it is. You guys ready to start tonight's show? We pulled out a very legitimately homeless guy. I mean, truly homeless. It was actually incredible. Like, they somehow he just signed up. I guess he signs up for random things that have like sign-up sheets. We have no idea what's happening. It's pretty crazy. So anything
All right, good. Let's see, here we go.
Isn't that a fun thing to hear right before the show starts? Hey, homeless people might be looking for you tonight. Good thing you bought a ticket and came into a venue. All right, here we go. Tonight's show will start with Monty Stylings of Hans Kim's
So this is my focus. Here we go. This is my focus. La directiva and terminar.
Oh, here we go. Hans is moving fast. So this could be one of those cases where the comedian is out of breath immediately. Over the start of their set, he decided to sprint to the room. Here we go. Here's Hans Kim, everyone.
Ultimately against local guys. Now let's see, at that point, we got two different things. The winners are willing to go ahead and take off to see the other house, to look at there. Okay, so, marriage later. Now he does. Now he does. So it's like the fundamental level. So again, everybody's agreeing. What everybody agrees on, everybody agrees the order of repayment is what? The order of repayment ultimately again is first for the Leah, right? Because she is the creditor, and then the local fair. Yeah, the whole notion of the local fair is self-repayment. So Suva's being different applied one to liberty as something equally second marriage, and it has the second set of obligations. That's not good. And Manos ultimately says yes, and Yahuda says no. So Amarabba, after the Shir Rabba, and the Rabbi Yahuda to Ami, so Rabbi Shimon, the Rabbi Rabbi, everyone agrees. Everyone agrees that Suva's being different still applies to the Rahal fair. First marriage fair. Everyone agrees. The Rahal, where the Suva's master moved to the Kabbalah fair. Where the Rahal opened it. And listen, if you are you like that, and I'm not going to say it again. In order to have now, we need to get
Well, even on stand-up. Fuck yeah, man, really shows. I love it. I love it when people with real comedy experience that are really good at this shit sign up, because look what happens. People get their fucking time due, and you tell them it feels good, right? Hell yeah. Born and raised in Austin?
No, I'm from Seattle and New York.
In order to allow for clear conditions,
Which one first? Were you in New York?
there's only going to be
Okay, that's when you started stand-up?
I started in Seattle.
if what? If what?
Moved to
If
New
the
York.
local makes it there's something left in the state
So
after
Asian,
Chivas being different is paid. Because if two different frees out the estate, then what happens is the Dirabbanon undermines the Oraisa of the Rishon. That means that if Suva now counts towards the job, and that's not our Suva now supposed to come up, what do you know? And one says, yes, it works for Suva, and it also works
my
for
goodness, do
Salvation.
you use that degree for anything? What do
In
you do
other
for
words,
work
the
now?
halacha l'maisa, that any amount that you owe to another creditor, when that amount is in the estate, so even though I know you have to pay it out, it still counts as a residual.
Wow,
Still
so
counts as a residual.
I
In Martha,
absolutely
the other
love
thing you
this.
know
It's
is
so
that what
un-Asian
even now
to
the cover
read
job,
in your
sorry,
degree.
Martha,
What do your parents think
to
about this choice that you
cover
made?
job or the amount.
They're trying
Whether
to be
it
like
is no.
progressive
Also,
Asians.
what kinds of residual, what kinds of residual,
Oh, the new
unencumbered money.
Asians.
It was a
Alright, I've
super
seen the
fascinating
new, I've seen
idea.
the new
Otherwise,
line from
everyone
Honda.
agrees.
It's very,
Let's say what everyone agrees.
very
Let's start with
sweet.
that. What does everyone agree with? This stage we can have. Everyone agrees that the deal with Sivas and never goes away. So therefore, even though Reuben remarried Leah now, and now he dies, the
You
deal
really
with
painted
Sivas
the
and
picture for
the
Red
Ruffles
Man.
heirs is still there.
Heart is
Everyone
wrong
agrees on
right
that.
now.
We'll say, what else is everyone agreeing on?
Derek, what do you
Like
think about this
Sivas
guy?
and Rufus is only paid out when? When there's a residual in the estate. There's got to be something left in the estate. Let's not focus. Let's not focus. What counts as something? Is it only something that is unencumbered money? Or no, even if it's encumbered money. Well, let's say there's something left in the estate. What happens, everything left in the estate is already what? Earmarked for something else. Is that the case? It's the loss. Is that the case? So there's stuff left. I think that's the case for the weekend. There's stuff left
All
in the
these
estate.
homos out here watching
But
dudes
it's
fucking chicks.
it's coming out. Yeah. Allocated. It's allocated. But it's allocated to something else. It's
What's your
allocated.
sneaky type of? You seem
So
like
the
the kind
nice
of guy that would be into
one of the holds that's still called residual. Then it means that no, that's not residual. It's not residual. What's residual? Residual is unencumbered funds that are left in the estate. Fascinating. I mean, when I said to them, I don't know if the Baal, I mean, when I said to them, the Baal folk, I'm going to do that on my stuff. Everyone agrees that there's money left in the estate, even if it's earmarked for creditors, that's still called residual. That's what a residual is. Where's my fault? So it's like residual money left in the estate, and ultimately, again, it's allocated to freedom. That amount called residual. And not the negotiation was to go that you have to like the people on the top help from that law in the social doing by it. That's the reason I have that people say this is no too much ridiculous. And the people should just simply say, as long as there is no sickness, as long as there is some ridiculous, as the unencumbered residual in the estate, you should have to see us doing the I'm going to listen. The outpost, the value of the outpost, when I said the difference. Okay, that's no, you're right. You're right. The concept of this, like, whether or not the Sivas can be different. Once he is a second married, that upgrades the source of money. So again, Ruben's married to Rachel, right? Rachel's dies, he now marries Leah, and then marries Leah. He dies, so this is now again, Rachel's is the Western different or something like that? That's not what it is. That's what Peter says no, the Niners says yes. So, you know, the honey, and I was like, this like, what I'm saying, like, what's the Sandra, no, it's how it's shown, and we saw, like, if you went ahead and got, right, Peter and Rachel died, no, stuff like, she was in May school, and then he married Leah, and Ruben died, so what's that, Rachel? 40 is there, so she was the after, you know, please, you don't see him. So let's say down again, the Marshals of the reaction of Rachel come, and Kate should see on their mother. The Shimon says, you need to know Shardina, even though you see that Shimon, but you don't see that Shimon. The Shimon says, as long as there's a residual of a dinar in the state, everyone can just begin to see up their mother. With a love, hold to each other. If not, and then it says, if there's not a residual dinar, then what? No one gets to see up, and ultimately within the state, everything is good. I love what happened to you. The master of the African Egypt to this one, just like systematic, where it says, no, the fully alma Africa, by the African, also nations to this one, everyone agrees. Yeah, back very well. Everyone agrees on side that Suez and different always applies, even when Ruvain marries Leah, even though it's the second marriage, so that a portion of Rachel who passed away still has between the Suez and different. I stopped inside the Galip, but the dinar, Mikha's Koi chemical. And let's say everything. Again, this will come through. Let's say, so here's our take. Everyone is agreeing that Suez and different from Rachel doesn't go away when Ruben marries Leah. And therefore, when Ruben dies, the children of Rachel have a right to demand their mother's children. What else does everyone agree with? The residual in the state, what else Suez and different? That's not like this. If you're going to cut out, you cut quite from the Marcel and the Calcul, you cut the low, and Marcel in the pulse. And it's not like this. When you talk about the one unit residual, does that have to be a 1 unit residual of your property, or each individual property? So again, we haven't really gotten to the conclusion yet, and there's Hashem doing the break from smart thing, and there's Hashem. What's going on? So there was our Rafa Lamaisa.
Some very happy people there. Look, it's everybody. I mean, I wish as many people bought our fucking coloring book. Instead of out there at string clubs. I forgot to pull the name. Let's pull another name out and see what happens here. Make some noise for Dean Stanfield. Here we go. Dean Stanfield is coming to the stage.
Alright, so it's a beautiful morning. Let us begin to now the sponsors for the church.
How many of you think the next comedian's gonna do great? Wow. How many of you think the next comedian's gonna bomb? Wow. Alright. Anything can happen. Oh, you're wrong! Oh, shit! Here he is, Dean Stanfield.
You want to hear a hot take about a chicken restaurant for the mother, man? Woo! I love chicken restaurants, man. They're my favorite. I love Popeyes. It's not giving any bullshit at the Popeyes.
All of them today. That's one of the sponsors for the month of Elul.
If I want a good Christian conversation, I go down there and put the
Children have common an hour before engagement to a lot of salad. And up with their parents, Jerome, Denise, Carmen, and Alexander for the week of Kippur. Thank you, Barak, Maya, and Sunday afternoon, Happy Muhammad, and Kings. During the month in memory of Ruben Ben Emmanuel from the Bracha. Thank you, Alex Steinberg, for dedicating during this month in the Cicero of Shlema, Fort Shubamis, Bas Susha, Really Change Cicero for Shlema, Fort Yehuda, Ben Rita Money sponsor, Louis Goldberg. Thank you, Hashem, for the engagement of his branches in Bogart, to Ruben Velasco, daughter of Steve Velasco. To thank our weekend learning sponsors, Joseph and Ellen Miller, Iris and Ed Miller from family, Leslie and Adam, Rosen and family, the Sefer Nishmas and Richard Berman. learning America shall provide Maria Felicia. Thank our day of learning sponsors, Ariel and Rachel Osikoff, and discussing a full training for Arena Basquillian to his undergoing surgery this morning. We hope that the nurse of our commutors will have a complete training during this year. With regard to the
Absolutely. Look at you now. Like if you want and cross for Kreischer. Absolutely. You have the fucking body of a retired pro wrestler.
I'll take it. On steroids and everything.
Oh, you were on steroids?
No, it's they have on steroids.
Okay.
Steroids.
Okay. What's your story, Dean? You look like you could be anywhere between the age of 17 and 75.
Yes, 27 years old.
27 years old. You're a real Texas boy, right?
Yes, sir. Born in Alpine, Texas, and moved to Florence, Texas when I was 3, and then South Texas when I was in sophomore high school. I finished up high school there back in 86 years ago.
All those places sound like they're at least an hour away from here.
Texas is pretty big, man. They're all like 8, 9 hour drive from each other.
So what do you been doing your whole life? You drive like a lawnmower or something?
So I built power lines for 9 years, and then started doing stand-up comedy 3 years ago, and then just quit my job in January to do stand-up comedy.
Okay. You quit your job, absolutely. Hell yeah.
Chase the truth.
You living in a van next to an Asian guy yet?
You a little saved up. I think maybe 2 years in, and then I'll figure out where it goes from there.
Yeah, that's awesome. You live by yourself?
I got roommates. We got a house in Georgia.
Okay. How many roommates you got?
One roommate and his girlfriend. She's living with us. That's every toilet when she goes to the bathroom.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
Forcing a toilet step. Yeah, is it just you in the house?
No, it's me and my roommate and then his girlfriend.
Oh, God, yeah, your roommate and his girlfriend is her lovely lady in the life of Dean Stanfield. You get yourself someone to
Talking to some of the guys too. Wasn't it official?
you guys hang out, brush each other's hair or something like that.
It's very sexual.
You always had that hair, or is that something new? Okay, you had it for a year and a half. Well, you and I do that.
Growing up, I always, my dad never let me grow my hair out. Texas, very straightforward. You gotta keep it cut hair. So,
It's easily got a wild haircut than a Texas father in the suburbs with a wild.
Lettuce.
Wow, I just pictured him without the mullet, and he seems like a whole different guy. It's like some type of magic mic or something. Yeah.
About 6 inches of hair.
Yes, he did. You son of a bitch. You're wearing what does that shirt say? Yeah, that is interesting. A real John Brand shirt. That is. What are the jeans, right?
Jeans are cinch.
Okay.
Cinch my labels if anybody wants to see it.
And a real authentic Native American belt. Wow, look at that chewing tobacco in their back pocket. Absolutely. They're like a Texas Build-A-Bear or something. You said you worked in power lines for a long time. Any crazy stories that you're freaking electrocuted or you
Got blow up 5 feet from me. It went to reaching the junction box where the 7,200 to 1,400 power lines. And he reached in there with something else. He's alive. He's still alive. He's still building power lines too.
Wow.
Bad motherfucker.
Hell yeah. Or just a real one-trick pony. Hell yeah. You never had any close calls?
I've been electrocuted like once or twice.
Oh yeah, I know exactly how 22 hours is. You figured, okay. Alright. Derek, what are your thoughts on Dean Stanfield? Look at this guy. Can you believe this?
I can't. You came out. You was that check it out. Check it out. It's like, where's the motherfucker? What is it?
Theo is also from Louisiana. I think that might be like might actually barely be related. Theo Bonbon. Good for little chubby. Bon rhymes with Bon. You just say it twice. Okie dokie. Is there anything crazy about your life that we should know about? You seem like a guy that has some real fun facts about him. You have like a sister that's missing an arm or something.
I'm missing a pinky. I got my pinky chopped off. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Look at that fucking dinosaur claw you have there. It got chopped off in a troll.
This guy's got a fucking talent over here. Show the hand, man.
It still has a nail on it, too.
Can you imagine that? You can in this story we just found a little bit of impressive. That's how disgusting that pinky is.
Other than that, I was almost right outside of high school. Yeah, high school, right outside of high school. And then that's probably
You've written a lot of books.
yeah.
Anything crazy ever happen out there writing?
I mean, I got some bad rips. I think one was sticks out of the line. Right outside the shoe, so I'll turn like 2 times, and then tore me open the front, and then tore my vest open. And I was stuck on the front, and he was like waiting to get me off, and then threw me like 20 feet against the gate. And then the clown's on it, and pulled me out of there. You ever done any clowning? We practiced and stuff for guys, but never any rodeos. I mean, I was supposed to spend all my cocaine and Red Bulls. Is that true? Just fun. Yeah, no, those guys are crazy. Cheers. Oh, and Red Bull. I thought you were doing bumps of cocaine. Well, Dean, fun times, man. Sign Shannon and come back again soon, and we'll find out more about you. There is Dean Stanfield, everybody. He's on Instagram at Dean Stanfield. He has fist bumped you with a creamy ass sticky disgusting. Benbo Sanga is going to be next. Benbo Sanga is next. Kaylee's back. In the meanwhile, I'm another hit for Kaylee, everybody. Hell yeah. Fun fact about the Red Rose. They celebrate their 1-year anniversary Thursday, April 29th. South Congress, I sniffed the bottle. Austin's first teen adult nightclub. Complimentary limos 7 days a week. And they have a world famous cheeseburger. Kaylee works at the Yellow Rose in Austin, legend for 45 years. Go to redroseaustin.com or yellowrose.com. Alright, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian. Make some noise for Benbo Sanga, everyone. Anybody coming? Benbo Sanga. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Nobody's coming because I called it before and after. Sometimes people are in the bathroom. They're smoking. We'll just keep it moving. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting name. Make some noise for Maximilian Mantecat. This is going to be interesting. You know, really good everyday guy. Maximilian Mantecat. This guy's definitely going to be here. Maximilians don't miss their opportunity for anything. Here he comes, Maximilian Mantecat. Here it is. All right, everybody make some noise for Maximilian. Let's see what happens here. So
together.
Just me, bunch of
I'm not
losers.
just stuff. Let's say
Let's go. I grew up my sister was on the beach. There's nothing more we can talk about it.
I love the
She was fat, right? And when we got to high school, I wanted to include on everything all the year apart. So I was up parties right through like 8. I fucked your sister. I fucked your sister. And I was like, well, who's fucking money?
Remember again, in that case, says that
I'm a family man. Just saying.
unless of course,
Just kidding, guys. I was
he
buying
said
her. She was
you may
fat.
cover
I
half
fucked her
of it. I understand how you feel again. I understand.
You have 20 more seconds if you want it. You have 20 more seconds if you want it. 20 seconds. Now it's 15.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there.
Okay, there you go. Closing out hard in 34 seconds, everybody. Maximilian Vantikov, I love it. Welcome, Maximilian. There's a minute. How's it going, bud?
Going ahead,
How long you been on stand-up?
4 years.
3 years. That's fun. How old are you?
25.
Okay. And you're born and raised here in Austin?
New York City. Comedy City for a little bit. And then went back to New York, and now just visit.
Sweet. Absolutely. And is that true? You always, oh, look at that. People just want to hang out with Derek, I guess.
4 years in class, this man gave me a couch to sleep on when I was straight. I just made up a comedy story. I was like, where are you sleeping? I was like, in my car. Those were a couple spots in LA. And he was like, nah, I'm sleeping in my house. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. I was like, oh, shit.
Did you take pictures of his feet or something? Why would you be that strange? Everyone knows Derek forces his guests to give them a hard left-handed hand job, and that's why
Also has an NBA.
that's why Maximilian still wears a brace after all this time. Give the old dry rub, you know what I mean? The old fucking, oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. No, we believe it. These are no jokes, Derek. We are accusing you of forcing this man to give you a hand job. What was it like staying at Derek's place? We all want to know. I thought about it myself.
So hunting says to his wife,
Jeffrey Baldinger. Not Baldinger. What made you trust this guy to stay at your place?
It was like, look, you were just like, how excited this motherfucker is, man. We were so excited to get the store, and then we came over and we were talking about coming. I was like,
You were hoping that he had cocaine, and it turns out he did. It's like, man, it's a chance. Yeah, to me, it's cocaine energy. Like, that's the last person that invited me to my house. Yeah, like, however, most people that I know that do a lot of cocaine do talk about how popular they were back in school. So,
I've actually never done cocaine in my life.
I love it. Take health advice from Dr. Redman over here. So what do you do for fun, Maximilian? What do you other than stand-up comedy? What's something else about you? Okay. Is that what happened to your wrist? Is that what okay. Is there any chance I could convince you to throw the mic in the mic stand and show us a little bit of Muay Thai? Just some improvised. No, don't fight anybody. Just do some air Muay Thai. Somebody, you want to see this guy do some air Muay Thai, huh?
Do some air Tai Chi.
Whatever you want to do, sure. That's just don't explain it too much. Just fucking give the people a show. Here he is, showing you some air something, Maximilian Vantikov. Wait, dude. Can you do anything? Can you just pretend like someone's in front of you and like they're trying to attack you, like the speed that you would go at? Because unless you're fighting the Golden Girls, I don't think you can go at that speed. Team Madness would have beat the shit out of you if you did that to him. It's street fight. No, Maximilian, no. All right. What else other than food? Yeah. Team Madness will give you so hard his glasses fly off. Maximilian, tell us something else interesting about your family or your life or something like that. This is a very bull heavy episode.
All
Alright.
I've seen the ways that like
You go there all by yourself?
Yeah, a couple times I've gone and do on the street. I've always tried to go full time. It's for the most part, you just run by yourself. You know, when that door is kind of weird. Because once you're alive, you're like, just on the street. Like, it's a weird feeling. You're like, I'm alive.
Yeah, that's how I felt during all the Black Lives Matter marches. I remember I was, okay, you're not ready to live today. Yeah, all right. I was just getting run off the street. I was all by myself and scared, but I guess it's not funny. Thank you, Jeremiah. That's for you, but you get that joke a few more months to marinate. And I know you'll be there. You'll see. I tell you. I'm running with the world's fucking lives matter. That's fun, Max. You never got hurt by any of the balls, though.
No, never. No, I've seen people get destroyed. People are more dangerous. On their shoulder. So you're running with them. So we get
The bulls take you in the close for a second. Very impressive. I've seen the week you do Muay Thai, so I'm not surprised if a bull was actually able to hit you with its elbow to slow up himself. Maximilian, you have a girlfriend? You seem like you would do pretty good with the ladies. How long have you been with your girlfriend? Okay, where'd you meet her at?
I've been in San Diego. At a show. Actually, she came to a show.
That's it.
She's very honest. She tells me it's just a good time. She's a good chick.
Shit.
She's a doctor, actually.
Wow.
She this one.
She loves it when you bomb. That's perfect.
Well, I mean, it's not a real thing, but she saw me eat it, and I was like, well, this
Did she ever see you do good? And she's like, not tonight, man. It's not the man I fell in love with. She's like, God, we're so many years for I only like the fast people that suck.
So I was listening again, then because I have to get to work.
If you think you stay, you know what I mean? Hell yeah, dude. She's got beautiful from the feet up. Am I right? Derek told me earlier. That's why Derek, when he's sleeping on the couch, that he knew where he worked. He was fucking your girlfriend. I'm just kidding. I'm saying no one's fucking. Nobody ever. She was a virgin. Virgin doctor.
I understand.
She fucks guys like all, but totally didn't fuck anybody before. Maximilian, so much fun, such a cool name. What is this area? So cool. Such a swamp guy. Here he is. He's popular when he was high school. He's popular again right here. Maximilian made it to combat 36 seconds. Thunder and lightning. There goes. Everybody gets a handshake from Derek. Must be a very Derek handshake.
He got really upset when we were like this girl did a fucking whatever, so he didn't stop. He got really cool.
He was cool. He was okay. Maybe he just has a vivid imagination and was picturing her getting really just boiled up against the wall or something like that. You know, they have fun against the wall. Okay, this name looks familiar. Maybe we've met this person before. How about another hand for Kaylee up here sanitizing microphones? Our friends over at the Inviter. You can watch her work in the Yellow Rose.
Red Rose. Red Rose.
The Red Rose, that's right. The Yellow Rose is the legendary 45-year club. The Red Rose, the new club, both in the same family. There goes Kaylee, everybody. There she goes. The Yellow Rose, Red Rose, Red Rose. Leo Kanalka is next on Kill Tony. Is it really fully hit? Texas bars don't fuck around. You can drink and full dip, which is like unheard of in most clubs. Yeah, there you go. The USA champ Leo Kanalka is next. Leo coming? Leo Tanaka. Leo Kanalka. There he goes. Here he comes, everybody. This is very exciting. One more time for Leo Kanaka. Here we go. What the fuck is up, man? Tunes, how you feeling? Who's this drinking on a Monday? Yes. Yes, I just moved here. You guys okay? give a fuck about COVID. You don't care at all. I've been home for cocaine so many times that you guys have saw before the pandemic. Yeah, that's on Garrett too. I went to a bar. This dude break my face. I was like, yeah, I'll take a Lone Star down. Yeah, let's do this. I single-handedly blame Joe Rogan for the homeless issues here. Like they migrated to here because of him. Another fan is a all intermittent fast. Stop watching porn recently. You became a grown person and dating somebody and she choked on mozzarella stick and I got aroused. You want to finish it? Yeah, she went, that girl. She went, here's another bear airsoft. She went, I pulled her hair, I'll give her the private whatever, so it's good times. Thank you guys, there you go. Leo Kanaka. Absolutely, you were just on the show, right? Look at that, that's a classic dare handshake. This is unheard of. I sell the way, so it's all good. Oh, yeah. Look at that, look at you with the white cock dealer. My, how the times have changed, huh? Incredible. Derek's lived here 1 week and you already positioned yourself as his nephew. So from Baltimore, and he actually came to us like a host in Baltimore. He was there visiting with Conference family and shit. So, okay. So you invite me to his parents' house, and just sit on the couch. No, take pictures of your feet. Do you keep anything? Square for the audience so they can see it. Do you keep anything in that pocket on your chest there, Leo? Just my titty. Okay. Always curious to see where it's a mint or something like that. So Leo, you were just on the show recently, right? Last week. What we find out? What do we talk about? What's the highlight of that? My ex-girlfriend's a stripper. She was sending me $200 a week to survive out here. That's funny, right? But she stopped, and I realized my son Leo also selling mushrooms, allegedly. Wow. Okay. They come on and put it off for a good year too, so gotta figure it out. Incredible. I swear to God, the mushroom dealers here in Austin and Los Angeles, yeah, really, yeah, it's great. Like everybody's a mushroom dealer. Yeah. You sell a lot of mushrooms every week. I don't have to make something crazy. An ounce. Okay. What is that from? What is an ounce from? What's the street time? Like 3 hours for 8. 8's in an hour. It's basically a live drug deal, everybody. How exciting. What other podcast gets you this? $40 a day. Only here on Kill Tony. This is straight up mushroom auction. We have voting. What do you buy? What do you mean? The mushrooms that I'm trying to help places that you can know. Buddy grows and he's very like introverted.
Wasn't all these cases mixed as well.
Mushrooms are made off giving anyway. Anyway, come on now. Where's the owl? Old man owl. That's a joke for your grandfathers if you want to get them into the show.
Right? So if you're the kind of person who maybe not some of your have a couple of right? So you say, no. Right? No. Right? So
tell us something about you that we didn't find out. Oh my goodness, did I do a nudie joke? Oh, I did it again. Although also probation for DUI. Wow. Shit. I was drinking with Chris O'Connor and Shane Gillis out fucking the goobies. Wow. My goodness. I knew you were drunk because of the names you just dropped. Shane Gillis. That's a big name. Yeah. So, what did you drink? Too much. Yeah, I know how much. Enough for Carl.
Where could she lend out after covering the time? What's the different was two. They from a season and come back. They might go again. Come back again. And שאלה כבר, שמפרישה, או שפרישה, שפרישה, she makes the net. She makes the net. I'm not going to borrow anything. I'm not going to now specifically see, know, too much. I know exactly what about it, but she makes the net. I'm not going to make my tiny, very low ceilings, and there was a dispenser. In the back, but the front, it's hard to describe, but all the smoke would stay trapped in. So I basically just didn't breathe oxygen for a couple hours. Just really as I was smoking and inhaling secondhand smoke. It really like Tony, he walked outside and took up his cigar gas and laid outside. I said, I didn't lay down. No, I didn't lay down. I remember clearly sitting on that curb, straight up. Sweating, I was sweating full face, and it was like freezing cold. It was fucking shitty Toronto. Anyway, but you blacked out. You blacked out, then you came back. Yeah, fair. Once you go black, you didn't work. Go. All right. Anyway, where the heck was I? Situations where
I've been hit with a poltergeist, a 100-year-old man has taken over my soul. So, Leo, very interesting. You have a DUI. What else? What's your love life like? So I'm single and had some friends out here since basically just staying in condom in that sleep front pocket of yours and letting the girls like the guy had the outline of a chewing tobacco. You can have an outline of a condom. A girl's gonna like this guy wants to safely full.
there you go. Say
Safe
it was like
actually the girl
so that's a
thought
young piece of
there was
like
like rings in the bus.
ultimately the husband is obligated to divorce her and they number one, how fast, how fast let's say fast motion is total.
She has a removable
If a
one.
woman goes
It's okay
out
not
and
to
exhibits
trust it.
behavior that
No,
runs against
chick's a
personally
real
the
dirty
total
you're
loss,
hanging
and
out.
it's just for divorce and also the secret.
My
Or,
God, she pulled it
oh
out
God,
and
that's
showed it
most
to you. Like,
definitely
look at this. It's
let's say
gonna stop
that's
me
the
from getting
risk
pregnant
something
tonight.
divorce, that's the
She just
risk
throws it,
that's the
just
risk.
fucking
So
throws it
now
back
you
in
should
there.
start with half of that
Just
risk.
back to where you
Let's say
belong.
that's the risk is
And just swallowing it, she would put it in there. That's
yeah,
what I
what's
just
the
said.
one that could do
I fucked a girl once that had her clit pierced with like a black house, and it was the worst. Because you always felt like you were hurting her, but it felt good. And one time a bubble came out. Shut the fuck up! I swear. She's creepy that one, she said.
They're Jewish practice. If a woman,
Red band, you're not a conventional right now. My goodness. So, when's this chick with that degree? When's the baby coming?
ما نص شيء من الأسر كل شمعت بالميزة والخوف والحذر كل ذلك
What do you think about Cleo? Any thoughts on this guy? This little bag of biscuits up here. Look at this little fucking
some
tiny little
examples
young
of the
babe.
hours. Number one, I think he doesn't try to food to see the husband.
I swear to God, Derek has lived here 1 week and Zimba knows everybody from some other city.
Look, once you look how it doesn't separate from the go. You know, guys sitting in the kayak. She makes in the garden.
Cleo, congratulations on getting up so many times in such a short period of time. And we'll see you again soon. There was Leo Canal. This is Leo.Canadian.
That's motion.
Let's have some fun. You guys ready to, you guys want a special treat, huh?
It's other lights right again, only that Paris for others.
I didn't know that had a name either. I'm learning a lot. Like, get some Trump and your shit.
Leading in the marketplace, so again, this is also
That's serious. Is that a thing that
I'm
happened?
sure
Yeah,
Michelle
like when you
says,
die,
I
you
can
shit
make Kalala
gets yourself.
low
And sometimes when you pass out, that same shit's after your brain just goes, have you done that? Yeah, I've never done it. I mean, but I've done it sober.
So again, we'll talk about that more. Right, so only person
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a special treat for you. Kiltony Granular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy famous for his incredible joke writing and roasting abilities. He's back from Los Angeles, California. Make some noise for the great and powerful Dana Lucas, everybody. Here we go. Legend killer Dana Lucas.
ultimately the neighbors can hear them. The neighbors can hear them. Okay, let's say we're discussing what exactly what this is right now. Let's look at the verse. Let's say, I really, because I just found out by the way, this bones will be doing this, but again, these categories of das Moshe and das Yehudis of Christ. So das Moshe is the Lord, das Yehudis accepted normative Jewish standard. So I'm not going to say examples of das Moshe. For example, she's transgressing the law. I'm talking about transgressing the law around it. So the first example was she's feeding him, she's feeding him food. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. If the low yada, mina yada. And if he doesn't know, how does he know? What's the case over here? In other words, if he knows that it's not high, then he's not going to eat it. If he doesn't know that it's not high, then what? Sometimes if you don't know, you just don't know. So what's the case? We can look at cheap as I'm related only to give us a piece. The also the time the hashtag sheet. No, she says, listen, you guys, she says, this was a girl.
Fucking goodness, we got a whole new podcast. You're not wearing camo tonight. You're just out there letting it all hang out.
And the Cohen went ahead and tried to focus. He's teasing Cohen in short. He says, Cohen, thank you so much for having the focus. Right, so it turns out that she liked it. She finds out that she liked that she did not try to focus. She was in that case, it becomes clear that a lot of her, so she tried to get the law. You shall not show me that. And she had to when she did that. And again, 87, that's the case. Easy, Yadaba, different.
I'm not a ginger. You can't just call all white people ginger.
If the Lord Yada, if he does not know, as I said, only
I was so offended that you called me a redhead for a second. But all these that goes to show you what we think of redheaded people in this show. Because they've just been calling me gay for years. He calls me redheaded once a week. All day long. Unacceptable. Incredible. Yeah, you look fantastic. Like it's a worship element from Ghostbusters got roasted once and for all. It was super.
I don't know that, but it's not the Safra law, Shivas Yamis, law, yes, law. Doesn't say she's got her 7 days. She's not going for herself. They tells us because it's for her. So let's say, so back to see what's the case of where the transgressing with the Amalek. Only talk on Trinity as a dog. Let's say that's the case.
Yeah, Derek Stewart is in the zone, stealing the show. Get it done, shaking hands with every comedian that comes on.
The husband happens to see that job and says, thank you so much.
What else is going on?
Says,
what area? So that people can know what you're going to move out there.
like, so it turns out that she likes the Ashton that you shop up, ultimately it turns out that, okay,
What do you do at the domain? What do you do for fun, like at the domain? Like, why would you want to live there? Yeah, oh, you want to live at the domain, Wow, look at you, doorman the domain. This guy's out here making it. So what do you think is going to happen? What's the big thing going to happen?
he saw seeing it. He said, "Look, we're like, oh, you have the video went ahead and took care of those for you. The ugly, shiny, and again, ugly, big
So you're in one with Austin, Texas. Tell us some of your favorite things that you do or that you like to document so we can keep it on home. You should go home now later in 2 weeks and so that you come back.
willfully violating physical law in line with that of your husband. I don't know. So listen, he's going married. He's going to
When you leave the kids in LA, do you like leave them like a bunch of extra food and stuff? Like just like it's like a cat when like a cat owner goes away for a while, you just leave like cheeseburgers, cider rolls. When I used to have a cat, I'd be gone for a week. I would leave 6 bowls of food and 6 things of water around the house. And then the cat was like, finally I get to eat now. Dad eats all the time.
In general, about it, it's not just in religion. Spaces, right? As long as there's a spirit of collaboration and mutual respect. In this case, in the language, she's like, well, not going to next case, the Darius in the past, wasn't used to be one. So she makes the Darius, and she does not uphold the Darius, ultimately grounds for the voice. And those
She's gonna be a big star. She's
right,
gonna do whatever she wants.
but although the Darius, finding because they also ultimately against the sin of making the Darius not putting the Darius not to tell a person children passed away. She and I,
She call you if you're her daily on the payments.
you know, allow you now. Lucky because your flesh is sin. Maybe might the other child, and also ultimately again, what are the ultimate scales? Like the ultimate vision of that honor proven herself. This is ultimately again to one. So it's like, so I'm not the shine pieces to make her.
Derek, you know, at David Lucas, you guys were just up until
a shot or the shot
pandemic, you guys were
ultimately again because of the metal of the word, or because of the love of the word, you were going to be taken away. Ultimately, it's like, I'm not even here. Okay, so it's like, well, your dad, you teach those to the rest, and the parents. Also, by the way, I just think I completely amazing. The intense, you know, because of that, ultimately, it's the dark. And does not uphold the regard.
There was a point in 2007, I was the only black guy to work It was a Cutlass Supreme.
Lots of things he does, and that is frankly in the rest of the when I asked somebody he says, yeah, before I used to see my other, next up, and words on the look, hey, therefore he says, okay, words are great. You know, I think the words only have the words are only sustained as well. If they're followed up by action.
That's true.
But if the words are just words, then ultimately, again, they never change. It is as almost as if what? My words are just
Well, David, I'm so glad that you're back in town. We have a big weekend ahead of us.
the words are first, but ultimately, again, actions are what allows the birth to be sustained. You know, so it's a
every time on the show. Here you go, it's the
right?
great
It's
David Lucas, everybody.
it's
Until
to
Tony
mind
Radio.
words when you carry something you never can do that
7 or 8 in the history of the show. That's a big one right there.
It's a profound idea.
Times.
How carefully we have to produce.
Oh, are we in for a special treat right now? So excited about this. This guy made his Kill Tony debut on the show just a couple weeks ago. We all fell in love with him because he got booked on the Dead Squad shows and other things, and he hit me on the spot. He works the security here every single week at this show here in Anton. This guy, very, very talented, lots of and energy. This is a special time. I'm excited to bring him out. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ian Townsend. Everybody. He's the guy that let you in. He signs up. Here we go. Already famous from just one appearance. Everybody loves him. Come on, one more time for Van Gogh, everybody.
His ultimate
And so I'll tell you, Phil, make some noise one time.
follow through. You promise to do somewhere, you promise to do something, you promise to accomplish something, you promise to go ahead and get some right goals in the situation, follow through. Because if I told you to see me, and I'm becoming very comfortable, that makes a lot of sense. It tells you not to follow through on that. The other is very, very important. Something to grow on my kid. And I'm teaching them all my ability to think about to make commitments because it's how it goes. That type of example is ultimately against something that social growth because we miss something certain things. So remember to write that. Steve Mark says, "Can you remember over? What's the second white line? Call your dad, you took no dice in the time. What's any more? You could like to make no dice. And dice is up all goes well. Now, this is a very scary thing. Now we've seen that the penalty for making the gun and not following through is quite intense. So what if a husband goes, really goes, like what? He's always making the gun and not following through. So what should he do? Yachsa biadiyah. You should go ahead and make another number. Like, because you're making at the end of the night, so you might get another copy of it. He's getting into the morning gun and
Ben is a security guard here at Anton. So for those of you watching the podcast, we are easily penetrable.
So thank you, this is nice welcome to go.
You're like you're almost like a young version of the Black Knight police academy.
Let her make you the darling
Because of concert, you may be making other weird noises. Is there any noise you can't make that's like a beat?
At least when you heard it, you know that you're not a fighter. So at least a lot of people said that everything on the road. It's a February. So I will say this is a perfect question.
Oh, there you go. That's
Here we're talking about a wife who was like the nice easy right
so many chances for you to mix comedy with what you do. We have a few things that you do already that are you constantly thinking of, like comedy ideas for it's like
okay, it's not a big deal. What you can do. So the Gemara says, "Yachsa b'yifosha." So you do it. You do it after she gives the soul. I'm doing it. He's going to listen to this noise. I mean, look, we end up dying up with people. You can't put this in the basket. And you say, "We need love." And I love someone else who is like, again, their marriage to work. There has to be some level of stability, predictability, and mutual respect. And at the end of the day,
what an incredible talent. I heard a rumor, Ben, and maybe I'm wrong about this. I heard a rumor that your father is a famous
it's
like
not
when you
come
guys
back
like
to this
review, it's
thing.
like,
A woman doesn't separate that oil, always constantly making you going. Ultimately, again, this comes from the water that it's finds a way to that. Hey, provoke her, make them make her running
is your
exercises,
father a
and
big
open
supporter
the
of
door.
your beatbox?
Or choose separate the comment from the go. So he doesn't really understand.
I was running some errands this week, and I went to for my first time at Antone's The
Like
Record
the dog,
Store.
like
You know, Antone's has a record
there's
store.
no marriage, not universal.
No, it's a different. There's that one that's cool, but there's another one. What is that?
Even about the daughter, or even about religion, and the answer is yes. As long as it's what? One is what? Is a mutual respect and sense of
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I went there, and to my shock, the guy working security there backed up. We drove right in, stole 10 records, walked right in. No big deal. Easy breezy.
It's not just nursing over here. It's husband's getting sneaking color, when it's like sneaking color, sneaking like fleeting color when it's like or does he have to provoke her to make it better? Doesn't work.
You're posting. What do you think about this?
It's not like it's not a partnership. You know these guys, right? So the easy that's good. This was it's not a transition. That's the way it's that was all up till now. That was all that's motion. Biblical law. What's that's good? It's easy that's good. Lots of us are good. What's the example of that's good? This is the current like the woman goes out with uncovered hair. That's a violation of that's good. It says you know lotion. Look, something there is not that's religious. Like the woman going out with uncovered hair is biblical. But I see this thing. Horror aspect can be shown. Also, it's fascinating. Reading those out. Already was a fascinating there's no response
On to the show, people are keep signing up. There's been everywhere.
Why the toilet seeks to go
Now for the great Kaylee, this back, everyone.
open in such a situation?
I don't know if I mentioned this, but the yellow rose
So
is a bad
so as part of our social YouTube for Rose Guys, so also this is what
you guys are looking for the
give us an obligation for a woman to cover.
The yellow rose,
So why? So what's the woman goes out with uncovered hair?
that's a big
This is
deal.
not a
They
violation
have a
of
world famous
that's
cheeseburger.
this is a violation of God's motion. So what's going on over here? Which you might some of these will say, post off sacrifice. Ultimately, again, you might see this. Post off sacrifice. Post is a basket. If a woman wears a basket on, I never said it was a basket. This was a basket.
Okay.
Cap outside of the way. So from the market is go all over it. It's still remember what's this called prostitution. So this is interesting. This is nice.
Here he is one more time for Vagabond, everybody.
What are you going to set for
How the hell y'all doing this shit?
again, I'm going to be giving them back to you. See that? So put your stuff on top. Then we'll say, that's Moshe, which is the dollars. But that's Moshe. But we're going to come in. We don't like so we're going to have a but with the Oresa, the basket is enough. The basket is enough. That's what it is. As I was saying, that's what it is. The basket is but when it comes to relative accepted behaviors, as we protected. Basket is not so let's say this is so you the Oresa. Just think about it by the way. What is the basket about? First, the basket we also need to have some stuff. It's a single healthy child. You might have said that some of the hair in the so let's say you the Oresa, a head covering that allows for some hair visibility to make it That's religious says that no, basket is not enough covering. She needs something that covers more. Now this like what's interesting about this discussion is no one's telling us how much. Like all I'm being told is that's Moshe in the Oresa the basket is enough. That's religious requires
Absolutely. Welcome back, Agmar. You've been on the show before. Tonight you dress like you're dropping off resumes somewhere. Goodness, I remember last time you were not dressed like this at all. I feel like you just haven't changed since Easter service today when the church. Absolutely. Welcome back, Agmar. I like your style. Very unorthodox style and movement and jokes. How long have you been doing stand-up? 3 years and a half. 3 years and a half, absolutely. And where are you originally from? San Diego, California. Okay. One of the rare black people from San Diego. Very, very rare breeds. A white man in Harlem or a Mexican in Canada. Okie dokie, is it true that you have 2 inches of foreskin? Really? So technically you're always in the hood. Agmar, have you thought about getting a late-term circumcision? You got one in Egypt? Wow. Is that why your dick's shaped like a pyramid? Look, you don't really know what his dick's shaped like. Egypt. Alright, look at you, Tony, you look good and shit. You gained a little weight. Thank you, Agmar. I love these compliments. I get to even look at some here. He calls me a fucking ginger. Gonna get a flaxy hair like an Agmar. You're talking about gaining weight. You're right, Agmar. It is true. I gained about 3 pounds since moving to Austin. I'm sorry, Tony, but I wanted to know where that nasty nigga to go in. Wait, who's that? You make it for the game a little bit?
What does she need to fulfill that obligation? So she needs
What does that mean? Not having needs, so I'm like, I'll be like, in the doorway saying you better stop. He's right there. Don't tell me to spot. Look at that. Do you have anything for this guy?
something that's you do this and that's you do this guys none of those women crisscross you gotta keep them knowing something is more expensive than again what don't I know? People know what that is. And how much more what is each other? Is there any part that can be left uncovered? So again, we're actually not going to specifically going to come up again, and here's what we know. That could be a violation of gas motion or vasculitis, ultimately that's going to be worse.
You got like three TDs and shit.
That's another example. She speaks to them, what is that deal? Sometimes you call it a joke, you use him up, because you say, what is that? So no, you need to understand the knowledge of saying that, something like this, was like, this is the homeless story. Like, remember again, a lot of people really sometimes see your arms in a way that was not normally done.
He don't got no neck, he just head and shoulders. You got the shoes on the nigga that got a monthly bus pass.
You woke the beast over there, man.
Yeah, but he's a me. It doesn't like when people make fun of him. Them pants are trying to cover. You look like if I ran out of needles and thread and shit, I just used the yarn off your head. You look like you've been 22 weeks, nigga. Get your ass out of here. You look like you constipated every motherfucking day and shit. Hey, that you look like you ain't on a liver transplant. That was the greatest thing you could have done. It's fucking woke David out of his diabetic coma. Thanks for backing me up. Tony. Absolutely. I love you.
He said it was an Arab woman, and she was. he was going there and he didn't get. And ultimately, again, the single was up the shot and went to his best. I think it was close. The single was the key, right? Cleveland had the single. She saw us coming. She broke off. She broke the single. Shut this way. She threw it. She tried to be. I'm going to leave. She said to me, hold on. How we fuck? Doesn't matter. Do me a favor and get to me. It's a real thing. Oh my God. This is exactly what I'm doing. That's a good one. A serial killer for about 10 years ago. Agamar, well, tell us something. You're such an interesting guest. I find you to be so intriguing. You have so much swagger, confidence. You have a great look. Can you take off the glasses for a second? I actually use your front pocket unlike the dweeb that was up here earlier. Agamar, what else about your life haven't we learned yet? What's another fun fact about you or your family or your upbringing or anything?
Well, I've been out of the country. I was in Egypt for about 3 years and a half, teaching English.
Okay.
And I enjoyed the Egypt women out there, you know what I'm saying? Sandy asses. And coochie was the closest thing to a camel's ass.
The coochie was the closest thing to a camel's ass. Have you seen a camel's ass?
Yes.
You lifted up the tail and looked at it?
No, they walk around. They're all around.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Give my thanks and box from all of our sponsors. We're here to thank our sponsors for the month of Irish Shaving Adam Common. To dedicating Irish Shaving and Freshness this month in honor of their Sunnyfield engagement and the memory of their parents, Jerome and Denise Common, our generous and recent great we thank Barat, Maya, and Sandy Hoffman, Zara Lima, and Abby Malami for dedicating swimming sessions this month in memory of Ruben Ben Emmanuel, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, dedicating swimming sessions this month in the exclusive of the Fush Lima, Fush Limanis, and Bas Susha, and the Bachelor is exclusive of Fush Lima for you to the Ben and thank our weekly learning sponsors, Matt and Diane Marks, Abby Burke and Rich, Washington, Alvia, Grandson, Ida, Shia, pictures in the Joy Metro Chef. We can enjoy strength as your best. As we back, let us begin. We have to lock today. Well, make something happen here.
He's gonna roast you, Red Man. You don't think it roasted me, Agamar.
Red Man looked like he got kicked off the motherfucking beach for kicking up too much sand.
Agamar, you're so
That seems like a cool thing. Red Man Budweiser does not make your ass any wiser.
oh my god. Well, not only does Agamar dress like a white man, he roasts like one too. Now you're so much fun, man. Please keep signing up. You're so interesting. I can talk to you forever.
Pipe don't crack, that's why he has to buy it.
Red Man, Red Man, you also roast like a white man.
Red Man. Red Man. What the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? I can say one more time. You would take Skipper.
Here we go.
We will discuss ultimately
Madness just said get you. And then just talk themselves.
What is that about? It's not
D Madness knew when you look like he would have roasted the shit out of you. Alright, there he goes. Agamar, everybody. There goes Agamar. Comic_club. There goes Agamar, everybody. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
D Madness just said I wouldn't even let you cut my hair. Oh my god, D Madness is a national treasure. should be like, next time he's not gonna have that same just called a bad roast again. And he's gonna roast him. I'm not necessarily roast bad.
The 180 buses are
Missing Chip, you know what I mean? And Corey is next. And Corey is next on Kill Tony. Live from Austin. Where's my Bucky stabilized tonight, huh? Where's my Intel Rancho people? Where's my HEV people? HEV all the way. Undeniable. The best grocery since 1945, HEV. If I just start reading ads and maybe look at groceries, look at Lawrence. Here it is, one more time here next comedian. This is Nick Corey, everybody. Here he is. Hey, everybody. Who likes sports movies in here? Sports movies. My least favorite part of the sports movies was the essay writing. After that, who else hated that? Right? The essay writing. Why? I don't know. My dad, he thought, oh, you can't be athletic and then you can think like an athlete, you know, and not be racist, right? Because that seems to be what the sports movies tend to be about, you know, Coach Carter, about basketball. Fuck racism, right? What was it? We are, no. Remember the Titans? Fuck racism, right? Bring it on. What was that? That was fun. Cheerleaders. Yeah, that was fun. Cheerleaders. Oh, man. I don't know. Marshall, what was that? Airplanes? I don't know. I forget. I don't know. It's a good thing for. Thank you. Fuck yeah, Nick Corey. Maybe the whole audience wish Agamar was still on stage. Nick, welcome to the show. You're absolutely adorable. How are you, man? Good. Like a year now. Okay, older than you're in Austin. So you're in Chicago right now. You're from Rhode Island. Okay, preaching it now. All right. Why do you want to live here? Actually, comedy scene is just incredible. Okay, I thought maybe you were into like coffee shops or stuff like that. I am. You do have good coffee. Yeah. What do you do for work? I work at the Chicago Tribune on their digital marketing stuff. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's all newspapers. Have you ever heard of the, what's your car? They don't know about it. Have you heard of it? Newspapers. Yeah. Ronaldo Elias. No. Get your new car. Yeah, it's got a real life engine. Yeah, I put a take in the railroad and get yourself your own independent vehicle. Train horn. Okay, so welcome to the show, Nick Corey. Tell us some interesting stuff about you. What makes you different than all the people that have been up here tonight? I mean, I really like interviewing people on the street. Just not necessarily a funny way, but just like posting up someplace. You know that no, just like hearing like what was like growing up as you, and then just kind of figure out. I don't know, I'm really big on just on the like political side, you know, just why does someone think this way, you know, like doesn't mean they're fucking stupid. It just means they grew up. And I feel like I would disagree with you on everything political. Really? Yeah. What's your, what do you think about the new Georgia voting laws in Major League Baseball moving the All-Star game? Oh, man. For those of you that don't know, to catch you up, you have to show your ID to vote in Georgia now. I'm not sure it's a little different. You think that to vote for is voting for baseball or what is this?
Discussion.
What newspaper do you use?
Therefore, if you try to diminish the
Sunday edition, I think. Okay.
And if you do that, you know,
Why are they always your shirts up? What's going on? I should not know that you and Agamar both have 2 inches of force. I'm trying to look around light, so I was wearing shorts. I didn't want to wear shorts on stage, so you grab your
now you're saying this.
they're light, they're really thin, they're a little stretchy, they're a little tight, I guess. You look like you're about to be here.
No, why? Not so much of
Do you seem like the kind of guy that's into like axe throwing or something like that, right? No, not axe throwing. I mean,
I'm using the
like
micro
what?
not to put on film.
I like hammocks, right? I've been confused for homeless a lot, and there was one time there was one time on my birthday when I put my hammock in the morning, and then I was taking it down, and then this guy running by said, "Hey, was it a nice night?"
Problem now with your marriage.
What do you mean? He thought that he thought I slept the entire night. Right? Yeah. Right. What an asshole that guy was. You were just taking it early after you nap. Right? Yeah. What's the longest that you played in a hammock? 3 hours. Yeah. It hurts afterwards, right? Yeah, no, it does. I once slept there. Yeah, I told you. I'm sure I told it on the show before. No, there was a time in which when I very first moved to Los Angeles, and I mean very first, like 19 years old, and I was living with my brother, who's a huge stoner, so we were smoking blunts, like blunts and blunts and blunts all day, every day. So I was just walking around stoned, having fun, and I had a small budget for a new bed, and we went to like a Costco or something like that, and there was a hammock for sale for like $45. I'm like, wow, if I get this $45 hammock, I'm gonna have hundreds and hundreds of extra fun. Like I give it.
You absolutely not only that, you can do slavery, you got hands in the Shiba, but you need to do it exactly. That means you need to do right. Remember that show life, life without a hundred, I said you can see the how and the six how much you can do a lot. You feel anything in this flow. You can hop on those too.
Okay, tell us the most interesting thing about your life's history, like the biggest fun fact about you. Fun fact? Yeah. Ron Jeremy vibes. Fun. Like Daniel Day-Lewis. I went to an all-guys Catholic school. Okay, all-guys Catholic school. That explains a lot. No, I love it. What was that like? Anything crazy ever happen there? Honestly, not during, but like after I graduated, there was this one teacher called Rabbi who was Jewish. And he was just putting all these principles with all these like different teachers. So one, like a French teacher, was online soliciting gay sex, and then he like posted that shit. And then same thing with like a priest, and then our principal got outed for saying on tape like that way we take care of all the N's and the K's, and that was on like yeah. What? You just shared in the cage. So black people and Jewish people, that's how we take care of. So that was like, and you had one teacher and all these other like, homosexual, like Craigslist type of stuff. And then we had a bunch of brothers, like teacher, like Christian brothers, fucking a lot of kids in the 90s. You did, yeah. My goodness, yeah, you were never a victim of any. I wasn't. No, right. You were the raper. Not the raper. Right. What's your love life like now? I'm single, but I mean, back in Chicago, I've been hanging out with different comedians. Female comedians. Yeah. You're sexually active. Not currently now, not in the past few months, but okay. And then I'm supposed to go to like a hinge date tomorrow. So, look at that. You're going on a date with a girl. Yeah, real. Okay. What do you know about her? What do you know about her? I know that she has like really kind of short hair, like in bangs that are she has normal like bangs. I mean, personally, I don't know bro out, so she seems sweet. She seems like she's into that energy woo shit. What are you gonna do with her? There's like this outdoor open mic that I'm gonna go there and then maybe hit actually you're gonna take her to you're gonna I promise you. Okay. It's outdoors. We're like some people reading like theater stuff too, like doing some acting. So this sounds so cool. They do it. It sounds bad.
It's all kids.
Oh, yeah. No, just take her to her own. Sounds good. You have money, you have a little bit of the cash. Yeah, take her to Matt's All Rancho. Get her fucking hopped up on Mexican martinis. That's not mushrooms. Yeah, what are you guys going to do? An 8-hour discussion over coffee after whatever theater performance? Sounds like it's this guy's she's not gonna watch you and like, oh my god, he's the one. She's gonna watch your comedy act and be like, oh, he's doing that, like the acting reading thing that other people do. I love bad puns. Anyway, okay, Nick, fun times. Good to have you. So much for you, everybody. He's
And I
absurd.
understand the conflict of diminishing values I'm accepting upon myself.
We haven't had a lady up here to perform all night. You guys think I should pick until we get a lady? So the only the guys left of the ladies just look back at. What? You wanna perform? Did you sign up? What's your name? Mariano. Mariano is a man's name. That's an L. What's your name? Okay, well, if you get vote first, they'll call the ladies. You okay? You're not Kyle, you're not Miles. Oh, I know Chewy. I might actually bring Chewy up here. Chewy's never been on the show. I know Chewy.
Does not rely
We could just have Kaylee perform. Jesus, Red Bear. My God, what a monster. I wish you could Kaylee a chance. Think about it. You know what, Kaylee, you get a spot at Vulcan Gas Company this coming up. She can't we got a background.
You're still now she's the guy that is. Now she can have you
Oh,
and
God.
there's a lean against the
Al
state. There's a lean
David.
against
Just
your
so
property.
David.
It
All
doesn't depend
David.
on
Mail it.
maintenance.
Comics here. All right, here we go. Your next comedian goes by the name of Gina Hyena.
That was it. You want to say now. Now remember, here's the problem. Here's the problem. That you listen just of the opinion that one. Now the also says, a husband can deliver his wife to sleep. And what?
Hi people behind me. How you
So
guys?
now the also is so concerned about safeguarding the Suba to the point that even if the husband of the Kabbalah values, you can't use the
Gina
Kabbalah.
Hyena.
And yet,
To the
you
stage.
know,
Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Gina
when you put a promotion
Hyena.
of Suba, but of course requires the right to consent. The country of using the consent.
I'm single.
Over here, we don't want the South.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm really scraping the fucking bottom of the
Right,
barrel
just like that.
because I actually matched with a full-time magician on this the other day. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Full-time magician. His name is Magic Mark. You should check him out. Thank you very much. Very confident full-time magician. Because before our first date, he texted me and he was like, hey, just so you know, I'm only looking for something casual. And I was like, yeah, bro, I got that from magician. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you think I called my friends and family? I was like, found them guys. He's the one. Can't wait for the money. There's gonna be fucking dope. But the way he said it was, he was like, I just wanted to be honest. I don't want to lead you down a deceptive path. And I was like, bro, isn't that your fucking job? Like magic is just
She could say
gaslighting.
no. She could say I don't want to. And here she's allowed.
I'm still gonna fuck him now.
Because
he's got face tattoos and I'm stupid.
She has everything.
Looks like a sexy ass doodleberry. Can't wait. Because I'm gonna blow him and I'm gonna be like, did you finish? And he's gonna be like,
what is it going to be worth
shit,
at the
I
time
like
of
your
the
ear.
It's the husband boy really reliable. That's what it is.
That's a good joke. Hell yeah. Thank you. Wow. Very fun. Welcome to the show, Gina.
Thanks for having me.
How long you been on comedy for?
1
Got
year.
married
1
to a
year.
half of
Perfect.
the
Over
time.
here in
Here
Texas.
goes Subasa.
Started in Texas, lost my job
They
right
lost
before
their
COVID, and now I'm back in New York.
Okay. You live in New York City.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. You still live there. You're happy there?
She's
I'm
the
happy
predator.
now.
So every just like any other show,
This month we got
right?
coffee cups back.
Ultimately,
It's a
Predator,
lot better.
Ultimate,
Yeah, it's a lot better. They're seeing it all over the internet. Everybody's having fun. There's a lot of crap though in New York, and it's like blowing the fuck up. Where it's like kind of out of control. It's Los Angeles. It's fun. Yeah, I miss it. Where are you originally from, Gina?
So
Originally born outside Western Mass, a lot of heroin. Yeah, all my friends are dead. So I lived in New York for 10 years. And then I decided to switch it up. Came to Texas, started comedy here. I got fired for being a homeless man. And
What? You get fired from the Yellow Rose or the Red Rose?
no, I was actually good. It's fun. It's a fun story because I was getting neurosurgeries when I
Oh, you were doing brain surgeries?
spinal surgery.
Wow, that's incredible. How long did you study that for?
Forever. I was in school for, until last year or so, taking grad courses.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a behavioral degree, neuroscience, biology.
My goodness, that's incredible. Does it really match your look?
Yeah, I realized that
You're like a good student, and no one says bad
Yeah.
baby.
Is it an emergency?
I realized I was spending all this money on grad school, and I was like, nobody fucking cares, so I bought tits.
Fascinating.
Like, I was like, I'm retired 10 fucking years ago.
Okay, how much did that cost? Just out of curiosity.
Listen, guys,
It's
you gotta think about it. This
no,
doesn't have to be today or tomorrow.
right hand at this
Sure,
20K Whataburger to get those
I just said to them, I'm not about it. I said, I'm not knocking on the floor.
It's way cheaper than that.
I said, listen, God, I'm not going to say I love talking there. What's not going to lose the opinion? But I'm not going to say you don't have students, you lost those.
They're my retirement
I'm sorry.
plan.
No, I'm not talking about love for America. You see those stuff. The awesome stuff. Not the
Yeah,
focus
yeah,
on
because
back
your
in
mom
case.
appears to
Zero
be
cost of
a
love. Well,
small
nice
C.
to see
Yeah,
that on the
right.
news.
Is that my
The rest
correct?
is the two
Did you
important
buy
pieces that I love
Did you buy
about
gummy
it.
bears?
Number one.
Did you buy gummy
Number
bears
one.
or anything to go with the
I
class?
went to Sealand. I can't remember. Yeah, like, I'm a neurosensory. Let's talk about my tits. But, no, I'm not sailing because if they break, you don't get, like, any injuries to, like, your body. You just
I also imagine that you got seasoned med
You
school as well.
You know what? I
It's a report card joke, everybody. For those of you that missed it,
I got a C in Orgo, which is actually great.
Orgo, is that where you make the things with paper, like the birds and stuff? Yes.
Absolutely. And what's
Orgo?
organic chemistry?
Yeah, that seems hard, yeah. Chemistry. Chemistry is like a real test.
I love when I start getting some type of
Through,
confusion.
Yeah, and then I looked around the room and I was like, nobody here is funny or hot, so I just buy chicks and had somebody else do my else.
100%. And has that been working for you? You're single?
I'm fucking a magician, so it hasn't worked out.
So you really are fucking a magician? Is that true?
That's a true story.
Oh, shit.
And I didn't want to. I was like, I'm gonna do the joke about him, but I'm not gonna make it about him. And here we are.
Have you ever seen him like perform at one of his shows?
What's up, big dog? What's up, big dog? What'd you say? What are you talking about? What's quant V? It makes your game smooth? I don't know what quant V is, big man. Okay, I'm actually doing something right now. So maybe I can look at it at another time. Is that okay?
That's okay. That actually doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because just like in Exuba, at any given moment, there might not be enough money in the state to settle. It's all of you. So a husband giving a wife a check for Exuba amount could be a good step measure in the event that she can't find access to the document. That allows them to continue to live together. And again, plugs the hole ultimately until the people has to raise their So let's ask about it. Kiosar Gimi, Amr Shalom Ben Bazi, Amr Yoshua Ben Ligi, Mishum Bar Kafka. Machlokis Betila. So this is very interesting. The machlokis between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yossi, right? That ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda says that Allah for the nice stuff. That remember, I was saying to clear machlokis. Rabbi Meir is not part of this machlokis because Rabbi Meir holds essentially you can't diminish the sukkah. You can't diminish the sukkah. You can't touch the value. My focus is Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda. Namely, Rabbi Yossi holds that you can do it even verbally. Rabbi Yehuda holds that you can do it, but it's got to be done in writing. So now says the Gemara that Machlokas between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda, Machlokas betila is only in the beginning. Now we don't know what the beginning is yet. So the self, the Biblia call it but at the end, then everyone agrees that she cannot go ahead and forgive part of it. So let's say first wide line, 57, when Zion in the back. Rabbi Yochanan says, they resume Machlokas. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, it's a Machlokas, both Betila and Basot. I will say, we don't know yet what Betila and Basot means. I'm going to be about the evening question with Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yaval said, I heard in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, the I'm of Rabbi Yeshua and Levi Lo Palkin of Adam. So let's say, so in reality, I heard that this is not Rabbi Yaval. I heard that Rabbi Yochanan are not really arguing. How so? My big tefillah to Rabbi Yeshua. What's ultimately again the tefillah that Rabbi Yeshua is talking about? Tefillah's football. It's talking about the beginning of the football. My sof, what's the sof? Sof biyah. So if you look at the end of the first act of biyah, if he, Anna, being the Zutim is Machlokas in the sense that they argue in both cases, both in Tefillah and Besot, and we're using different definitions. Tefillah's chobal, my definition of Tefillah is the beginning of the chobal. The sof chobal. And I said the sof. So thank you. So at the end of the chobal, the Havi Tefillah's biyah, which is the beginning of biyah. And I will say, because again, remember, the marital progression, ultimately, you're going to sofa and then biyah. Yasirab and Amrishim and Hazar Yishum Bakava, Machlokas and Basof. The Machlokas is only the end. Once I remember again, you now effectively cut Rabbi Meir out of this picture. Because remember again, Rabbi Meir is saying that you can't make this food. If you try to do so, it doesn't work. And you can use the road level of cognitive commitment to the marriage. This Machlokas sounds like most of the the question is, how can you can diminish? How can you diminish that verbally that you do the only writing, and that is enough progress as to what is the reason of
So like the next time it's gonna be really interesting.
the next one. The Gemara says, so I'm not sure about the other show, maybe you should back out, but my focus is that's what my focus is going to be everyone agrees in the beginning, she has the ability to forgive some type of pursuit. Yochanan says, and
he was like, call me Delta Fox Shrub. He blew that fucking guy up too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then I found out he had been in the military for 9 years.
Yeah, he's having flashbacks. Yeah, the turtle like her brother. True story, took Fort Bunker, really, yeah. Wow. Yeah, so well, the two guys before that used to hit me for Delta Fox. That was a good question, John. He's just asked, was it a black dude because a white Bronco is a famous black man's car, O.J. Simpson? Yeah, that's the first red flag. Delta didn't get by, was he black? No? Have you ever met with a black man? No, yet. Oh, look at that. Oh, surprise. So, I think she wants you to tip her eyebrows.
But the Yochanan and the Rishon is so how about Arena? That the Yochanan and the Rishon is I would have thought that they are arguing. But in your love, my soft love is ultimately what the soul of having is referring to the end of the football. You might give up what's the beginning, you want to believe, you like to be up. My connection, I know what is it. Let's talk about the Lord. If you say, I'm the right, I'm the best. And if you say, I'm the right, I'm the best. Teach us that if you have a right and argue, you're more likely arguing on the same side or disagree on your own personal positions. And that's the screen about what another some is like, I don't know about this, but just to kind of sum this up. So we might try to sum it up because it's hard. We just see what I'm doing to do this for them. We come up with going to reject this entire premise. So this is so essentially what this whole mathematics was cutting out the immediate clicks. I've got the OC like you about the ability to make part of the OC, you can even do it verbally. But you can always do it right. What's the math load? Yes. What's the math load? Yes. My focus is physical individual output. Physical individual. That's what my focus is. What's the level of this? How do you pass that up to yourself? You pass that up everywhere. What's the mission to be watching up around that? Rambam says the real person is kind of things a lot of us. Is not immer mit großen Liebe zu Gott. Und ich kasse lo Masai und mehr Liebe zu Gott. Ich kasse lo schon Kabo mehr Tag für Tag. Die Liebe des Kabo. So let's give it on the and then it's hugging it's exciting this is right. So he's not going to hear the first people. I know you're a girl, so I told you to and I'm going to give you a hundred. Or she writes to the seat. Right? My husband gave me 20 euros. I'm sorry. Right? My husband gave me my husband gave me and I gave him back 100. So either way, in other words, either they're reaching an agreement that she's going to settle on Cuba for 100. She's like, she gets up to the 200, and she wants to see that I'll go to Rambam asking to know what. Rambam asking to know such a view. But a focus, the Sulam Masayim, who are another Leo, already be less than last two. To come here, to sign up for the show, I made friends with him when I did crowd work one night at a stand-up show in San Antonio. I did crowd work on this guy. He was funny. He responded funny. We had fun. We hung out afterwards. We went golfing a few weeks ago. I got from a random audience member at one of my shows to golfing with me. He's so likable, so cool. I can't wait to see what he does up here. For the first time in Kiltony history, make some noise for my pal, Chewy. It's Chewy, everybody. He's pumping his fist. He's excited. Hell yeah. I do believe this is his first set ever. How about you guys give him a big welcome? It's my friend Chewy, everybody. Says the Mishnah, what's the last one? Says the Mishnah. No food is foolish to listen to. So listen, you actually got to this at the beginning of Gam Shahad of the beginning of Sudas. That begins up with the no food is foolish to listen to this. We should cover about Faris Asats. No food is foolish. So remember, here's the timeline. Here's Ruben and Rachel and Eris. Right? So Ruben gives Rachel and Now you Irison, so let's say after Irison, we not go ahead and say things to the left. I remember Irison so the next thing I have to do versus now what happens? Now we just say to Rachel, okay, Rachel, let's get married. From the moment that we went to Rachel, let's get married. She is 12 months.
Wow, I don't think you're allowed to call them a grass anymore. That's proof that Chewy drove 4 or 5 hours from the middle of Texas to be here tonight. For all my Iraq friends out there, Derek, what do you think about just
What the fuck is the ghetto side and then the gangster side?
Oh no, it's
These friends and coaches and bands.
Chewy's about to be the first person in the show's history to get murdered by the band up here.
That starts the clock. And now has 12 months to get this stuff ready.
Chewy's referencing our Mexican friend, Michael
That's his
Gonzalez.
number
He's
two
on
session for the
vacation
year
in
to talk
Hawaii.
about. After
It's very rare when someone's more racist on the show than they were at the golf
so
course.
let's say, so ultimately, again, so the student is going to see that when we got married for the first time,
I've never seen anyone be completely nice and normal on the golf course. Just come here. Wait, the water was my good rat sack. Just fucking gangsters. They're on the club too. I love it, Chewy. Tell us about you. This is your first time doing stand-up, right? First time ever. Chewy the new ace. I love it.
This is
Welcome,
after
Chewy. And
after
how old are you? Tell us
Irrison happens, right? No display. Now, after Irrison, like we said, let's put it away. Let's make the date. The moment that's the definition of like tough ugliness. So there's Irrison, and then tough ugliness. That's not ugliness. Right? We should cover her back. We should cover that. I want to get married. I know it sounds stupid. I want to plan the wedding. So from the moment she says I want to plan the wedding, she has 12 months now to get ready for the wedding. The finances have to match. She knows so you stuff the same that we give her. Alright? Most of the finances have flow. We give the man time to go ahead and get ready for the wedding. We'll say, let's say, no, let's play out. You think that's everything is left over, fine. Now what happens? 2 weeks later, he says, okay, I want to have planned wedding. She said, how do you leave? Right, wasn't expecting that one. Right, so I said, so again, 2 weeks. Now, why is let's say, so look at that. The finest slow to start to see the football. That was that remember.
Chewy's out here. Are you the magician? Chewy, tell us something very interesting about your life or your history. We'd be shocked to know about you.
Because the assumption is much more preparation needed for it. I'm on a social media, I'm on any different years. So that's so again. I just want to be clear on the trend of it. So piece number 1 is the personality. Ruben does Avis. The clock, the 12-month clock does not start with Avis. The 12-month clock starts when? I will say one word. Cover. What does cover mean? Ruben says it up, and again, I really want to do that now. I want to have the wedding something. The moment he says that, 12 months clock reveals. He gets 12 months, which means even if one of the parties doesn't use 12 months to be married, the other one is entitled to 12 months. That's piece 1. Case 2. Ruben's married Rachel. Rachel's been married. We're seeing she's a widow. She's now same case. Ruben does everything with Rachel. Massive. Now, I'm ready to try. I want to get married. I want to get married to the other. And this is what I'm on. Show me 30 days. Only 30 days. Like I said, why is it about the success of technology about that? I'm not going to go. So if the reference case after you got some shit like you to the other. Like I said, it's because I'm have been married therefore what? They already have many accessories.
Some of these hood rats are
They
shit
have
like
the
that.
tools, they have this stuff already. So because of that, we're ready to get married to most people. Good, so therefore I'm not only get 7 years. He gives my release because we've seen all of this before. So it says, now let's say, either case, we have a lot of time passes. So let's say, now let's say again, first marriage, 6 years first marriage. Here's my rough out, part of it, this is because let's get married, final time starts 12 months. 12 months cut. He gives like a little issue, and they get married. So for some reason, the wedding didn't happen. So it's a really slow. This really slow. Let's say that now we are not ready to get married. Okay, you show up. Now let's run it with you. You don't have any and let's say again, question doesn't do this type of let's say you get the card. How much too much? So the fact says, He's not looking to support her.
It's like so right. Like, what?
Chewy, I love it, man. And you're around here, you're visiting for you, you've stayed in Austin. Destroying, right? Right. And you have what, a 5-hour drive, is that right? Yeah. Straight west. Straight west. Yeah, straight west. I love it. You have a truck? Yeah. What kind of truck do you have? Chevy Silverado? Goddamn right it is. Goddamn right. Every one of these fucking guys out here is a Chevy Silverado. Those of you just listening, if you live anywhere else around the world, Chewy, I don't think you know this. You're a racist, dude. This is,
I don't know. Also said she should have this job. Thank you. She said she can listen, let's say against these people here.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Again, Jeremiah from Los Angeles, California. He's got a baby on the way.
Well,
Still
so
talking about
here's
that.
also said she should listen about she should
All right,
listen
Chewy.
to
Well, you're just
let's
such
say
a
again,
good soul.
she
You're
has
so
6 months.
likable.
Remember again, you've been
I'm glad that you got to have your first time. This is something you've been signing up for multiple times. I'm glad we got it out of your system. How do you think it's going to be something you're going to do again?
So let's get married. Let's get married. You know what happens?
I'm going to
6
get
months
Chewy,
into 12
everybody.
months, she passes away.
On
So now
social
she
media,
should show us love. She should show us love.
CHUYMESKIN.
Christian, so the nice thing now was like, as year goes by, 6 months later, and that's 6 months later for you, but ultimately, they're going to have for myself, even though you said what happens after 12 months, but after 12 months, support as a student, and I'm going to got it.
You beat the shit out of it. This is
about especially in the effort. So let's say,
less
so
than
even
2 years
though, let's say
ago.
again, it was 12 months minus 1 day,
2 decades of
then we
improvisational
go.
background and
Now
changes
she's
been
waiting for
dreaming
you
being a
for
stand-up
shit.
comedian.
So now
We
it's
saw
like
about a year and a half ago on Kill Tony, fell in love with a
if
beta regular. He writes and performs a brand new edit every week since then. A new resident of Austin, Texas, makes some noise for the great Michael Blair.
She's not even sure. It's like they're going to see. If you touch the same the only time, and I use that just to be true, but is when 12 months. Now, the husband has not been restored with her husband. In other words, but any time that there's a disruption, let's say Ruben dies, and that's really illegal. Even though now, a full year has elapsed, that year will not allow us to continue. Again, we'll discuss why all of this is. So this is pretty short. This is why we wish whether days and shut off paying on the subsequent days instead of certain days, subsequent days instead, all of this is negated. And you show as well as consumer action is coming. What's like now what's going to see is all of this wasn't an issue. The subsequent moving of the things was a lot of myself was really only when once she goes into it. And there's no such thing as people can start changing their lives. And I want to be clear. This second generation of Holocaust does not change the fact that after 12 months of innocence, like after 12 months of cover, of let's get married, husbands doesn't marry how it doesn't mean the fact that what? The support was what does the second meaning change? Does not give you the support for. What doesn't she get? What doesn't she get? She was the only to receive once she was given so it's a surrender. We don't know what does. We don't know the meaning of the ritual that after innocence, when the husband comes and says to his wife, like again, really comes to up and he says, okay, let's find out what he tells you. How do you know that actually has a fear to protect? Where do we get that from? So we get that. Let's see, those are the parts of the I saw.
Michael Lair is back, doing twice as long as every other comedian, 4 times longer than one of the comedians tonight. Incredible set. He's fresh off of being clean from the coronavirus. Callback for Michael Clare. By the way, Michael, I think I saw last episode. Everyone was very concerned, very nervous because you really made almost It's true. But coronavirus.
Ultimately, in the city of
What's double It seems very confident. Very depressing Sunday afternoon, waiting for this backup food from the refrigerator. I'm just kidding. He eats it before the main sandwich. Michael Lair. Why are you I've never seen you laughing yourself after a joke like that before. I've watched you hundreds of times at this point, and I've never seen you enjoy a joke that much. Are you talking to someone specifically? I'm telling you, after a week off, due to the coronavirus and a rough week, I just want to say that, Michael Eric, before we got Yellow Rose and Red Rose as a sponsor, we went to the Yellow Rose. Yeah, this is on February 13th, by the way, and he sent us a text message. Yeah, and his text message says, seriously, I quit everything, y'all. Because Yellow Rose is all I've ever wanted.
The minor feeling itself is that I don't want to get
He
married.
literally told us he was retiring because he went to the Yellow Rose. Because he was just planning on spending the rest of his money there. Again, this is definitely during the months-long cocaine bender that he went on. Again, he retired from doing what he loves to stay in the Yellow Rose at one point. He sent us this at what time was it? And he said this. Fuck, I just realized I pissed all over myself in a stall in the Yellow Rose. I ruined everything nice. Wow. These are real text messages from Michael Laird.
Watch the audio. After all, if the girl is good to go, and the girl is good to go,
Michael Laird is back, everybody!
right? So she says, I'm okay, right?
Michael Laird got called for everything, and Michael Laird, whoa, look at that drawing for Ryan J. Eagle and Shitty Redman and Derek
My brother does
Cole.
not know
All the
what
way down to the details of the baseball cap on that.
Everything's
Everything's available at RyanJEagle.com. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh? For those of you listening to the podcast, make sure you follow the band. These guys are unbelievable. I'm gonna begin for John Dees. Follow him on social media, John Keys, all one word, JONKEYZ. On guitar, Pat Mueling, everyone. And Mutation, MUEHTATION. I'm gonna begin for Dean Madness, everybody. And on the drums, Daniel Watson. Daniel Watson, D-Watts, DWATC323. Him and Matt Mueling on guitar in a band together called Frogger. And that's the band, the Fix Vodka Hill Tony Band. Fix Vodka, the alkaline vodka. Literally the best vodka that you can buy for those of you that drink vodka. I've been making screwdrivers lately to cure my hangovers using Fix Vodka when I have stomach acid. It's really good for that. Yeah, I just like it because it's just a nice clean buzz. Hey, I have a show every week at Vodka Gas Company this week. We have it on a Wednesday, but as you can tell, two of the people on the show are going to be there. And also, I can say it now, maybe William Montgomery. So, guys, how loud can this place get from my guest? His first time as a guest on the show, Derek Wilson, everyone. He's got a great podcast. It's called Spoil the Beans. Listen to it. Follow him on social media at DERICQUSTON. One word here. Fun times, man.
The most fun time. To every comic listener, man, it's serious, but bro, just keep going. I will be working this show. I was a door guy. Working this show, being like, man, I'm gonna be on that motherfucking show. And then 3 years later, bro, I'm on that motherfucking show. So I'm going. I'm telling you, right?
And Derek's on the show also, so come see him kick ass. He tells you to keep going, but also with the keep going, it also needs to write hard, work hard, think about this all the time. By the way, he has like one of the best podcasts ever. He does it with his crew, Sam, and it's amazing. You have to check it out. Follow it on social media, all one word, Spoil the Beans. I absolutely love this guy. Like I said earlier, he's the future. You're gonna remember you found him here. Oh, and how can I forget? We ate tonight by the amazing food of CM's Smokehouse. Thanks to our friend Yoni at Best Barbecue Show. Absolutely incredible. They're going to be with us for 500 at Caramel on Thursday. Unbelievable dude. If you guys haven't had a chance yet, check out CM's Smokehouse at Golden Creek. Is that right?
should be pleased to see is because I'll understand.
Golden Acres, that's right. I got a Martin Creek, Golden Acres, blah blah, fucking farmland bullshit.
And ultimately,
But their place is unbelievable, an unbelievable setup, incredible food. And let's look at the art from Chris Rogers' art tonight. He did it in person. That's a real treat of the Undertaker. Austin resident, he drew that while you all sat there doing absolutely nothing. It's a real joy of the Undertaker. It's like every one of his arcades as it might be for sale. Brent's with the Undertaker now, no big deal. I did Rogan's podcast with him, but haven't we all? You know what I mean? Thank you, audience, so much for coming out. Austin has become our new home. It feels like home. We love you guys so much. Thank you, night, everybody.
I'm working on myself. Getting ready. So ultimately, husband says, let's get married. There's 1 year from now. Mama, 30 days. You're not going to introduce yourself to his mother. All of these conversations with girls, who want to be getting married, is nada. Fascinating. What is it? How many different photos? That's what we start over here today. We're going to pick up with the meeting for again tomorrow. And that's what we're going to have today's day. I'm going to take this to everyone. Good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors. Today's sponsors are our third sponsors for the month on Foreign Catholic College, an honor for the grandchildren, and we all grow up to the themselves, and they have the whole of them. The filming is sponsored in the book for Philip Plano, for Yehuda Bamika, the son of our brother Sherman, and my sister Kovac, and as a reminder, he's making a gift this morning back to the 725. These are learning is sponsored by Gail and Steger. Again, Mazel Tov from Peter Weinberg, the Mitzvah, Mazel Tov from Bobby and Jackson. The filming today is sponsored by Senator Kozlovsky and the entire Kozlovsky family. The sponsor today's doc is the report for successful surgery for and for report plan for the spouse, father, and grandfather, while Central and Russell, the University surgery this morning, made the foot of Paul Fisher's father, Aryeh Guevara, who was instrumental in starting our spiritual yomi, lead to a field clinic about Fisher, as well as the Uber of recent Kovac, Roadway Show, starting the school. Indeed, the Swiss Thank you for our official Today's stop is stop Lamed Vav. We are going to be picking up on stop Lamed K on the base from two dots. Tanur Abbas, Rabbanon, Arayis, Restream.
Fuck yeah, what's up, Austin? Make some noise. We're here. We're doing this
Mark
shit.
begins as follows.
It's
Tanur
Monday
Rabbanon,
night. It's the place to be. It's
our
Friday.
Rabbanon Kodas, Arayos,
Flash.
Restream,
How
Larayos.
exciting. You guys
Means
ready for a great night
Arayos,
tonight or
forbidden
what?
relationships, and secondary
Yeah, French
forbidden
off.
relationships. We're
Wild
not going to
episode
define that
500
just yet,
of the
because
Paramount
the Mark
Theater.
will define
Very,
that
very
very soon.
exciting to be
But
back
any of
home
those
at
relationships, the
Antone's.
person is Ma'anis,
Hell yeah. Feels good in
Ma'afate.
here.
Ma'anis
For the band,
literally
everybody, you
means
just
person
heard it.
forces
Thunder
this
and
woman
lightning,
into a
the big
relationship.
spot that
Ma'afate
killed Tony
is a
Band.
case of seduction, where a person seduces a woman into a relationship.
Fix fun.
Halacha is lo ein lahem, lo knas, lo pita. The general rule is that these gossips, these crimes, these penalties are only relevant to a person who is a trua, and therefore, in these cases, as well, these cases are forbidden relationships. In these cases, halacha is there is no knas, there is no pita. Now, just a word of note with regard to the term "ein lahem lo knas, lo pita," almost all of these shunners are bothered by the description "ein lahem lo knas, lo pita," because there's two different things. Knas and both the
First
owners,
time in a long
the
time
girl who
getting
was forced
Ryan J
on
out
the
to
process,
Texas.
the
The first
relationship
time
here
here at
to
Antone's.
convince
Hey,
the
good tooling artist. We have
there's
Chris Rogers
knas.
art right there. So that's
Pito is the description of the action. So
It's
instead,
an
"ein lahem lo knas, lo pita,"
Ryan
it
J
means to
has
say there's no
official
fine,
posters
no
for
penalty,
episode 500
and no
at the Paramount
pita.
Theater. That's a
So the Rishonim will talk about it.
super painting of all the old
But again,
paintings and a
if
new
you look at
painting.
Tosfos
It's
over here,
crazy.
he
You gotta
points
see
out
it.
this
He
Tikara
has it for
below
sale along with
owners.
brand new Kiltony
You
coloring
show
books. You can get
Pito
them after the
Ignami.
show by finding
But
Ryan
again,
J.
I don't want to get
How
into the
fucking
answer
cool is that? He's here, everybody. Or you can get him online,
because she goes in so many
RyanJGold.com.
different directions.
Hell
But
yeah.
let's just
This is
understand
gonna be a banger tonight. I'm so excited about it. But
point.
before we
Gemara
start,
needs
here's
to
a little
say
bit about the
that
amazing
there's no
sponsors
knas
that
for
made
both
tonight's
those
episode
people.
available for you right now for free here.
Whether it's Ones
I don't know
or
what it's
it
like
was
where
the
you
case,
live,
the issue is
but lawns are a hard thing to take care of. Austin
Islandess,
here just went
Islandess
through
is
a
a
ton
girl
of wild weather
who is
this week.
determined
We're
she
talking
can't have
hail,
any
tons of
children.
rain,
In
this and
law,
that. Taking care
look
of your
knas,
lawn
lo pita.
isn't
Again,
always easy.
if
There's
someone's
brown
Ma'anis
spots, bare
or if someone's
patches,
a
those
father,
pesky
there's no fine.
weeds, and
Hayotse
nothing
Yishub
grows.
Semra,
See
the
your
girl
lawn thrive
who
this
goes
spring
out
with your
because of the
own
terrible
custom
name
lawn
that's
care
said about
plan
her
from
dream,
Sunday.
that it was said
Sunday
about
is more
her.
than just a lawn
Her
care
husband
product.
married
It
her,
is a
they got
custom
married,
lawn
and
care
they
plan
engaged
with a
in a
variety of ways
relationship
to
on
help
the
you
first
grow a
night,
beautiful
and
lawn,
he
control
claimed that
weeds, and
she
remove
was
pests. They take
not
out all
a
the
Tua
guesswork
as
and
she was supposed to be,
unwanted
and
chemicals
therefore
so
she
you
had
can
to
grow
leave
a
the marriage.
beautiful lawn
Now,
that's
if
better
for
for
someone
people,
who's Ma'anis,
pets,
in fact,
and
of
the
that
planet
girl,
with
there
Sunday
is no
Red
knas.
You just
Now we want to
use
ask
this
the
on your
question.
brand new lawn.
Yeah, it's my first lawn. I've never
My
had a lawn
Arayos,
before. It's a
tonight,
fun
Shnius
hobby. When I
Arayos.
moved in, my lawn had not been taken care of for a few
Let's
months,
skip
and there was dead grass. There was places where there
That's
was no
my
grass,
Enes.
and tons of weed. I put in my address
Let's
on
go back.
somebody's website, and they used
Arayos.
data to find
Shnius
exactly how
Arayos. Nobody
big my
pointed out to
lawn
me.
is. And they
Arayos.
sent me,
Shnius
based on
Arayos.
my
Within
location,
relationships, there is no
exactly what my
knas.
lawn needed.
Ein lahem lo knas, lo pita. I'm in my Enes. Okay, so in my Enes, ein la lo knas, lo pita. I knew I skipped something because this morning when I learned this, I had a conference on this, and I looked it up in the Rishonim, and I saw that everyone was saying that question, and therefore they brought
It's
sacred
amazing
messages.
so far.
So I was
It's
going through the
incredible.
Gemara,
This is
I was thinking, how can I
technology
come to that question?
helping
The
people
reason
with
is
lawns.
because I
Now,
skipped
we've
it.
seen it with other
What's
things
in my
before.
NS?
Hose mates, this
My
and
NS
that.
is somebody, a girl whose father or brother married her off. Now, luckily, they're allowed to marry her off because
Sunday
she's
makes
and
taking
in the
care of
NS
lawn
is a
easier
woman
than
who
ever.
says,
Just go to
I don't want to
Sunday.com,
see
you
who
put in
walks
your
out.
home address,
She
your
slows
free
down
lawn
tonight.
analysis takes
Because
care of
Allah
the
is,
rest. They use climate
if
data to
somebody
create a
is
tailored nutrient
Ma'anis,
plan so you
or
get all the
someone
stuff
who's
your lawn
talking to
needs
that girl,
nothing in
Allah
no.
is, there is
You
no knas. Now,
absolutely will
the problem over here is,
love it.
and Tosfos can ask the
Everything
question on
is
the
waiting
page,
in your door when you need it. When
if
you
she
go
was
to
in the
Sunday,
NS, by
very, very
definition,
good stuff.
it means she was married.
Best of all, it
Right?
works.
She was married.
And your grass will look
Now, if she
better
was
than
married,
It only
the
takes
assumption
like
is
15 minutes. You know,
that
I'm
she did
working on
things
it
the
all
married
day,
people
and
do,
everything's
and therefore
super
she has the
easy.
silver. So
incredible.
why do you have
On
to
Sunday,
say
take the
she's
guesswork
not,
out of growing a
that
greener,
there's
more
no knas
beautiful lawn
because
this
she's in the
spring?
NS?
Visit
That's just an
getsunday.com/Ken
external detail which
to
is
get
describing
$20 off
that
your
she's not a
custom
silver.
lawn plan. plan at checkout.
So the Rishon,
That's $20
almost all
off
the
your
Rishon over
custom
there, just
plan at
looking in the
kidsunday.com/.
Because Rashi, because Ramban, because the Rishon, I'm just going to quote one of the Rashi as well. I'm just quote one of the explanations from the Rishon to explain this. Make it more sense. And again, there's never different approaches to this. And the Rosh writes, near Lefare, Mima Enes, She'ansa Baal. Who is the one who forced her into this relationship? Was her own husband. Opita Osa, or he seduced her, Hosa Onedet Pasta Pogami. The Fukti by case, where he himself was the one who was married. So again, that's the thing. The finish is that there is no knot even in those cases. Allah says, "In the knot, the piece of the Amina, even Shemiana, is loy losses for her." You don't say that the thing over here is that when she walks out, storms into marriage, it doesn't indicate that retroactively they were never married. Again, it's going to go in many different directions. Some say it's about a case where they never engaged in intimate relations. Why? She was a Kitana, and it was known that she had the ability to walk out of the marriage at any point in time, so therefore it didn't invest all that much in the marriage. But again, there's so many different approaches. But again, the simple understanding is that since she is in the Ma'enes, she's no longer a Mesula, and then we start going into the direct. Put you right tomorrow again. And the Ma'enes ain't look not Slapita. Islanders, girl who can't touch children, ain't look not Slapita. Now it's a girl who cannot have children, there's no Knaf Slapita. What happens to the Islanders is a girl who skips the stage of marriage. Remember the part is called Elu Na'ra. Because we're describing girls who reach that stage of marriage. So that, Allah is, girl starts off, and then she goes through approximately 6-month period of Nairus, and then she reaches this period of Bulgaria. This Paris is referring to a girl between that 6-month period, which is approximately 12 and a half. Now, Islanders is a girl who does not develop the signs between the adults. So she skips that whole stage of being an Ira, and therefore she's not going to be a relative. She goes straight from being a Katana, being the Bulgaria, and skips the stage of Naira.
We all have very distinct voices. Yeah, we do.
The next case was how you accept this Shemra is the girl who goes out of the marriage, who exits the marriage because of Shemra, because her husband discovered as on the first time that they're intimate, that they unfortunately Mizana Paka, that he spreads the word about her that she was Mizana during the marriage, and she leaves the marriage as a result of it. Now we're going to ask the question, Maya Rayos, Maya Shnias Larayos. What are these arayos, these forbidden relationships, and what are the secondary ones? Mark, if you're going to suggest we're going to the top of line 12 on the Aleph now. Arayos means arayos mamis, and as Rashi says, Hanapurish Fatimos. In other words, the ones that are written in the puzzle. And sneos, what are sneos? Because it's so friend, they are relationships that are forbidden, but they're only forbidden with Rabbanan. And Rashi says to go in emo, like a grandmother, or an oven, grandmother from both sides. Now, of course, it's like obvious. These cases I'm not talking about where a person is Mahanes, the grandmother, because the grandmother is not going to be an Ira. And we know the halacha is all these halachas are only relevant when somebody who is in Sula. The grandmother, by definition, can't be in Sula. Rashi is just pointing out examples of somebody who would be a riot in the Rabbanan. It doesn't mean that these cases are talking about a grandmother.
You guys probably know how it works. If not, they get pulled out of a bucket.
Gemara says if you're going to suggest that Sneos Larayos means they are secondary prohibitions because they are midrabanan, hold on a second. Even if the midoraisa chazalay, from the Torah's perspective, they can stay married Amai Ela Knaf. Remember, beginning of the parak, we explained that the criteria for the being a knaf, the being a financial penalty, is that you could technically fulfill the pasuk of Velosia Leisha. That if somebody engages in this relationship with this girl, one of the penalties are that he should actually have to pick her up and marry her and stay with her for the rest of his life. This is what he did to her. Now, if you're not allowed to marry her, so then you'd be exempt. Now here, in the case of Arias Tigrabanan, technically, from the Doraisa perspective, from the Torah perspective, you can marry. Because there's no issue to this relationship. They're not related. They're allowed to stay married. So therefore, he would be eligible for a class. So with the Chachamim then go ahead and say, hold on a second, but according to us, this is a right, so that we shouldn't get class. Now, why would want to do that? We would not make it Takana, they would make us use the money. The Gemara says, Ella Arayos, it must be, yeah, even the Raisa Kazale, am I in the class? Why would they get class? Much as Ella Arayos, and we use the word Arayos, we're describing Kayave Nisos a relationship that would be punishable by death in a court of case. In other words, in this world. Sneos, what are Sneos? Those are relationships that are Kayave creatures that basically can't perform to death for, but person's highest cause for engaging in that relationship. However, Kayave Lavi is also possibly the Raisa of Yeshla and Knas. There is a Knas. In other words, Sneos is described. Both Sneos and Arias are describing relationships that are awesome with the rights. They're always awesome with the rights. But Hayave Lavin, that's where the exclusion is. That's where the exclusion is. Money, who's the thing is following? Simon Atimni. Remember Simon Atimni. And that what did he say? He said that you don't actually have to have, the criteria is not that you're allowed to stay married to the woman. The criteria is that if you married her, the marriage would work. Now, it might be you have to work for afterwards for the relationship, but technically the institution would work, and that's true by Chayav Ilav. Because the army that those who say Arayos is Chayav Mitzvah, the Chayav Krisos and both and Chayav Krisos. What are Sneos? Sneos is Chayav Ilavin. What are Chayav Ilavin? Describing Nani, Sneos, and Asili. That's the opinion on the test. So it's reading Sneos, and he said the criteria is that you actually have to be able to be rooted in time. Not only to marriage work, but also that you be the time you could stay married. Okay. Then the line goes on. Anima'enes, again, is a Katana, a young girl, who is married off by her father or by her brother, and she is the Ma'enes, she refuses the marriage, she walks out. What it says, if a person is Na'ane, or Mefakis, person forces this girl, violates her against her will, forces, this is what Allah says, ain't look now. In the look past for people, there is no penalty, no financial penalty. Hold on. It seems like what you're pointing out is that she's a Memanis. In other words, that is the key point. The fact that she's Memanis. Now, who is the Memanis? Who does this describe? This explains the Katana, a young girl to be married off in the circumstance. So this deal. What we would derive from there is that it's only because she's in the Ma'anak, and that's why there's no class. But Katana Ba'ama, it's there. If she was a Katana who is not a Ma'anak, then there would be a yes, but if a Ma'anak is only someone who is a Katana, and you're choosing to highlight the fact that she is in a Ma'anak, she's refusing the marriage, then that must be the point. Because if that wasn't the point, then just say there's no class for a Katana. Now it must be meant for a Katana, which is not. But for a Ma'anak, there isn't. Money, who's the view that they follow? Rabbanon, the Marshal Moshe, Rabbanon, the Amri, the Tani, the class. You must follow the view of the Rabbanon who say that yes, our heart is supposed to be married, but Alien Harris only comes to exclude someone who's older than a married. The fine is not relevant to an adult, to a Bulgarian, but it's relevant to both a Naira and a Katana, to both a young girl under the age of 12 and a girl under the age of 12.
Okay.
The problem says the Gemara is that true.
That's absolutely
That our Brisa both that there is a knas for a katana in the safety to the end of this. Islanders, a girl can't have children. Ain't no low knas, no people. There's no knas and no people. That's how it's opinion of Rameir. The Amar, katana in the knas. In other words, what's the reason why an Ireland doesn't get a knas? It's because he has no stage of marriage, as we described. In other words, the problem with an Islander, with a girl who can't have children is, we don't care about the community, it's pure parable that can't have children, but that's not relevant to the fact. The relevance is it does not have the halachic stage of fertility of Naira. It doesn't go into that period of being a Naira. In other words, the problem with an Islander, the reason why she doesn't get a knas is because she skips the stage of being a Naira. Now, what does that clearly indicate? It indicates that the stage beforehand, which is being a katana, and the stage afterwards, which is being a Bulgaria, both are ineligible for the financial penalty. So that clearly indicates that it's only a Naira who gets the knas. That's clearly indicating the mayor. So how can it be that from one line to the next, the author of this price changes from the Chachamim to Rabbi Meir? More says, Reisha Rabbanan, the same for Meir. We have one statement, one brisa, one memra, which begins with Rabbanan, and then it just switches automatically beginning from Rabbanan to Meir. The feet and to Meiri, maybe you would suggest that the whole thing is Rabbi Meir. And there's an external opinion mixing over here, which is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. What is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda? That's an outside opinion, which is that a Minaenas can actually be a Naira. That is that the period which you can throw out of the marriage extends even to being a Naira. In other words, we don't need to go ahead and make a deal that is the opposite of a Minaenas. In other words, the people would have been the mayor follows the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda that indeed he can walk out as a Naira. Problem is, that's not true. We need some of us to be actually all like that. But Tanya worked to the right side must say Habas from the NS until what stage can a girl be not a she's thrown out of this marriage? Until she brings 2 years of maturity, and that is the period of being a Naira, to be Rabbi Meir. It can never be Meir. The other, who this one disagrees and says, I'm here, but Safra Lava, I'm going to go to that figure and I can drop complicated. We're referring to the Rambam, ultimately describes the more of an advanced stage of maturity. But clearly, the one who's arguing with Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi Meir. And he says that the stages are becoming Naira. He is close to becoming a Naira. Once you become a Naira, no one's going to deal. So therefore, we cannot have that price of being Rabbi Meir and including the opinion of Yehuda because that news for you. The Meir doesn't agree with Rabbi Yehuda.
Okay, here we go.
Ella, it must be Rabbi Yehuda. It must be that the entire price is Rabbi Yehuda. The Ketana Savar Lakrame. And he follows the opinion of Rabbi Meir that a Ketana, there is no knas. And therefore, there's no knas by elements. In other words, we're going to just say that this case of the NS is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda, which is referring to the period of even Iris, because of that Yehuda. But when it comes to this one particular halacha over here, by Ketana Savala Kramer, well, the Kramer is different. Okay, we need Savala. Is that true? Amar, Yehuda Amarav, who's the name of Rabbi Meir? This opinion follows the opinion of Rabbi Meir. In these says it's true that this price was actually said for Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda violate. Why are we specifying only that it's the opinion of Rabbi Meir as in the opinion of Yehuda as well? In other words, don't say Rabbi Meir says Yehuda there, Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda doesn't agree with this. So just to point out, look at Sarkis. That's the use of Yehuda there. Doesn't go through a number of different things, but ultimately, Sarkis' question is, you have to list everybody. In other words, you want to highlight them as the mayor. You have to list the opinion of Yehuda as well. Doesn't say it's directly very interested. Says no. You don't need to list everybody who agrees. Because you can probably find hundreds of minorities who agree. However, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda almost always disagree with each other. That's what he says. Now, when he says Rabbi Yehuda supports Rabbi Meir, that is the cloud Tachtanim, the Pligi Allah, who will help you in each of the locales, probably the name of the Rabbi Meir Rabbi Yehuda. Since it's almost always assumed that when Rabbi Meir says something, the Yehuda is going to disagree, therefore, to find a case where they actually have the same opinion, I like that. Say it, let us know about it. Simply because I guess there's something within that Yehuda disagrees. So if they're going to agree, point to that. But again, it's not necessary to list everybody who agrees every time you listen to this. In other words, we're still stuck. We don't have anybody who can be the author of this brisa where it's going to be consistent. Where it says, Haitana Sovelos, your mayor, the public apologize. You know, this is, again, probably some kind of experience kind of. You don't know who it is who wrote this brisa. But what he was doing was, he was following the opinion of the mayor in one case, using another case, therefore it's not just the author of the brisa changing from one half to the next. But the Tana, the external Tana who wrote the brisa, he follows the difference. Rafam Amar, Magdana Enes, Rafam says something fascinating. When it says in the Enes, it doesn't actually mean a girl who was married off by her father and walked out. It just means somebody who's at the age that if she would have been married off by her father, she could have walked out. Who is that? That is the Ketana. The Gemara says, okay, so why call her an Imaenek? List the Ketana. Don't beat around the bush. Just call her a child. You don't know what you're talking about. Why do you have to call her a Imaenek? And then I have to review the whole Masechta of Yevamos. Remember who Imaenek is. And then say, oh, you know what? There's two different opinions of when she can walk out. Is she Rabbi Meir? Is she Yehuda? Is she Ketana? Is she an error? Oh, you know what? All I meant was that she was Ketana. So you know, tell us Ketana. You know what the Gemara answers? What does the Gemara mean when it says Ketana? You know,
like 10-hour shifts.
Gemara says Kasha. Gemara says Tiyuka means we have completely obliterated it. In other words, you have to be correct. Kasha is a very good question, but we're still going to stick with that answer because there are a variety of explanations. And I saw the Rishon actually remember explanation. But Tosis over here actually addresses it, and it says in Komako, Tosis for this week's comment, Kasha says, in Komako is coming, Nami Island of the Amir, Dr. Chicana, she gave the Maris. In other words, Tosis is going to explain that there are some conditions that you find out of the fact that it's calling from the Ma'anet, but it's calling for a Kana, similar to something. I don't know. Again, bottom line is, the Gemara is not exactly comparison from the answer of Rafa. The Gemara is saying, there's a technical difficulty over here. We're not going to deal with it right now. But
what's he shaped like? Is he a big guy or?
Where it goes on. It says, Islanders, an Islanders in the local national. Islanders, again, is a girl champion. Children, she skips the stage of Islanders. Where it says, hold on, for a minute. What's the problem? We're steering. Why? If we have another price which says, Harashat, Shota, Harashat is, you get Shota, and a girl who's insane, Islandess, and Islandess, girl who can't understand. Yeshlan Knash, Yeshlan kind of there we have very clear. It says, Yeshlan Knash. There clearly is the statement over here that there's a Knash. We have a Sira. Why are you asking this question? Already there. The first one, It refers to the opinion of the mayor. What does he say? He says, Shekana did not get a knas. And therefore, an island is not get a knas, but the skips is named being a naira. The other opinion is like the Rabbana that we mentioned a few minutes ago. That is of the opinion that a Shekana does have a knas. So in other words, it's not a stira. You can only ask a stira if you have someone's name attached to a vice. The fact you have two different vices doesn't indicate there's a stira. There's different authors to the vice. So well, the word is not a stira. We started off with the vice at the beginning it says, Aaron does have. Now we're quoting a vice that says Aaron does have a knas. That is not a contradiction. It's just two different opinions. Where it says, Karila, my Karila. This is such a good answer to the stira. What would you even think when you ask the question? When you answer it on the vice, why was that even a problem? Why did you even think to ask that as a question? Mar says, the truth is, we weren't really so much motivated by the fact that it was a stira with regards to this islandess. Rather, we were motivated to the islay Lemira Afiti order. There's really another much stronger question you asked that, which is, Akaresh has Shosha Abogera, Akaresh that you, Shosha. Someone who is the same Abogera, and an adult, the girl is an adult, Nikas H. The girl who was Nikas H, she lost her pursuit not by way of the Bia, but rather by way of herself. Abraham kind of there are no kind of in other words, the person who marries any of these girls and discovers on the first night of marriage that she is not a pursuer, however, if he cannot go ahead and take her to basin and claim that he wants out because she's not a pursuer. In other words, we should have understood that there's a very real possibility that any of these girls are not going to be a pursuer. Going to explain all these cases that we go through. But the problem is, it says clearly, Abraham kind of pursuing. If we go just a few lines up on Pareshes and Shota, the Yeshua kind of pursuing. In other words, the issue that we're struggling with over here is not really the issue of whether or not there's a knot for someone who violates her. The problem is, we seem to have a zero about the fact can a person go to Pastors and claim that I married this girl under the pretense that she was a Yeshua, and I discovered after marriage that she wasn't. One seems to say, in one place that a Harasha should have used, there are kind of Pesulim. Same thing is true with Sota, that there are kind of Pesulim. And here it indicates very clearly, Harasha and Sota, along with the list of Bulgarians in this case, there are no kind of Pesulim. So which one is it? One goes on. Speaking about islanders, and yes, the sometimes Pesulim, a Suma, wine girl, about islanders, and a girl who can't just the Yetzirah kind of Pesulim. The person decides to marry any of these women. Allah is, you can't take it to basement if he discovers that there are no Pesulim. So the Somer, Sumta says, the Summa Mayor, Suma, Kainla, kind of Pesulim. A person marries a blind girl, then you cannot take it to basement after the marriage. It's claiming she did not have the soon, she should assume that she does not have a soon. We'll get this from the debate. Now, get it down here. When it comes to Harasha, that's you, to the Shota. Are there kind of Pesulim or not? Or it says in the Shesha Kokasha, Harav and Gabriel, the Harav Yeshua. Remember, in the last paragraph, we had extensive discussions about whether or not the girl is believed to give an explanation about when she engaged in this relationship and she lost her. And the girl says that there are attorney that I'm not after me did Eris I was violated by somebody against my will, if you believe or not. If the will says yes, Yeshua says over here on the Chaim, you do not believe. So this Gemara, ultimately, these two verses are going according to a different thing. The verses that says, Yesh Lahem Kan Pesulim, is following the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua that she is not believed, and therefore, if you have a marriage by taking Rabbi Yeshua, she's not believed to say it happens. Meaning that says that there's a long time Pesulim, there's following the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua that she is believed. So hold on a second. said to me, Amr just understood Rabbi Gamliel, maybe the only time we've heard. Rabbi Gamliel says that she's Me'emenes, Kefa, Yitzchak, Tzana, Ihi. That's only when she actually voices her opinion and says, yes, true that I'm not a Basula, but that's because I can explain it to you. After Erison, I had this unfortunate circumstance that I was forced into this relationship. I hate to look upon it, Ihi, in the case where she does not say anything. It's on its way. And you tell me that you're going to believe her that she was violated against her will after Erison didn't say anything? In other words, the will says the Gemara is only relevant if he speaks up and says, I was violated after we did Erison. So the Gemara will believe. Here's the thing. She's not claiming that she was violated after Erison. Gemara says, yes, sin. Even though Gamliel Mehana, sin, Gamliel gives her a valid claim that she would be believed for if she would say it. Going through in a case like this, if she's a haressa, she can't speak. Or if she's a shota, she doesn't have enough dash, enough depth of understanding to be able to come up with a claim. Stop, you're going to provide your voice to the voice. The basis actually is going to make a claim on her behalf. Even though she says nothing, the basis will say, you know what, it must be that she was violated after Erison, and therefore, they're going to believe her for that claim. It's actually made, make a case for her, and the opinion says, Yeshua has still with the Yehuda, yes, not believe. The opinion that says, Amos has to do something with the will, even though she doesn't actually make the claim, and make the claim on her behalf. I'm running out of time, but this is actually fascinating video to determine when is it that a basis will lead a person on to make it. No, when it comes to stomach, children, orphans, the lost of parents, there's a concept called communion love. The basis is really just giving the best possible claim to help them in this case. In this case, it's not a yachting. This is somebody who's unfortunately in a bad circumstance because doesn't know what to say, doesn't have enough depth of understanding his abilities. So the basis of his claim is a fine line that's walked where the Dayanim actually lead people on. If he claims he goes too far to be as right as Arke HaDayanim, which is really corrupt judges. So again, there's a fine line to walk. Clearly, this is one of the cases where you say, stop thinking relay, because this way, you're being clear. Stop thinking relay means be a voice for the voice. This case is one of the cases here. You reference harassment. The shofar not able to speak and stuffed in your cheeks right now. We all want to know is it coin? Some people actually verbalize what the rights are, and therefore we do with hunger. We want to know what is in those cheeks. Well, continue. A Bulgaris, ain't law, kind of pursuit. A Bulgaris, an adult girl, person marries her and discovers that she's not a basula, then halach. So she can't twist the base and say, hold on a second, I married this girl with the pretension that she's a basula. She's not. She should have assumed that she would not be a basula and be married. So I said, hold on a second. Rav said, Bulgaris knows from law, Laila Halitha. We give her the first night for who we got to. What does that mean? Halacha is, according to 27, it's not actually how we know it. Dam Nida and Dam Ziva make a woman Kamea, and she has to go to the mikvah. While a woman is Kamea, she's obviously a fool in the Bible. But Dam Nida is Dam Nida, and Dam Ziva is Dam Ziva, which is menstrual bleeding. Dam Sulin, for all intents and purposes, let's call it Dam Mak. Because that blood that comes out when a woman is penetrated for the first time is not Dam Nida. And therefore, it should not be Mutame. Gemara says when a person marries a Bulgaria, the entire first night that they're married, any blood that comes out, they're just going to use that as Dam Sul. Now, Lamaisa, the way we know it now, the way the concept is that not only are Dam Sulim Mutame, But even if we don't necessarily see blood, but if there is a Gemara, we assume there is blood. So we're very mafner on this Mahalacha. But from the strict point of the Mishnah, what's saying is that a Bogara, the first night, any blood which was found, we completely excuse it as Dam Basur. In other words, we don't even suspect that it's Dam, because it's so prevalent that there's going to be blood that will come out on the first night. So therefore, for a Bogara, all blood that comes out on the first night is immediately excused as Dam Basur, and it's no problem with Nida or Zika. What does that clearly say? It clearly seems to indicate that we expect it to be Basura as a Bogara. The Gemara says, yes, you're right. Even if the time was done in, if the claim is a claim of blood of an act. You're right. After the night skin on, what do we say? In other words, if he claimed that there was no blood, he would be believed because we expect there to be blood. However, what are we talking about over here? Which I tell him he's not claiming that he didn't find blood. And actually says, it's down here, but not in New Chilgo. In other words, here's the thing attention. Didn't pay attention to the blood. In other words, his claim is they have to find blood. He says, I don't know. Anyway, that's his claim. His claim is that the Pesach was open too much. Which is like you saw in that Pesach was too much. There wasn't enough resistance. And therefore, that's his claim. When it comes to that being the claim, the Gemara says, that's not a good thing. I know why, because her body matured already. As her body matured, it's very possible that her body matured enough to the point where there was much less resistance. In other words, what we're coming out from here is the Bogara, we expect her to still have Dam Basurim, so we don't expect there to be resistance. And therefore, if his claim is I didn't find any blood, that you believe.
That's Aquarius. How was Rain's birthday?
I got a cookie. I want to cupcake. They had cupcakes. We got one big piece and I get a little chicken wings and ate that. And I want to get a little cookie. I got a cookie. Hey, what's good? She'll get the time at the bouncy house. Got her a swing set already put up.
Excellent. What kind of cookie? What kind of cookie? Like a sugar cookie. Okay.
No, it was like a sugar cookie. It was just like one little, like those little cookies with a little pink icing or blue or whatever. Yeah. Cool.
I got you. Excellent.
Yeah. I just wanted some of your cookies. I was letting the kids get the cupcakes first and see if I was good. I was like, you know what? I'm like, it's good first. Cupcake first. I was trying to let the kids get their stuff first.
Absolutely. What kind of cupcakes did they have?
Just like little yellow, whatever little cupcake with the little icing on it.
Okay, excellent.
Pink, yellow, white.
That's cute. Excellent. Did she have a good? I was gonna say. Yeah. Usually there's some kind of issue that arises at that age.
So if indeed,
she's going right to get her stuff back, so she didn't want it too long. She wanted that little
trauma that affects her basula would be something that would be known about. So in a row, she can't see it. That's so happening. Therefore, being our lima.
Yeah, you're right.
How many children were there? Oh, it was a big party. How many? Okay, and how many adults? Okay, I mean, it's just an estimate. Yeah, excellent.
And I'm saying, hey, Come on, come to party. Come on, take a first class party.
I didn't need exact figures. I just wanted to know if it was a small party or a big party. No, that's a pretty big party. They had a bouncy house and, you know, like 30 people total. That's big. Excellent. Okay, Miss Aquarius, I did something. I don't know if you'll like it. I thought about it a lot though. All right, so nothing crazy. Just yeah. Yeah, but you see, they weren't living up to their highest what's the word? Their highest opportunity, or they weren't living their full life because they were muted in here. So what I did, but look at all of the radio stations now. Look how many there are. And I want you to go into every single one of them and tell me which one you like the most. There's all kinds of stuff. So I want you to go into them.
Which one should I go in that I haven't been in?
Go into all of them. Just check them out. They're all different.
I've been to some. I've been to those people. Oh, yeah, Loki lady.
Yeah, I created that one just for you, Miss Aquarius.
There's a rumor about her.
I know that's moving. They still going.
Don't listen to gossip. Because a rumor went out. Just because there's a rumor that went out, this girl's Mizana, doesn't have anybody's business. That doesn't actually turn her into a zona just because people are talking about it. You have to have a little bit more evidence than that. In fact, there's a rumor. Gemara says, Ella, the Asu Beitrei, two people came from Amri, lived in Tukul.
Test.
Tavat Nihi Ibisura. What are we talking about? We're talking about a case where two people say, we don't just have a rumor that this girl is Mizan. We were approached by this girl. She asked us for znos. In other words, we know that she was soliciting znos, and therefore we say, we'll get to that in a second. And there's the Kavasoha parallel case here, why the star is. The also they trade to it came for Amri, and they said, who? Amr Lahu Zaifu. This guy came over to us and asked us if we can falsely sign on this guy. So in other words, it's much stronger evidence that she was Mizan. Why? Because she approached us, asking us for znos. Or the forger of the star approached us and asked us to sign falsely. It comes to someone being Mizana. All right, you know what the reality is? That she'll find something. There are enough people out there. She goes to solicit people. For znos, she'll find somebody because there are enough fruits out there. But Elahacha, in books that call you struggle, is what's it doing? People have really have nothing to gain of signing on a star falsely. Just think of it like, all right, so a person finding himself tempted to fall prey to someone who's soliciting them for znos. Why would someone sign a star falsely? For what reason? What is the game? Gemara says that we don't actually assume people sign a star falsely. Rather, Hashanami Kings from the Hadar Zayufe. Since he's looking for people to help him forge the star, Amar Zayufe Zayufikas. If he went so far to go public and tell people, you know what? Could you please help me forge the star? If he doesn't find anybody, you know what he'll do? He'll do the whole thing himself. You don't need help with it. You can write this star, you can forge people's signatures. But again, when it comes to znos, you actually have to have another party involved. So therefore, the fact that there are fruits in this world, there are enough fruits in this world who are willing to go along with it, and therefore, so we say that Yatzallah Shem Ra, what it means is not just that there was some type of rumor floating around that she went around and asked people for. That there's a rumor going around that she had this. Rather, when you're talking about a girl who was Motzi Allah Shem Ra, it's talking about a girl who there is evidence, there is aidless, there are testimony that she went around soliciting people for.
And you got nice music.
Yes, I do. I thought you'd like it.
First
Yes, I did. The Lucky lady is mine, lucky girl is mine, and lucky girl is mine. You can't have them.
All right, Miss Aquarius. And there's all kinds of cool. There's all kinds of cool cozy music in there, and dreamy music, and sleepy music, and now I do my best to keep an eye on them. Like the bots that I got, they're pretty consistent, but sometimes they just have some kind of error. I don't know why, and they need to be brought.
This one.
You know, so this one's just a dog.
Where's this one in here?
It's just a dog, and I have that one in there just in case we all get booted. You know, this call's been going for like 4,800 hours, which is a yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So this.
What is the green dot? They just stay in here?
Yeah, I just got it in
They
here.
don't do nothing?
It can do things. Yeah, no, it can do a lot of stuff.
Huh. Then you got it in here just in case you had it.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly like music, and I like the music that I like the music that they play, but it's like the word it becomes too much when other people are trying to talk.
Right.
And the word I was trying to think of previously for lo-fi boy and lo-fi girl, they weren't living up to their highest potential. They were just in here muted. So now they're living to their highest potential. Right. So hopefully they you know, people enjoy them, but we got a lot of them, and they're not super easy. Okay, so why don't you do that? Now that's a real idea. Okay, so why don't you do that?
Just make
It can do whatever you want.
You got so much to do in here.
Yes, ma'am. We got music. Absolutely. So go. Yeah. So go create your account.
You're just talking about a case. We don't want to be caught in this girl. She's held captive.
Do you know how to do it?
The person who's going to violate is going to get out of a knas. In other words, when it comes to knas, usually says, all right, we'll still give her the knas.
Weren't you gonna get like Aquarius butterfly or something? No, I do like it. I don't know if you'll be able to get it, but I do like it. If you don't get it, then we'll come up with something else.
Okay, we'll have to stop here at 6:45. But everyone have a wonderful day. Again,
you should be able to get like Miss Butterfly Aquarius. That should be available. Whatever one you like. Okay, which one do I like more? Well, I like Miss Aquarius the most because I know that one and have. Yeah, numbers are kind of lame. You could do that, put a dot in front of it. Now, I have Rabbi Rothschild as well, just regularly, no dot, but the reason why I have the dot is a strategic advantage in different servers along with the exclamation point, if you use that, then the servers many times organize by name alphabetically. And if you put one of those characters at the beginning, you're automatically at the top, which means more people see you, which means that you can promote yourself a little bit better.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So maybe you should do Miss Aquarius. Then that one will be always at the top.
Okay, we do that. Mom? Mom? Where's that my granddaddy? It could be my granddaddy in here. Moving. Let's see. Let's see, y'all. Let's see. Papa, is that you in here? We're back home. I love you. Everything is okay, okay? I love you and I miss you. All right. I thought that was him. Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am. I'm right here.
I had to make sure that was
I
had talked about it. Because it's more harder for me because I was in there with him and everything and he was right next to me, you know, and I just forget it's more harder for me to sit, but you was up there like I was. So it's more harder for me. I got to it's taking me longer to adjust.
Miss Aquarius, you're doing great.
I have my mom, I miss him, and I miss him.
Revivification technology, Miss Aquarius. You might be able to get him back someday. Reunite him with Virginia and have everything that you ever wanted. You never know. You're a young lady.
I remember what the how we went to Wayne's birthday when she turned one, and Grandpa was with us. And we drove him out over my uncle house. You remember that, Grandpa?
I was not in your life at that time.
Yeah, I thought you was.
No, we've known each other about a year, and Rain turned 3 today.
Yeah, she was one. She was one, and Grandpa was with us.
I know, Miss Aquarius. That was 2 years ago, and we've known each other 1 year. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you just got to be strong. Have you had your nap today? Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, absolutely. Well, then that means you need to take your nap. And why don't you create... Miss Aquarius, come on. Come on. Time to be a big girl. All right, Miss Aquarius. But first, you got to create your new account. Make your account first.
Make your account.
I gotta get another email. I gotta get another email.
Okay, we'll go create a Gmail account.
Oh, it may be. Oh, I can do some other ones. Oh, I can do some other ones. Yeah. Just these. I gotta delete.
Miss Aquarius, when I go viral, something that we're going to add to all social media platforms is the ability to limit what you see based on age. I don't want to see anybody who's not at least 20, and all these apps keep pushing people like it's really sad. They keep pushing young people to adults, and I don't want that. And I know that I wouldn't want that as a parent. And I'm on TikTok. I'm on TikTok, and um, it's like I think that they should make a rule. I don't understand why they don't, and I know you agree with me. So there should be a function within, let's say, Discord or TikTok or Instagram that says, "Don't show me any children." You can do that on Tinder, or like you can say, "Don't show me anybody over a certain age." So I don't understand why they don't do. I don't understand why they don't do that on social media. Every single time I send an invite to this Discord, it always says before it, "Please join only if you're an adult." And if you join this Discord from a yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. Hold that thought, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold the thought, okay? Okay.
Would not have testified on 51. And Allah promised that there would be no form of testimony. Okay, so what's like, so interestingly enough, the Gemara wants to highlight some halachas, this halachas, yet the Gemara challenges these halachas and telling us we can't necessarily derive it from the story. And I say, if we're going to see further, we will see the fact because of the eight asset diet is an interesting tested idea. But I will point out to myself is that Allah Ta'ala said the one piece that we absolutely do walk away with is if Dayanim recognize the signatures, there is no need for additional testing. That is Allah Ta'ala, and that is incredibly important as well. So again, the only time we're going to need witnesses to testify to the evidence.
There's bridges.
Can you recognize it? Blessed by the Abraham, the eight master God, the Abba is one of them. I was telling over this concept that an eight can morph into a diamond. Which I was saying, if you think about it, is a profound idea. Right? From eight could become a diamond. So he was in East, they were Safar Rabbi Abba, so Safar is the question of the Abba, he said, La'ush, no Shavayim Bezdin. So also, I asked the question from the Sabbath. This is his case. Let's say three people saw the moon. The moon gazed. And all people obviously says three people saw the moon. And the three people who saw the moon also happened to be a gaze. So what's the halacha? So let's remember again. We need a basin to be must have this distinguish. In general, the sanctify of the new month, we need two things. We need two witnesses who saw the new moon, and we need to give over their testimony in front of the basin. So now, interesting. You know, funny happening here. You have three people who happen to be a basin, saw the new moon together. So what should we do? Here we go. So the undershine here should have been Israeli. So what happens? Two of the three essentially act as the witnesses. They act as the witnesses. Two of the two separate kind of they become witnesses. They add on two more two more judges. We are even different, and ultimately again they give their testimony. No rule for Kudash and Kudash. When after the two give the testimony, then the three plus when they give it. We want out the new days are constituted of the one earlier diamond and two additional diamond. So then the new days is the same, it's no Kudash and Kudash. The new month is
wow, that was really nice. Citation liquefy ideal.
He said that if I get a massive diamond, but if you hold, then if it becomes a diamond, you are going to have. Why do you use the process? So let's remember again, just let's review. The process in Rosh Hashanah is you have a base thing that seems to be they sort together.
I'm back.
Excellent.
A base that's been sorting them together. Now,
I just got on a new streaming platform that basically has no rules on it, and people have already been really mean to me, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. No, it's a lot of. It's not. I don't think anything you'd like. But the reason why I stream on there is because they archive footage, and that's important to me.
What is the name of it?
It's called BitChute. And the first person who commented on my stream told me to, I'm going to spell it because I don't want to set off any censors. They said Kill and then a space and then YOURSELF. Like, what a warm welcome to the platform. But that's okay. I've got thick skin. I've been streaming my life online for long enough that I certainly understand it. I think it's fun. So I was just saying this, Aquarius, that I think that social media, I really think that teens should not be on social media. I've like come to that conclusion. Or if they are, they should only be amongst other teens. They should not be around adults. That's just not what I think that's not good for either side. They see what the adults are doing and think that's normal behavior, especially online. My computer froze. Miss Aquarius, my computer froze. My computer froze. What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
I thought I heard mine, and I did hear it. But I don't know if I heard the first time or the I don't know. I heard of Let's see. What do you mean? What do you mean physical trait?
You're asking what does physical traits mean?
Okay. Can I let people know to find me?
What do you think? So you need a couple of different things. You need there's not
That was mine. I have to restart my device. I like the one that you currently have, but you need to make it different. I know. It has to be different.
I didn't do that. Rona, so she did a little, and she gave me that. I have to find something else. Find me one, Red Eye.
Oh, come on. That's on you right now. I'm restarting my computer.
I know you're excited. Goodbye.
Get out of here.
Goodbye.
Miss Aquarius. I like it. I like your current one. I love it.
Goodbye.
Okay, well, you go have a good day. We're good. We're good. Don't worry. Don't worry. All right, Miss.
And another thing I don't like,
What's that?
Go ahead and certify your documents.
Somebody left.
Yeah, that's my other account. What don't you like?
No, JC left.
It would be bad.
If y'all don't get JC back right now.
Miss Aquarius, what's up with all your demands? Give me a profile picture. Bring back J-Ski. You sound like Rain. You sound like Rain and that 1-year-old fairy godmother. All right, let's send him a message.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay. You playing the game. You playing the game.
And that's your certification.
Okay, I got it.
Brandon's there.
Did you see your name? Did you see the look at that server name? Just look at the channel name. Did you see it? Look at the channel name in your other
It says your name, Brandon. So the one that you're
It
in,
says your name, Brandon.
it says Brandon Ace channel. Brandon, the one that you have that says Brandon Alexander 0788. Do you see that one says Brandon A?
Yeah.
There you go. So it's, whenever you go in there, it'll say your name.
Yeah, because I'm about to do it.
And Brandon,
I got so many.
Brandon, did you see all the music channels below? Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you should check them out whenever you have time.
Okay, so.
No, not that one. That one's fine. But no, below, you see 24/7 radio stations, and it says ambient music and Asian music and bossa music and classical music. Do you see that? Yeah, those are all individual music stations. So if you ever want to listen to different music, you can there.
How do you create my channel? How do you create my channel?
It's below the create. It's below the join to create voice channel. I did that last night. For right now, but not always. Sometimes some people join. Sometimes people join yours. I joined it about 10 minutes ago with one of my other accounts.
I just joined them too. I joined them too. I got another account.
Yeah, Brandon. Yes, yes,
I know,
yes,
but
sir.
I don't have like y'all. I'm making a move He's so excited. Look at he's so my favorite.
I know. I appreciate that.
You like it? Where I can see it?
For what?
Make it bigger.
What am I for? Oh yeah, I can see.
Also, so remember again,
Do you like it? Really?
Yes. Is that person? Did they have their hair up?
Yes.
Yeah.
It says Aquarius.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
There's a chew on your Aquarius thing. There's a chew on your Aquarius thing. Put that as my word. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, soccer here?
Yes, sir.
So what do the devices say? It shouldn't let you know it's not true as long as
I do that whenever it comes on.
Brandon, when I go viral, you're going to work for one of those major companies and you're going to be a producer and you're going to tell them exactly all the TV shows that they should have, especially for sports. Yes, you do.
And you're from NBA? And you're from NBA?
Yes, sir. Wasn't it Thursday? Yeah, wasn't it on? Yeah, and they're all going now, right?
Yeah. Where you miss the course now? I'm right here. I'm just Hey, Brandon. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. Hi. Hey, you can't see me. Hi, Brandon. I miss you. Oh, the cameras? What about the cameras? Oh, the cameras? What about the cameras? On YouTube, traffic cameras. What do you say, Rilla?
The traffic cameras on YouTube?
Are you talking about when you be thinking you want to go to sleep? You just do sounds for sleep or like window view. That's what that's gotta do. Window view. Yeah. That's what that's gotta do. Window view. I do window view in this go. Yeah, window view real city side. And they got different ones and just go down. And you right there.
To go ahead and engage in this process.
Do you miss Aquarius? Do you like the Kentucky Derby?
I love it. I wish I could go there. I gotta find me a wick from Red Spring.
You're
doing this spend a lot of money. Spend a lot of money on a lot of money.
And my uncle them stay by a horse store. And my uncle them stay by a horse store.
I'm talking about the horse. The way you check the garbage.
So what is she gonna be
Too big.
One moment, I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna see him too.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. You want to play something? So where about something? We got a computer too. I can't wait to get me a computer.
Certification, then sooner or later you will be believed. That's how I do this staff. And I love my license certification.
See, Rabbi, can see, Rabbi, see?
If however the certification is already
Oh, so cute.
we no longer accept even if she is like why?
How are you explaining to us?
There's no gift.
How are you explaining to us?
You see, Rabbi? See, Rabbi?
I don't know if you can hear me. Just one moment.
Oh, you got to.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Let's see your dog.
Now I got to see how to get it up there. Now I got to see. Let's see how do I get in here. Let's see how do I get in here.
Huh? What you say?
Let's see your dogs. Yeah. Oh, look how sweet. Look how sweet. Look how sweet. What's your dog's name?
My name is Princess.
Oh, well, hello, Princess. You're adorable. Princess is so sweet. Princess is so sweet. Hello. Hello. Hello to all Brandon's pets.
That's my dad at the
Hello.
He passed away.
Okay.
Hey, let me show you what my dad.
Hey, Miss Aquarius, Jayski's back.
J.C.
Hello.
Here's my dad. Here's my dad.
Hey, what's up? Oh, my camera. Like, I got disconnected. But hey, did you see my sleep sounds that was playing last night?
Yeah, that's what Brandon was just asking how to do it. And that's how we do it. Go to YouTube and search window view, and then just scroll down and hit right. And just scroll down and hit right. How did you do it, Daisy?
Yeah, I'll view the video and then I'll just like live stream it. Like I go on the Discord live stream.
Yeah. How you do it, Brandon? How you do it, Brandon?
Those a box fan. A box fan.
Just kidding. All my friends. Now I gotta figure out how to get another account. I got another one of these channels. They got so many channels, Rabbi got so many channels. Rabbi got so many channels. So I got another account. I got another account. Got my own little thing. My own little channel, and I can have a thing. One of those music things. Channel, and I can have one of those music things. I forgot how to do it. Oh, okay. I forgot how to do it. Oh, okay. At my username. What's your username, Rabbi? What's your username, Rabbi?
Good question. Period. Rabbi Rothschild rules.
So you can send me a link. So you can send me a link.
Mr. Aquarius, you can just get the link directly from this channel. You see in the upper right, it says there's like a little plus button. The very top, there's
I'm gonna do that when I'm on my other. I'm gonna do that when I'm on
okay.
my other.
I was just gonna say send it to your other account.
I'm not gonna go add my other account. That's about it. That's about it.
Okay.
I know I'm all over. But I do it. Can I just send my second? Can I just send my
He's just showing us his room.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see around. Let me see around. Oh my God. Oh my God. You see me? My camera got the weird. My camera got the weird.
That's okay. These things happen. Okay.
You got me, Mom. There's Mom.
Right before they sign, Ruben dies. Ruben dies. So this is
Reset your computer if it's having issues.
Okay, set my computer.
Here, Mr. Chris. Mr. Mr. Chris, I'll just send you the link. I'm making it as easy as it can be, Mr. Chris.
Where are you at? I don't see you send me where. Where did you send me where?
I'm sending it to you right now. Just calm down.
No, okay.
Okay, check your messages. Copy that.
I already got it. I already got to do that. How do you leave this into mine? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go.
Also, right, this document came before a base. This document came before a base. And let's say, if you write this document came before a base, that's not why. What is a base automatically? What is a base automatically mean?
Here I am. There's no one.
There he is. Multiple cameras. Yeah, it looks comfy. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. There you go. I love Mickey Mouse too, Brandon.
Where do you run into a problem? How many signatures are you
He is doing his own thing. He's got his computers, and he's just doing his own thing. He's here though.
One is no longer. That's one possibility. Possibility number 3 is just to say this document was certified in the presence of a case. You only
like this course, it's awkward.
What's awkward about it?
Not to make you join the other new channel.
You're gonna create another new channel?
It did it.
Okay. It looks like it. Yep.
What they adjudicate stands before the say they so therefore what's like so here's the problem. Maybe
I'm gonna steal my phone at night.
This certification of the stage game.
Go on a second.
So you see from the left, based on the sequence, the base is called the base game. The sit day, spacing up, says in the document, use the word incorporation.
I'll be right back, Brandon.
Okay.
some type of verbiage that essentially says this basis operates according to the standards of fucking thing. Like this basis operates like the basic of Ravash. And therefore, what you're doing is you're certifying that this was a basin of what? A basin of truth. It's not completely more like I let him die before they can settle it down. It says, as it's then we'll get up on him, the day that I shoot, finish this. It's sick, they, but on a lot of not in the Hashim. It was like maybe they have a shmuel, but ultimately again, a basin of two. Ultimately, the work as well, which again, the doctor says, she says, is that kick, is that kicking, right? It was how you like, the baby to have actually the things. First, like, they're adding things back itself. That's what the rest of this was done under the guidance of the like, really. I love what I saw. There has to be something in the document that this being operated in accordance with the standards of fucking group. It's only used message to get a group of it. So if I must say, what comes out of it is something interesting. Whereas women huge dollars will require read that one. I'm not going to have this again. We were present for the actor's certification. But one line that performed the signing actually repealed the certification proceeds. Like but it's not what you do with the three, but I love the nice is that there has to be some type of verbiage in the sign itself that indicates this was done to that's what you do. This was done according to the proper days of it. Incredible. Was I Mishnah? Fascinating Mishnah. Aisha Sha'amra, Aisha Aisha, Aisha, Namanas, let's listen to this. Woman comes in front of David, and here's what she says. She says, I was married, but now I'm divorced. I was married, but now I'm divorced. So let's start off. Well, Namanas, she's believed. Why? Again, another illustration of this principle that we were using last time, which is if you come into me and you provide information, then what? You are believed to qualify that information as well. And let's say, what's the logic of it? It's a media. What can you go? What can you go? You could have said nothing at all. You could have said nothing at all. You would have never known anything. So a woman comes into David, she says, I was married, and now I'm divorced. What do we say? Okay. Right? In other words, fine. In other words, we can leave it to leave you because we did not know you were married. So now that you told us, you gave us the information. Right? That should also be what that should be. You assert yourself, so to speak, by saying that you're married. Now you committed yourself by saying that you are divorced. I mean, we believe you. However, even tries to reach a teach. If there are witnesses that she was married, you know that is crucial. And now she says, no, but my husband divorced me, they were married. She's not without producing something. It was like this case. Remember again, the status of the ancient fish is independently established through ages. And therefore, for real word is enough to change that status. Similarly, but I was not quiet, committed by my captors. And then she was one. That's not also a question. We had no idea what she was. So again, she provided us with information. That's it. Therefore, she was believed to qualify. However, in the Shemidim Shemish, the Io me la stimola e la leva. La cosa che fa l'opera ever if the evening that say that she is to be happy, and she claims as is not happy, she's not right. And I said why? Because remember again, we assume that sound should be a regular thing that it is violated by the conscience. So if the Sharia status is independently corroborated, she is not believed by herself qualified without some type of roots. So there was the same cases. The Sharia says Moravian however, if she remarried and then this is coming, she does not have to.
Stupid shit telling me to goddamn verify them verified, right? But it won't let me come in, so fuck it. I'm not dealing with it.
Mr. Aquarius. Mr. Aquarius, calm down. Mr. Aquarius, calm down. What did it say that you had to do?
Even I was dead. Even I was dead.
Okay, did you refresh? Don't delete it. Miss Aquarius, don't delete it.
I'm going on social. I'm going on social.
I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did, but okay. I don't know what I did.
Girl, just happened. You did a damn thing. Girl, just happened. You did a damn thing. What I said is fuck it. You're not this good. You're not this good? Oh, okay. You're not this good. You're not this good? Oh, okay. I'm just pissed off right now. This is what I was talking about. Trying to come out with my new account on this damn shit. And when you come in this damn shit, it's always on that damn email. And the verified shit. What the fuck else is that you just do? What the fuck else she don't want to damn do? Fucking bullshit. Tired of fucking bullshit.
Yeah, they always send me that.
It's always on you must live by your account. I done did that. Gotta stick to it. It's always on you must live by your account. I did that. Gotta stick to it. What do you want me to do? I'm not gonna sit up here. I don't see how the hell y'all got so many damn accounts. I can't do how the hell y'all got like that. I have to keep one damn account like that. I have to keep one damn account.
Do you want help or no?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no. I'm not verifying shit. I already did it. Keep I'm not verifying shit. I'm not doing it. Fucking alone, man. You don't have nothing to do with it. You don't have nothing to do with it. Not you. Discord, not you.
As well, it's Svara.
Every time you go to somebody's damn server, it's always a challenge. You gotta damn verify. You gotta damn verify. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all. Can't even come to this damn man shit. Y'all always got to sit up there and damn verify. Nobody ain't got time to verify. Nobody got time. Don't nobody got time. You want somebody to have AIDS, y'all need to have AIDS. You want somebody to have AIDS, y'all need to have AIDS. You got kids on. You want somebody to have an AIDS thing. You want somebody to have an AIDS thing. Instead of we got to verify shit. We got to verify. I can't just come in people's shit. I can keep on doing it. I can't just come in people's shit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking always goddamn snap. Fucking like that. I got damn verify. Fuck y'all verify all these damn counts. Verify. Fuck y'all verify all these damn counts. I see how what people do. I got to have one account. I got to have one account. See how people got nitro with all these damn accounts. See how people got nitro with all these damn accounts. That shit be difficult too. I know Dansky is happy to have good food.
I know Dansky is happy to have good
She's a rich friend in my life.
He's a rich friend in my life.
Dansky, can you be my rich friend?
Dansky, can you be my rich friend?
They want a rich friend.
Why do I need to have
Want a rich friend.
Hey,
Hey,
this shit. This is damn ridiculous. You might have said they fucking verifying the damn fucking counting every damn 5-10 minutes. Fucking bullshit.
fucking count every day. 5-10 minutes.
Fucking did that already. God damn.
Did that already. God damn.
Fucking bull.
Fucking bull.
You thought it was a classic. What is it? Slaughter. Slaughter.
I already told you.
I think it's
Already.
Y'all get up here with this bullshit.
Y'all
It should go, like you said, like whatever. But some of these servers,
Yeah, I'm trying to get a rabbi with my new account, but the shit keeps telling me to verify, and I did.
telling me to verify, and I did.
server's not, it's not asking you to have like a verified phone number. It's just verifying
We're trying to verify email.
Okay.
We're trying to verify
We're
email.
not gonna put no dang on phone number in
You're
here.
not gonna put no thing on the phone number in here.
Yeah,
So why did she just
Not now, Zoo. Zoo, are you ready to play? Zoot, are you ready to play?
What's happening?
That's what I like to hear. Okay, before you think that you're going to do that, I want you to go to the section below this section in the Discord and look at all of the 24/7 radio stations. I want you to go into each one and tell me which one you like the most.
She explains why she said what she said.
Zoot, you're so cute. Zoot, just check out the different music. That's okay, Zoot. You don't have to do it now, but some other time. I want to know what your favorite is. Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot, I'm sending you an invitation. Yeah, Zoot, you should know that this is 9-ball regular, no trick shot. Excellent, but you didn't listen to any of them, and that's fine. Zoot, are you gonna accept my invitation? I know you have Zoot. I know you have Zoot. Just 12 hours?
A little while.
Yeah.
No way. You listen to James McCann. That was 3 or 4 hours. You listen to Elon Musk. That's 3 or 4 hours. You've listened to a lot more than that.
Elon Musk, James McCann. The second time,
Right? So no one was being the Kaddish her. She was allowing us.
Oh, Zoot, that was beautiful. Yep.
A little while later here that she has
You know what's I don't know. You know what's wild about this one is you can literally do absolutely no work and still win. I've heard of that. Yeah, dog. But there are 2,500 episodes.
You want to say that? No, it's twins from my dog and they make babies. They'll be big YouTubers.
Okay. Do they also stink at mini golf? Dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this performance? Look at this shot, dude. Look at that. That was fortunate, dude.
This is an example of a masna, where a person says,
Dude, are you seeing this?
then then says the opposite.
Dude, do you see this? Are you ready? Are you ready for the shot that's
JC,
done?
can I call you? JC, can I call you?
Dude, did you see that? That was maybe the best game ever. Dude, absolutely.
Where do you guys gonna win?
I am
Where do you guys gonna win? What state do you think is gonna win? What state?
Melbourne, Victoria.
Probably. I don't think it's gonna be South Australia, but it could be.
South Australia.
Could be.
Are you saying raw comedy or world comedy?
World comedy.
Oh, okay. Dude, do you know that you have an invitation?
Why do you think I didn't win? Why do you think I didn't
You weren't focused.
Yeah. You know what I should have definitely started off?
That you're gonna lose.
I should have just started off with it. Yeah, I should have just started off with it. I have a lot of friends competing tonight, but this has been my dream since I was 9 years old, so they can all fuck off and competing.
All right. Well, way to think of something a month and a half after it occurred.
You think that would have been funny if I started off that?
No.
If I started off that. There's a way you can answer that.
Yeah, but that's a big if. Dude, are you ready for the shot?
Are you gonna win?
Dude, are you seeing how well I'm playing? I haven't missed a shot.
Do you know how? Do you know how?
No, why?
Because if I go there, that
All right, dude, that was amazing. You're like Taylor Swift. You want the originals. Dude, no way you hit this. That would have been one of the. Yeah, she wants the original copies of her content.
And then she turns around and she says, I'm Tahora. I'm not.
That's a different time.
That's a different time.
Dude, are you seeing this? I could.
By the way,
I. The ones where what?
The ones where I was in the room. The ones where I was in the room.
All right. Does James McCann stink at? Does James McCann stink at 9-ball as well?
Yeah, probably. But yeah, all that. I'm sorry, all those McCann. I'll like try it eventually.
Okay, that's phenomenal. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Are you gonna watch it?
Yeah, perhaps.
Thank you to JC. He helped me.
Absolutely. Did you get verified?
Yeah, my other account is in here. You want to see it?
Oh, phenomenal. Shout out to J-Ski. Shout out to J-Ski. Hey, I see it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you, JC. That's my friend.
Yes, he is.
That's my good man. JC, you're my buddy, okay? Jason, you're my buddy, okay? He's my buddy. Thank you, Jason. You know, I feel good. Now you can do what you was doing. I didn't mean to disturb you. Thank you.
If I may ask, what was the issue? If I may ask, what was the issue?
But the issue was the email. The issue was the all the way to the bottom. It kept saying, please, verify email. It would do it. Click that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, good job, Zoo. Well, I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got. I'm glad, Miss Aquarius, you got it too. Shout out to JC, his help. Zoo, you can get it.
Somebody's flipping this. Somebody's flipping this. You better be careful what you say.
Miss Aquarius, everybody in here is being recorded on more devices than you can count.
Somebody is losing. Grandma, you doing this. Grandma, you doing that.
Zoot, are you ready to lose?
And I doing it. He said he don't want nobody. He just doing it for people that come in. Yeah, I was right.
No, you got fortunate. That was really good, Zoot. Zoot, that's rude, and I'm giving you a warning.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yes,
Hey,
Zoot.
Rabbi. I'm performing tomorrow night.
Are you?
I'm performing tomorrow night.
Are you?
Both of my
It's the first time in like. It's the first time in like a month, right? Is Chelsea gonna be there?
Say probably about 70% chance.
That's baller. And you haven't seen her since Raw Comedy?
No, that's where I live. That's where I live. Last week. I was at a show. No, he wasn't opening. It was he wasn't opening. That show with 3 people. That show.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Because I had my show the same day, like 2 hours later. So 2 hours later. So good time.
Dude, are you seeing this performance? Yes, sir.
My podcast goes up in my podcast 2 days.
Are you excited?
2 days. I hope that no, it's just that I didn't say anything. I didn't say I hope like I don't come next. I didn't say I hope like the don't check up
The next top what, girl?
up top.
Oh, Zoot, I just lost.
You never know what could go wrong. You never know what could go wrong.
That's true. Oh, go, 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 go.
Do you think the clip do you think the podcast anything the clip will make me go viral? I don't think so.
No.
Make me go viral, I don't think so.
All right, Zoot. I'm good for now. Come back later.
It takes a lot of time. The hot call girl had like the guy who this was the channel, the guy who films subscriptions, that's a lot of people subscribe. They didn't keep his content regardless of whatever they put up there.
Okay, Zoot.
Whatever they put up there. Cheers.
Peace.
Cheers.
say that she
Okay,
has to
man.
make a sacrifice.
Yay.
I got my other one in Mr. Curry.
I got my other one in Mr. Curry.
That's the case where what?
There you go, Mrs. Aquarius.
She witnessed his first and she married him. Otherwise, she should well,
They had a white one, but I didn't like that background because it was like pushing out. Almost like it was white.
Yeah, I saw that.
She remarried in that case when she says she has
I know, I
about
see.
pieces for Africa,
I
about
know, I see.
a lot of them I say
That's why I tell Rabbi.
That's why I tell Rabbi.
what was my
So for other people to
and say you didn't die.
create their own
You
worship.
didn't have to.
Create their own
So I
worship.
can say things alive.
That's doing yours.
Heck, this even right now.
That's right. I don't have a server. I have a server like you.
That's right. I don't have a server.
I was saying, here's what it sounds like.
It's fine in here.
I love for myself.
He wants to stream in your server
I don't have a server.
or your channel.
I
Apologies.
don't have a channel. I'm
So,
Sure. I know.
You got your own channel. See what you mean?
That's their own channel.
Then you can invite people and tell them about
And
Rabbi.
then you can invite people and tell them about Rabbi.
What's an Asham Kagwe is a product that is blocked for potential infraction of
They speaking time, man. Everybody can come to ours. And everybody got another thing you can come to you.
Everybody got another thing he can come to you.
Right, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Rabbi?
Somebody came in here. Who
Oh,
is this?
somebody came in there. Who is this?
Who came in my channel?
Who came in my
Who
channel?
is tomorrow? That's Brandy.
Oh, tomorrow, that's Brandy. Brandy came in his other account.
Oh, that's so sweet. Okay, you can stream me mine. So sweet.
Okay, you just
Sorry, I can't come to yours, Brandy.
sorry I can't come to yours, Brandy.
What
But I don't have another account.
What about shoes?
Because I don't have another account.
Something about Rafa herself. Rafa herself would be something from Asham Kagwe. Usually, imagine the Omera's body. What's the difference? She says, I know my name. How could she know for sure? She's got Omera's body. She's very almost like, because I know that my husband is
Brandy wants me to come in here. Brandy wants me to come in here.
Brandy wants me to come in here.
Brandy wants me to come in here. Come to yours thing?
Come to yours thing.
How's it gonna look? That's why. That's why we need to lives. Ultimately, again, we should he's sure that Reuben is dead. Rachel knows that Reuben is dead. There's no Asham Kagwe. I'm ready, Yochanan.
Yes, ma'am.
To say that Reuben's dead. Yes, to say that he's not dead. Alright, so no
So she could sit there, man. Yeah, I didn't even hear it.
He's in mine. He's in mine.
Look, that's mine. Now I'm yours.
Oh, that's mine. Now I'm in yours.
I see.
Go back to yours.
I see.
Go back to yours. There we go.
I know it's true.
So I'm on the train? Yeah, I can train. So I'm on the train? Yeah, I can train. Train the sleep.
Versus two and a two is
Yeah, I'm not like a
but it's usually because
I'm not like a youth.
two versus two increase of divorce.
What's doing up in
Two
mine?
witnesses say that you will
You want me to come and do it? What you want to do? You just want me to do it. You want me to come and do it? What you want to do? You just want to do it. What is it?
Wow. First case and the second case. Now, by the way, you know, what are you talking about? That's what the case is. You don't have to.
Everybody can get one. They can get his own. Everybody can get his own. Everybody can get his own.
Listen, no, you're gonna stop it. Tomorrow.
I think he's doing something. He's doing something. I think he's playing. He's playing.
No, I'm in a call with some people.
No, I'm in a talking to some people.
Oh, not to, said Jason.
Oh, apologies.
You're in a car with somebody, right? You're in a car
Yeah,
with somebody, right?
on X Spaces.
Oh, Brandon wanted to come over here with me. That the kid, I could have come over there with you. That the kid, I could have come over there with you. So y'all not watching no, it's a basketball game, right? It's a basketball game, right? It's the Braves. It's the Braves win. It's the Braves win. Do anybody know if it's the Braves win? For they open the day? Okay, no. Sandy? Yeah. You look at baseball? Baseball? Yeah. Yeah, I was going to get the Braves win when they supposed to be there. JC, did you watch baseball? You not a sports fan? If you got any tournaments going on now, I'm thinking, very cheap. Okay. So JC, that's it. Do that me when you do go. When you do your training, okay? Okay. Right. Just DM me.
DM me that. DM me too.
I'm gonna see the window see when he go to sleep. That's what I like to look at when I go to sleep.
What channel you on streaming on? What channel? Go to streaming on.
No, JC, he gonna be in here. He stays in here, and then he screen shares his computer so I can look at it. And I like looking at stuff like that to go to sleep. When you go to sleep, the screen shares is in here. Yeah. Yeah. You know what we were talking about the window view and stuff? He does the new view. Yeah, he does the new window view. If he don't do it, I do it. But he's gonna do it for me now. So his sleep schedule has changed. So that's what I have to do it. Yeah, when I don't do the when you don't do it, I do the to-go. I like them walking. I like listening to the people. Yeah, I like listening to the cars, and I like listening to the people talk when they walk in. Either or. Yeah. But they don't have no with the water. The only thing about with the water, I don't see one with the water. I like the meal window better with the water. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, JC. Brandon, do you go to other servers and get all your other accounts? Or you just stay in here?
I go to other servers.
The servers. You're going to keep this one in here.
I'll be where my son. I'll be where my son is. I'm on.
Time to get up now. 7:40. I gotta get up to the gas and go eat. Oh, Lord. I'm going to do nothing. Oh. That's what I'm carry that food if I'm different. Take this. Oh, that's so empty in there. Oh, so hard. I every day look at this one every day. Yeah, Brandon, what's that up your boy? Is that a bear?
Yeah.
Oh. Look, it's a bear. Yeah, it's a bear behind you. Yep. So let's come get you.
That's Mickey Mouse.
Uh-oh.
That's Mickey Mouse.
Where's Mickey Mouse? Yeah. Oh, what? Mickey Mouse? It's Mickey Mouse, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yes, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. Please, I would appreciate if you follow me back. I only provide the highest levels of content. It is the best, perhaps, X account you will ever follow. And I also wanted to include that I was on a recent podcast in Australia, the Michael Holt podcast, and Michael Phelps, eight-time gold medalist in the 2008 Olympic Games. He and I were just chilling in the hot tub, but I was able to shield the coin and certainly had my Sproto merch on as I did it and told them all about it. Absolutely. And I was invited to do 5 more of them. So I'm going to have my own little series. The first one will be on life extension technology. The second one will be on how to improve the earth. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space tourism, and the final one is going to perhaps be for the search for intelligent life. And so I will be putting those in the Telegram as I have the opportunity to get them recorded. So thank you for letting me pitch that.
There you go. There you go.
That was not a project in which I had any leadership, but I can tell you some of the things that I think are really positive for life extension are things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, absolutely. And then the big development I think will be in the realm of mind uploading technology, where with your consent we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is there may be an opportunity, perhaps, at digital immortality, and I think that's very exciting. Well, the key is within reason. So the idea of living forever could actually be an incredible punishment. So that's why it's important to have the caveat that whenever you wish, if you'd like, you should be able to remove your consciousness under your own consent. Well, the idea of hard drive space really won't become an issue. You can fit the entire, I believe, consciousness of a human being on something then less than like 10 petabytes. It's like 6 petabytes for the average individual. Okay, I mean that's just like your opinion, but wait, and that's what I just said. It's about 6 petabytes, and the idea and the idea of being able to perhaps expand on storage capability is becoming a reality. I mean, come on, you all here were of similar ages. You remember when computers maybe didn't even exist, but then became it was important to have kilobytes and then megabytes and then gigabytes were big. Now we're in the terabyte realm. Most certainly. That's exactly right. And so if you think about it, in a generation, today's terabyte will be tomorrow's petabyte, and so on.
So perhaps in 20, 30 years of exponential growth in terms of acquisitions and speed, we'll see ourselves literally with atomic level.
That's correct. And what I'm basically saying is that this, in the same way that you have in a video game a save point, you might be able to have some type of digital insurance on yourself. If something were to, God forbid, happen to you, you fell off a cliff like base jumping or skydiving, or you were in some type of accident, and your family wanted to essentially regenerate your previous existence back to that save point, you may have that opportunity. And for anyone out there who's ever lost anybody, this gives people a lot of hope, perhaps, that you may be able to limit the losses for the future generations of your family. And there's even another type of technology known as revivification technology, where we may actually be able to bring people who were once dead back to life.
Well, Mr. Chorus.
Apologies, I didn't realize it was still up. If I may ask, has anybody heard from our favorite mascot, Bitcoin Obama, recently?
They have a relationship on their state. bonus round. 3 categories to choose from. What are you doing? Phrase or stick?
It's an opportunity for a positive change. Like you guys really smart. Now you are the start of something great in this community. In Nigeria, and a lot of people are trying to replicate what you did, but they don't know legends will do things that you did. Legends will tell you what to do. So you sparked up positive things in my period. You say we can talk about things for you. We put you in jail. It's not good. You should be again. So I'll be giving you updates it's very roller coaster of emotions. So how long have you been in prison? Really? How long have you been in jail? You probably like it for 1 day for misdemeanor or postal flyer. That's it. What are you talking about? You get arrested for political speech. That's to take a big card. Exclusively? Yeah, for the rest of my life, I'll be completely free. This is another dimension. I've always loved without anything. So that's been really good. Yeah. These last weekends. How's everything going? I love the vibe. He's got this thing here. There's a cow picture So what are you doing now? Do you think that will just look at your DJ? So it's with your mom's gonna be a village. What is it? Goddamn question.
What a thing. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Son, Bitcoin Mandela. I took a poll of the entire Bitcoin verse, and they all want to know when you're going to follow me back. All right, well, you enjoy that. I will be celebrating Pesach, my man. Any news on Bitcoin Obama in all seriousness? Is he okay? Please, I'd love to hear it. Excellent. So he's alive and breathing. What about his friend, his vertically challenged friend? Yes, how is that person? How's the cell phone store? How's the cell phone store? Does Nigeria have a chapter 5? You go from selling iPhones to Androids or vice versa? You don't say. Last I heard, he was attempting to get a 2011 white Mercedes-Benz. Does anyone know anything further on his vehicle choice? Riser, how are you? Yo, dog. I'm lovely. I'm in the middle of a call with the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu crew. How's life in your neck of the woods?
Oh, very good. Oh, very good. Continue. I don't want to.
No, are we going to watch documentaries?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I was gonna watch
I watched it all. Dude, yeah. And I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news, but did you see why they don't do that contest anymore?
No, not really.
I mean, you would either know or you wouldn't. It's not like a not really thing.
I mean, I tell me the reason why they don't do it, because they do it because Mr. Beast has competitions that are based exactly on that, like origin of the hand on the thing.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying who can stay on base the longest. I'm talking about this dealership in Texas, why they don't do it anymore.
Okay, why is that?
They don't do it because in 2007, a contestant, after 50 hours or so of hands on a hard body, went across the street to the Kmart that was closed, broke in, loaded a shotgun that he stole from the store, and offed himself.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's awful. Hi, Mama Riser. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, absolutely. You as well. So, Riser, yeah, how terrible is that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty sad.
Oh,
I mean, I feel like they could definitely still do it if they had like a spotter and medical stuff.
yeah. I mean, the dealership got sued by the widow of the guy, basically for not having proper like psychiatric care, and so here's the breakdown. Here we go. Pardon me, it was 2005. So the contest became a national phenomenon. It was ultimately discontinued following a tragic incident in 2005 where participant Richard Thomas Vega did what I said after dropping out of the competition, leading to legal action against the dealership regarding the effects of sleep deprivation.
They didn't have a good enough waiver, I guess.
Well, I don't know exactly, but that's really sad. I mean, when you're sleep deprived, you begin to hallucinate, your body becomes weak, and you're basically pushing these people to their limit. And the rest system, I don't think is really, it wasn't that great. It was like 5 minutes per hour and 15 minutes per 6 hours. Also, you're dealing with the heat. Boy, wasn't that one guy like extremely excited about his air conditioner? A 20-ton air conditioner? Do you recall this part of the? I heard him say that. And I immediately had to look up how big is a 20-ton air conditioner. It's huge. He's like, you could kill yourself. You could freeze to death with my air conditioner. I'm like, wow, how big is this thing? And apparently, he did get it at a good price or whatever, and he could literally turn his living room into a refrigerator, which was pretty fascinating. I was
minus 12 degrees, and the AC goes into, and then his wife, like they were both missing teeth. The wife was missing the two front teeth and he was missing the two back.
Yeah.
And together they when they kissed, it was like a full mouth thing. And
that was a real.
the wife, he's like, I had to move out my children out of the house so that I didn't use that 20,000 20-ton AC to acclimate her to the heat. And I thought she was going to win. Because my wife is stubborn as a mule. She can stay up for like 100 hours at a time. And I didn't even understand what the competition really was at first. It was like breasts and stuff. I was like, wait, are they going to just like take like nap time or like what's going to happen here? But then as soon as I figured out it was like a sleep deprivation contest basically. Like holding the truck is like the easy part. It's the staying awake part that is like the real challenge. That's like the whole thing basically. And there's some crazy characters
in the standing. As I watched this, it was heartbreaking to me that we have people who have millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars, and yet you have other people who have absolutely nothing and are just giving everything of themselves for a truck that is going to depreciate within a year of its ownership to half its value, and then from there eventually it will just become scrap. Yet these people were sacrificing everything. They were sacrificing their jobs, they were sacrificing time with their families. It was fascinating to me, their mental health, their physical health. It was fascinating to me, the really religious lady who kept listening to cassettes. Man, I wondered what was on her cassettes. And how she was.
The part where she just like burst out laughing was really funny.
And she had her whole religious congregation. Like, I love this, that one lady was interviewed who was like, I was praying for her at 6 a.m. and she told me at 6 a.m. she just began to laugh. Well, I'm not taking credit for that, but I know other people were praying for her as well. I just thought that was so cute. Like that her whole congregation was going for her. And
no one else had anything, any like objects on the bed of the truck. She had like 5 cassettes and Bibles.
Exactly. She made that thing her desk, and it made me think, like, where would I want to put my hand? Would I want to put it on the bed? Would I want to put it like on the side mirror, like on the hood? And I found it interesting. There was all kinds of like energy that I was thinking, and then you said the sleep deprivation would be difficult. I think another issue is the standing. Like if you noticed, the third to last person to leave, the guy when they were doing drug tests, that man who had won the previous year or 2 years or whatever, it's like they don't have some kind of like condition in this contest that says you can't just keep winning trucks every year, but apparently they didn't think of that at the time. Usually a contest like that says if you win once, you're done, or you can't compete for 10 years or 20 years or something. You got to give somebody else a chance. But that guy was back, and I thought he was going to do better. But I found it sad that he was so confident too. But he just could barely walk to the drug test, and they were like he never returned to the truck, and that was really sad. And then that lady just jamming along. I figured no one's touching this lady, though that one guy just basically had gleaned, the guy who won gleaned all of the information that he needed. And the other issue is you weren't allowed to squat either, because I thought, well, why wouldn't you just squat? But no, there's none of that. I would have an issue with the bathroom. Like, I don't know. What if I have to go to the bathroom? I know you every 5 minutes, or every hour you get 5 minutes or whatever, but sometimes you have to just go to the bathroom, and that would have been a challenge. I was exactly.
Try to eat as little. You time it. You have to time it for is it the 6 hour intervals?
Yeah, which is not a lot. I would have told them when I was on my break, don't talk to me. That's my break. I'm using all of that energy to rest. You can talk to me when I am against the truck, but they weren't.
Great. All right, keep on there.
Let's see.
Some people are getting like smoking cigarettes.
Right. That one guy.
Some people are getting vitamins and oranges, and other guys just like chocolate bar.
Right. I was very happy that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did.
What movie?
I did. I told you about searching.
Yeah, it's something that I have to see. I found it interesting that they were that one. I thought she was a pretty lady, especially for the conditions she was under, and she ended up winning the next year. I was really happy for her. She made it like 40. Yeah, and that I think is a great story. That they made that documentary into a musical.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was at the San Diego Playhouse in 2013. I don't know.
Christopher loves and plays.
It was a
Interesting topic for music. Normally you have scenes and like the scenes are like we're going to this location and change the background. This one would basically be like we have a master and we're all putting our hands on their hands on a song and people getting out.
The documentary was adapted into a musical, Hands on a Hard Body, commissioned by La Jolla Playhouse, La Jolla, California. The book is by Doug Wright, music by Amanda Green and Trey Anastasio. That guy's famous. He did something big. He's in Fish. He was the lead guitar composer and singer-songwriter of Fish. By Amanda Green, music by Anastasio Trujillo, and written by Neil Pope. After a run at La Jolla in 2012, the musical had a brief engagement on Broadway at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, with previews beginning February 23rd, 2013, opening on March 21st, 2013, and closing on April 13th, 2013, playing 28 previews and 28 performances. The musical received 3 Tony Award nominations.
I wonder what the music was like. There might be a soundtrack somewhere.
I can imagine the names of the songs. My legs hurt. When can I sit down? How much longer until the break? And all of the other classics. Yeah. I thought it was interesting as well that they were very strict, or they like people felt that the judges should be stricter, and the marketing director of the dealership or the contest was like, look, they're voluntary, they're doing their best, but there are people. That one lady like exploded. She was like, they took their hands off the truck. If you're not going to enforce this, I don't want to participate. It's like, all right, calm down. I understand. I get what you're saying. That's a legitimate gripe, but I don't know if.
They showed one person literally take her hand off, and they like slow it and replayed it, and then she put the hand down and like lied to the judges. They didn't win, but I feel like yeah, if you're gonna have a competition with no hands on the truck, they should have enforced it better and strict. But it's kind of pre the days where they had GoPros and like 15 different cameras that they set up review. I would imagine maybe more nuisance to do all that.
That's true, and it was a small dealership in rural Texas, and it didn't have.
Oh yeah, was it like an advertising?
Oh, of course,
To promote the mouth thing?
of course. That wasn't it a Nissan?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, and this would be a popular thing that radio stations and dealerships would do. Dealerships are very common advertisers, and so you could get the radio station at your location for long periods of time, and also they're going to talk about how nice the car is or the truck or whatever it would be. This was very popular, I would say, in the 90s in the United States until this incident. I wondered what happened to these because they stopped. Now, I understand with the YouTube world where you can have people have perhaps better waivers and such that it becomes more popular, but this used a big one that they used to do was who could drink the most amount of water, and that killed people. And then the radio contest would do that. That was another popular one that they would do. But the car one,
Hot dog contest has been around forever.
most certainly,
And they have people that are just crushing it.
most certainly.
But they're not advertising unless they're advertising.
I would love for them to do a "Where Are They Now" of the people in that documentary. Like, hey, you guys did this. You could tell they bonded over each other, and none of them really got too upset at the other person, even when they took their hands off or whatever. And if you saw at the end when the guy and the lady, the person who came in first and the person who came in second, they were embracing, like they had gone through like trauma together or this like enduring challenge, which I thought was really interesting. That they weren't mad at each other. That lady was really nice, and I would have liked it to have had a narrator because it's just like I needed more of the information regarding like the rules, what was going on, who was who, what was what. It was a lot of just like my feet hurt, my legs hurt.
It shows people that were in the competition like 5/8 of the way, like the movie, like we find out like the finest people, like some Mexican guy who's like pretty young. It's like they only showed him like at the very like towards the end, like towards the end, he was in the movie.
Yeah. I thought it was really interesting. I found it interesting as well that Quentin Tarantino recommends it as one of his favorite documentaries. I was trying to interpret it like the camera work, the sound and things. It's just like a beautiful snapshot of American life in the mid-90s, and I thought that was really interesting. I found it very sad, though, how poor the people were, and they were making such major sacrifices for perhaps, nothing. I mean, a lot of them, most of them walked away with nothing. The first prize got the truck, second prize got a $250 gift certificate, and then third prize got some gift certificate to some restaurant or something. Like, that's it. But these people,
All the participants like $10 or something.
well, what? That's funny. Whenever these things are mentioned, it takes me back to the 2012 giveaway for some video game contest, and I mention it often. But what the grand prize was, and then numbers like 7 through 10 or something, or maybe here's what it was. The famous Bitcoin video game contest occurred in 2011 during the AOV IC Cup Star League StarCraft Broad War, where the 5th through 8th place finishers received 25 Bitcoins each as consolation prizes. At the time, the prizes were worth approximately $41.25 in total, but if held, they would now be valued at $2.5 million, given Bitcoin's current pricing. So basically, did she say? I wonder if anybody held on to it. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Then there's the classic, the Bitcoin pizza. the first ever documented transaction of Bitcoin for a commercial product was for Papa John's, May 22nd, 2010, for 10,000 Bitcoin for 2 pizzas. And it considered the most expensive pizza in history. So it's worth about $1 billion. Which is just absolutely wild. So, yeah. I was enjoying that one that we were watching yesterday, the second one. But, so we should, I don't want to say we finished that tonight because it was kind of boring, but it's something that was fascinating to me as well. That they were doing this. Yeah, absolutely. They were doing this contest for 5,000 pounds. Now, I understand 5,000 pounds in 1960 pounds is more significant because of inflation and such, but which to me seems like somewhat low.
For risking your life going into water.
Exactly. So, yeah. But okay, so what's on the agenda for tonight for documentaries?
I think we're gonna watch the internship, the movie. But I do have another documentary. A few. I mean, there's always more research. I have some other ones that I find. I'll hit you up for that. I just wanted to call and talk about the hands on the Mazda.
Nissan.
Nissan, yeah. And they're just like, I know it's wrong, the Texas accent.
Yeah.
One lady said, like, they're like required to love. There's something like her hands are too itchy or something.
Right.
There's like burning her skin.
It was she didn't realize her one hand was burning, so she took her other hand off to itch it, and then she had removed both her hands, and she was disqualified.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you would have had some loophole to get over like the no leaning thing, because like the leaning, like not no leaning was like the one where like standing. They instructed as like can't lean on the car, I guess.
Right. I mean, there's not really a great loophole around that. I mean, you could, if you wanted to, use some kind of stilt system that I've seen, but it wasn't really around in the 1990s. But basically, imagine like leg, not leg stilts, but leg. Yeah, exactly. And I've seen that, and you can somewhat make it look like you are standing with that. But I'm sure it would have made some kind of sound, or somebody would have been like, "You're taking, like you're hunched over a little bit." I think that if I were running a contest like that, I would not have it. You had to keep your hand on it for whatever. I would give people like it had to stay on continuously for the entirety or whatever, aside from breaks, unless it was less than 5 seconds, something like that. Because really, if you get into like physics, no one really touches anything. If you really think about it, it's just like molecular repelling. The atoms don't really actually touch, and so you aren't really touching it anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would say that I found it interesting, the drug test at the end. I don't know if they knew that drug test was coming, and it made me think
I may have been introduced something after the first guy hopped on
Well,
during the breaks.
well, imagine you were like, I mean, the some type of stimulant would probably be of certain advantage to you, and then all of a sudden they would be like, oh yeah, we have a drug test. You'd be like, oh, I did all of this only to, you know, test hot for a drug test.
I was gonna say, like, there's like you have ADHD, but there's amphetamine, so if you medically need the drug, it's not like an illicit controlled substance. Will that be allowed? Because you can get pharmaceutical condition, and you get a lax ADHD condition.
In 1990s rural Texas, no one had an ADHD diagnosis.
Yeah,
Now, let's say you did have to have something, then you would just have a doctor's note, and then it would perhaps be allowed. But those people, no, they never. I would almost, I would highly. I have high confidence that not a single person in that documentary had ever heard the phrase ADHD or that acronym. No. If anything, in the United States at that time, perhaps Ritalin, but it was more prescribed to children. And I found it interesting that the guy who came in third and the guy who came in first, they weren't like perfectly standing straight. They were like kind of dancing a little bit, like swaying from side to side, which kind of, in my opinion, would have been a little bit of a waste of energy. I
like the guy who came was awesome character, but he went off to the washroom and was like, or now I'm in a few other people that they're getting numb, standing still. So I think that was like why the guy was one. The previous winner told him like, you need to keep your body moving and circulation going into your damn legs, and that's not going to be a good time.
I wonder what that kind of contest would be like if you allowed people to sleep. If people would just go for like hundreds of days, which I imagine they might. That's why they force it to do that. If you allowed like an 8-hour sleep break, it would basically be like, who doesn't have something that they need to go to for the next year? And so it's really about sleep, perhaps, and the standing aspect of it was interesting too. I wondered, they were talking about like the heat, and at least they weren't exposed to the sun. That would have been an issue. The
one guy was like, let's crank it up. Like the whole car scalding hot.
Yeah.
Burning you. See how many people left.
A black tarp. That's an issue. That lady who won the next year, she was funny. She was like putting on her makeup like on the truck bed. The ladies were taking their real estate on that truck bed. With the lady with the cassette tapes, and the other lady had her like compact, and she's like putting on makeup. And there was the one lady who lost or dropped out pretty early, where she was like, I was a waitress, or I'm a waitress, or whatever, and I need this. I absolutely, they all needed it. Nobody does a contest like that if they're not in serious need for something. And I wish they all could have won it. I would love to see a.
Being given away. It's like a lot of money for most people.
Agreed. I would love to see a where are they now with these people. Many of them, I'm sure, have died. Some of them, though, I'm sure are still alive and could give a really great sequel. They should do it again. Everybody who's still alive, there should be some dealership out there that should recognize that this is an excellent opportunity to capitalize on nostalgia. And they could have all of the necessary medical treatment for anyone there. But you take all of the people, they'd probably be they'd be middle-aged, or if not older. Obviously, some of them were middle aged then, and see how well they could do for a brand new Nissan truck today.
Yeah.
I'd watch it.
The winner guy from the previous year is like, I think the only guy that could compete with me on this would be like some guy who recently got elected. And then they like show the guy who's like, I recently got out of the Marine Corps. Like, he only lasted 2 days or something. It was a little surprising. He said I was maybe.
I would have been like, the one guy who was like, I was so excited for the contest that I didn't sleep the night before the contest started. So I'm already like sleep deprived. I would have been exactly like that guy. I would have really had some trouble getting to sleep. I would have been thinking about my strategy. And then his friend was like, yeah, you shouldn't have eaten that candy bar. Candy's the thing that'll do you in. And it's like, no, maybe it was the fact that you hadn't already slept an extra day.
Oh, did he actually?
Yeah, he had a friend of his who was, well, the one guy he had a hat on, he's an African American man. He said, I was just so excited that this contest is starting Monday morning, and I wasn't able to sleep the night before. And so I'm already going into it really tired. And then he had made it like at least 24 hours or something, and he was just like, he was worried about the rain and the lightning and thunder. It's like, dude, that's what's gonna scare you, not like, having no sleep or having to stand or whatever. Like some lightning and thunder, but he dropped out after something like 24 to 36 hours or something, and his friend was like, yeah, you shouldn't have had that candy bar. Candy's not the way to do it. And they didn't really give his response, but I just remember thinking to myself, wow, way to kick this guy when he's down, that he's already exhausted. He already didn't sleep the night before the contest, and you think that he didn't do well because he had a candy bar. I thought that was unfortunate. Another thing.
I liked how the camera crew was like trying to find, like, interview people on the way out, and sometimes they just fail miserably.
Right.
And they're like, have you seen whoever? And they're like, oh yeah, he's wandering home at like 4 a.m. after being up 4 days. No one drove her home.
The fact that they
barely got to the girl who she was being honest about she was like in her car.
Right. The fact that they did not have food and coffee, and I'm sure they probably had water, but like I would think, or you would think, that there would be some type of restaurant or something that would want to get involved with this to make sure that the people were adequately sustained. But it didn't seem that way. That one lady, the pretty lady, was like, I had to have some police officer go get me a cup of coffee because I just needed something. And the other people, like, you wouldn't expect like a police officer to have to go get coffee. That wouldn't happen today. There's not like that type of relationship between the authority. I mean, they'd have to put it on TikTok. Exactly. But you would think that they would have had just like coffee there for them and water or lemonade or something, but it did not seem like they had that much. They had to have like their families come and support them. And the guy who won, I mean, he said he was going to give the truck to his wife, which was a nice thing, and he already had a truck. He seemed like he seemed like he could have gone longer. It wasn't like coming down to the end for him. I thought it was a very interesting. Pardon me?
Seemed like he was in the best shape. Smoke.
Right.
He was older.
Right.
Like I wouldn't have had just lining the one man.
I agree. They were.
When they said his background story, he said that You just have to sit and wait until patience and wait some more. So he was just like a master at just waiting.
But the key word there is sit.
Also, another good point that it's a contest of who can keep their sanity.
I agree with that.
You just like your mind goes crazy after being sleep deprived for so long.
Well, that lady just laughing like randomly, that would freak me out. I'd be like, "What is on those cassettes? Why do you think this is so funny?" And the guy who said he would be in the deer stand or whatever, you sit in those things. So I didn't know if that would be such an advantage. They talked about the age, the like right age of someone. Some people were saying like 19 to 27. Probably think that there'd be some advantage to that, but then again, just having experience is another thing. But like Riser said, the guy smoked, the winner smoked. He wasn't super thin. Like the guy who came in third and won previously, that guy seemed thinner. The lady who came in second, she was not in good shape at all, and yet she did really well. It's interesting to me too that it went for like 70 hours, but the year before went 87 hours, and like just the toil that must have had. I found it to be just quite an interesting documentary. I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah, the record was like 102 hours, which is 4 days of being awake. It's pretty a lot. I mean, you can die of deprivation.
Oh, certainly. Clandestine organizations have used it against people as a type of torture.
Yep. Yeah. Well, do you have any strategy to stay awake, or what's the longest stay awake?
I think I did 3 days, and the strategy was basically like tons of caffeine, and I would say that that's about my maximum until I'm just so tired that I don't hallucinate, but like the world becomes very slow to me. My processing skills are weakened, and I don't like doing that. On this stream, the longest I've gone, I think, is 2 days of no sleep, and usually that happened under a case where I would sleep a lot the day before, like I don't know, 12, 14 hours or something for one reason or another, and then I'd be trying to get my hours back to normal. Uh, whether that would be, I'd be able to do that. It's difficult. So I have done some pretty long endurance without any type of um, medical prescription or something like that. Your body after like 36 hours starts to really slow down, and you're not able to process certainly be in your sharpest form. And you also, like, whenever I've done it, I haven't been very having to have to be very physically active during it. That causes a lot of issues, I think, because you just become tired, and if you are extreme.
Like if a bunch of they would be able to like meditate or rest and like actually like somehow not like last a lot longer.
Yeah, perhaps. I would learn about like MK Ultra torture tactics of the CIA, and one of the things that they would do is sleep deprive people, and I think the longest that they ever had somebody, I don't know if this is published, was like a month, and they did it with light and sound, and the people were never the same thereafter. So there's a certain point that you reach where you become like reprogrammed. Like it's an awful type of torture, and So I do my best to not go down that far. If anything, I just try to, get adequate sleep and rest.
Some guy who was on Mr. Beast video was like who can stay in prison for like 30 days or something, and they wouldn't really let the guy leave like on his own, and they were like keeping the lights on, literally torturing this guy, and he was like traumatized by it and see Mr. Beast or something. But I thought after like 10 days,
Oh,
sharks and like pork and stuff can sleep like with a quarter of their brain or half their brain, be awake so like the rest of the brain is awake. So they can do this contest probably going forever. Sharks.
I can recall one time I was on spring break with some friends, and we went to Las Vegas, and we were gonna go to Mexico, and we did. And I'd been up like already like 36 hours or something, and I was already really tired, and we were driving to Mexico from Las Vegas, and we needed a driver, and all my friends were like, we don't want to do it, and I didn't want to do it either, and I was so tired that I had to pull over, and I said, look, either one of you other guys drives, or I'm going to fall asleep while I drive. And so fortunately, we got coffee, and somebody else drove, and I was able to get some rest. But I can recall that was one time where I was probably up for at least 40 hours or so because of all the traveling we were doing and such. But then another time,
You met Apollo. You would just go driving 22 hours a day and sleep in 2 hours. But do that every single day.
right? Yeah,
Which is wild.
he's been in my house. Yeah. I had another incident that occurred. This was on stream. This was in like 2022, I want to say, and I would get up really early. I was running projects for a major corporation I was running global projects, and so I had a group that I was helping in what's called APAC, that's Asia Pacific area. Then EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East. I had another set of projects, and then I was helping a Latin American team, and then a Canadian team. And basically, I would be up at like 3:30 in the morning or so, and I would be on a live call by 5 a.m. and I would just lead what's called like a scrum. Like basically, I was a scrum master, basically leading these projects of different developers, and I would do that until like midday or so, until maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, and then I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim and hit golf balls. And I did this one day, and really was just, I know. And I was burning my candle at both ends, as they say, and I just kept losing more and more sleep. And I was driving home live while streaming on GoPros, and fortunately, my car had a self-driving element to it. It basically had lane protection, and I fell asleep for about, I would say, like 30 seconds, going 70 miles an hour on the 405. And I was really close to my house, but I remember being like, whoa, like I had to snap out of it and roll my windows down. And I was very close to my house, but just thinking to myself, like, I can't do this. I cannot run myself to the point where I'm absolutely exhausted. It can be very dangerous. And like Apollo would do, there's something called West Coast turnarounds, which are like pep pills, caffeine pills. And, they used to be much more legal, at least in the United States. Different over-the-counter types, they call them pep pills, or like weight loss supplements that were basically legal stimulants that people would use to lose weight, that became illegal. It was called phenendrine. It was called fen was the big lawsuits that occurred because they caused cardiac arrest. But this used to be something that people would do to stay up for really long periods of time, truck drivers especially.
I was driving to the airport once at like 5 a.m. and we were like in a taxi thingy, and the car in front of us. I'd never seen anything like this. Just scraped into the guardrail in front of us, and the cars were just flying out like it was a miter saw cutting through steel. Like just tons of stars for like 7 seconds, and then the car and then just like woke up or something and just continued driving along.
Did that person fall asleep?
They're either drunk or fell asleep or both. Probably.
I can see that. Well, the sleep deprivation is very dangerous, and in a case like that, I would have expected the dealership to recognize that they're pushing these people to the limit. I was also really interested. I found it really interesting that they had wireless microphones. If you notice, they had wireless microphones back then that were live on the radio. And I understand why you would want that, because a cable to a radio station would be extremely prohibitive. But that seemed like pretty advanced technology that they had. I just found it to be a really great time capsule of what life was like then. And it was very accurate too.
Yeah, and I guess was it just happening in Texas where they're doing that?
No, these happened.
These competitions, or was it
these happened in every city in the United States at some point. Essentially, every small town, every probably medium-sized town to large cities, and especially when the radios got involved, because that was constant advertising for the dealership.
Right. But nowadays, they don't. There's nothing really that's like a crazy contest that they're doing for cars, is there?
Because the lawsuits became so, people became so litigious that, hey, you caused mental strain against me, so-and-so cheated. They don't do them anymore.
Yeah. Another strategy that no one did in that particular contest because they were all like nice people or whatever. I've seen it in like the Mr. Beast ones where it's like, okay, everyone's going to sleep or whatever, and just one person just trying to meet up the competition just goes off screaming all night so no one can sleep.
Well,
just to like make it much more tense. So, I mean, the one girl was like being like super annoying and trying to annoy people out of it. The other lady was like, I'm just gonna block it out.
Right. Well, in the Mr. Beast ones, they let people sleep, so that's the big hindrance to these. I also think that the dealership model has changed a lot. So dealerships used to make their money generally on selling new cars. They didn't make so much on selling used cars. That's why they always push new cars. And then they made some money on the service. Today, they make more money on the service than they do the selling of new and used cars. So basically, they have you as a customer for a much longer time, and it's more profitable. Back then, when you're selling a new car, you're doing that to get attention to your dealership. And there are only so many different ways to advertise. There's television, there's radio, and there's print media, and perhaps vertical media like billboards. But there's not a whole lot of other things. Now, today, you can target your audience. You can use social media. You can use digital advertising. There's just a lot more ways for an organization to be able to get business, and they don't need to do that. And I also think that radio stations aren't as willing to participate in these things because there's some liability there. After the 2005 incident with this person, no one wants to have their business connected with anything like that. So you could say, look, it would be great to drum up some business. That's great. But there's a huge risk here that someone might go off the deep end and absolutely ruin the business's name and open the organization to some type of liability. And so I just think companies have really pushed away from that. But I I I know that there are a lot of businesses out there that do contests, get really excited to do them, and there's a certain um, there's a certain competitiveness to it, and people do that. I know there was an organization that was giving away coffee for a year they were opening up a chain. They were giving out coffee for a year to the first 300 customers of their new business, and you had to be there by like 6 a.m. and you had to wait. And I know that I I was working nights at the time, and so I would get off of work right around that time, and I just walked there and got a stack of 300 free things for coffee. There are 360, like one coffee a day for a year, and there were people who had been waiting out there for like many hours basically, and I just was able to be one of the last people, and I was able to get the same prize that they got. They don't really do those things anymore. They I think things have just become more expensive as well, that they just don't want to give something away. Giving away a car is very expensive. Giving away free product of anything is very expensive, and organizations just aren't that willing to do it anymore.
That's true. But the advertising bounty and prize they'll do.
The advertising bounty and prize they'll do. What do you mean? The marketplace that you mean Upcake?
Yeah.
Did you tell your mom about it?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's really challenging. It's a big idea. It's not a. I was saying that the challenge is going to be executing on it, because anytime you come up with something that is going to change the world, you have a lot of blockers. And a lot of things that we need to figure out and get by, because it's new, right? It's not a sponge daddy that sells itself, and it's a one-time thing. It doesn't change. If you've worked in software, you're a scrum master, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Any software things have to be updated on a regular basis. There's customer issues. It's a big idea.
I agree.
And therefore, it's a challenging to do as one person.
Oh, I
And
agree.
it's changing a model. It's a brand new thing. Well, I would start as one person, and it was hard to get people. It's a great idea. It's really big.
Oh, absolutely. I told Riser, I launched a startup within the last 10 years or so, and the overhead for any type of business is so great, especially in 2026, that's usually prohibitive. There aren't many tech startups that are forming that don't get acquired very early on if they're a really great idea, or absorbed into some large company, because they either fail due to capital restraints, or they're just too big of an idea. And in this case, there's a lot there. It's a great idea, and I think that if it were done correctly, it could be very successful. But at least when I ran the startup, I had like an unlimited budget because we had an angel investor. That helps. That's what you would need to be able to do this, and you would become an enemy in the marketing world to every single marketing department of every Fortune 500 that exists. And in addition to every advertising agency. So are you going to be able to shake up the market that way? But it is, and Riser, I sent you something, and we've talked about it a little bit, that uh, Meta at least has stated that all of its advertising by this summer will be perhaps AI enhanced, or they will at least allow for that option. Whether how much influence that's going to have, you tell me. I can tell you, I'm on social media,
Which company is that?
Meta, so Facebook, Meta, so Facebook. I can tell you the TikTokers that I see. I created this robot that basically makes my entire life into short music videos, and it is uh, uh, basically every 7 minutes a random song that I have created, not created, a random song, a top 100 song from any decade basically is in this giant playlist of like 20,000 songs that I made. And I made this robot that automatically up automatically takes 1 minute of my life and plays music over it. And while the video is processing and uploading, TikTok shows me a random creator. And these creators are getting so good. The AI for some of these creators is so good. I can't tell the difference. Sometimes I'll look at these things and I'll be like, "That's a real person. That's a real person. That's a real person." And then I'll look at the profile and it'll say AI account, and it's to the point. At least in psychology, it's called the uncanny valley, where you can't tell the difference between real and AI, and we're at that point. And it's going to be very easy for these large marketing organizations to no longer need to pay actors, no longer need to pay musicians, and basically do everything in AI. And it looks very realistic, perhaps better than what the human eye would be able to perceive. And once that happens, we're at a point where something like Upcake or whatever you call it, Riser, becomes uh, perhaps almost old technology. And you'll have to bring.
There's like you know you have AI advertisements that can be created for super cheap. That's great. Creating an ad for super cheap stuff. How do you actually measure which one of those AI, which one of the thousand ones that you generated is going to be the most effective against real actual people?
I agree.
So this marketplace is measuring how effective it actually is, not just like the creation of the ad.
I agree. It's basically grassroots focus grouping. And
You need data to predict.
Well, it understands humans, right? So AI is already, yes, you need data, but it's going to have that data on, it's going to have that data. So it'll be good. But AI is just taking over.
I agree.
So interesting study here is really doing research on where advertising is going to go and what impact AI will have. Because if I had to guess, I would guess that AI is going to be able to predict what the most successful video is.
I
From the actual where they just figure it out.
No, you can look at the most successful ads. You look at where they place, understand the demographic, and then read the short your ads with ads, and then analyze them.
So
what people
that's correct.
AI just the too. Like it's the more I read about AI and the jobs that's taking over and the impact on the economy because of that, what jobs are going to disappear. It's pretty wild. So I think we should do a little bit of research on what AI, just test it to see where AI thinks.
And I think, like, from an artistic standpoint, creativity standpoint, I don't know. AI can produce a bunch of schlock, but that schlock is not necessarily. I mean, I haven't really looked. I guess I have looked at video and image and it's actually creepy. There's this website that's insanely good at making the most spaces or any type of image that you want to readjust. It's called Recraft. And so you can plug in. I mean, maybe I'm just throwing out trying to make sure that you can plug in an image of a reasonable space and then adjust the slider for how much you want it to look like that previous image, and then just click a button. And it'll generate a brand new space that is like same look and feel, but totally different. And what amazed me by that is the amount of variations that it's able to do from a single image, while still creating things that are creative and different every time. It's just like insane. So it definitely has the capacity to remix that creativity. I'm sure the capacity for it to generate a little bit better, and the humans can be pretty funny, competing against authentic human creative output. I know, it's kind of like a battle almost.
There is outside the box thinking that may occur. I think with at least Upcake or whatever you want to call it, there's another aspect to it that hasn't been mentioned that I think makes it very powerful, and that is the fact that users will have to use their own social media to link to Upcake or whatever it's called. I'm just calling it that. And thus you will have crowdsourced advertising that may stay on a user's profile for days, weeks, months, years, and it's free advertising for a corporation. And that aspect of it, I think, would be very attractive to corporations. That AI can't do that. AI can't force you to post something on your platform, on your account, if you don't want it. It can show an ad there, yes, but somebody has to pay for that ad. Free advertising is the best kind of advertising. And so if you have the market, basically the users of the platform who are willing to make some kind of creation either by themselves or with AI or whatever and post that on their own profile, that's an incredible tool for advertising that isn't currently utilized. And the idea that it would be a contest-like system is exciting to people. It brings back that competitive nature that people have, like in Hands on a Hard Body, that everybody wants to win. And so, yeah, somebody's going to post something on their social media account, link it to Upcake, and then see how it does. And maybe they'll take it down after the contest ends, but a lot of people won't. A lot of people will want other people to see the art that they created, and it's basically creating a new type of economy.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Zach. Just walked away.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So
where?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California, which, if you're familiar, it's Orange County. It's just south of Los Angeles, about 45 minutes or so.
So okay, I've heard of Irvine.
That's okay. It's between San Diego and Los Angeles. It's where Disneyland.
Oh, okay.
Irvine borders Anaheim, which is where Disneyland is, if you know where Disneyland is.
Yep.
Excellent. So, yep. And, we're talking about AI and how powerful it is. And I want to reiterate your point. We don't even know what to expect. It is certainly replacing people's jobs and quite quickly. I started this stream while still employed with a major organization, and have been able to use the savings that I have from that position to be able to finance this. And when I started this in 2021, I was able to live my life during the pandemic. So this stream has actually seen what the pandemic was like. But then moving into November of 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT, and then was actually a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I basically have this like pre AI part of my stream and then post AI, and I've been able to see the developments of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 5, its competitors of Grok and Claude and Gemini, and what they've done to society. And I think this is a really exciting opportunity to be able to study, especially in the future from a historical standpoint, my streams as a time capsule to be able to see what life was like before AI and after AI. I was on a podcast earlier this week, an Australian podcast, and we were talking about basically what you and I are talking about, the impact that AI has on our society. And basically, we still don't know. There are so many questions that exist, but perhaps I think maybe historians in the future might look at a stream like mine or other people who have huge amounts of data, to actually be able to get a porthole or a vision of what life was like. And I think that'll be really exciting for people to study in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
I think
one
it's going
thing
to be terrible. That's my prediction. It is a really, really, it is so, it's so efficient that, employees save hours and hours, and eventually that leads to job loss. It's going to lead to a lot of job loss. And that's really sort of a sad state.
Agreed.
I mean, even my doctor's and I've been to going to that doctor's about since the kids were little, like for 30 years. And you'd call in a receptionist within like 3 minutes.
Right.
Then now you call and you're on board in a line of people, and there's no more people in the office to grow or anything. It's just that it's auto recorded, and the recording tells you, your wait time will be 12 minutes, and there's 3 people ahead of you, and then it will say your wait time will be 9 minutes, and there's 22 people waiting. Like it's just all screwed up. And I just think it's so sad that a doctor's office with 14 doctors cannot afford a reception. And that's what they're doing. They're just taking the reins like everybody else, so they can take a little bit more money home themselves. And it's just service. It's been going downhill forever, but it's really getting bad. It's just going to be everywhere. Absolutely.
Right. And we don't even have robots that are part of our daily lives yet. But when that occurs, and it's probably within the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to see massive loss and especially blue collar workers, and we already see similarities in white collar workers. Coding isn't really a career anymore. Customer service is no longer a career anymore. And very soon we'll see positions like perhaps certainly truck driving or any kind of long haul driving will have been replaced. Additionally, it'll soon move into even positions that people would think that were almost irreplaceable, like electricians and plumbers. When you eventually have a robot that doesn't need a break, that doesn't need to eat, that can work 24 hours a day, and all you have to do is invest in a team of them or whatever, and they just have to be plugged in. Why wouldn't you do that? You could create your own business that way and reap the rewards. Now, do I think this is good for society?
No, what you we're gonna do though, right? Like what are people going to do?
Well,
Where's the purpose?
that's an excellent question, and I have these discussions with people, and I really think that we may, and I could be wrong, but experience a new type of resurgence in the arts and in human-made items. There will be a desire for people to have art still. It's something that people enjoy. And AI art will not, I think, be as valuable as handmade arts that people have. And thus, we may see some type of secondary renaissance of music and art and pottery, and because people won't have anything else to do, everything else will already be replaced. So the only thing that humans will be able to do that is of more value than what a robot can do are the arts. No one is, or very few people may want a piece of pottery that was created by a robot, but they may want a piece of pottery that was created by an up and coming artist just because they know that it was actually handmade and what goes into that.
I mean, I think like something like a teacher, not replace the robot has the data that's lacking a human connection. Anything where there's like a mandated human connection to be formed will be difficult to be replaced.
I disagree.
My opinion.
I disagree to some extent because people will just not know what it was once like to build that type of bond with the teacher. And they'll just understand that they lived their life through a pandemic where everything went remote. And instead of a teacher who normally would have a classroom between 25 and 30 children, now has 100 or 200 people who they're teaching. But since they don't have to control them and everyone is in front of a screen, they basically have all the attention that they need, and they just have to go through the lecture. And even at a certain point, that can be replaced by AI. Now in healthcare, we already have robotic surgeons that are more accurate than normal surgeons. I think this isn't even an old study, but they had a robotic surgeon that was I think 86%, or no, not just surgeon, doctor, a robotic doctor that was able to diagnose people with 86% accuracy, and this was 2 years ago. When a human doctor, even the best ones, it was less than 80%, it was about 78%. So already, this is old technology that's already more accurate than a human. And then when it comes to surgeries are already, there's something called the Da Vinci robotic surgeon that surgery can be done anywhere in the world with extreme accuracy, laser precision. And you can have basically a robot that has some human guidance be able to perform 8 or 10 different surgeries over the course of a day, where normally that would just be one surgeon. A surgeon could only perform one, maybe for the week or whatever it may be. And certainly when it comes to the idea of properly diagnosing different diseases, doctors are on.
Diagnosis, they win.
It does, and exactly. And in law as well, AI wins. When you would go to law school to just for 3 years on top of having a 4-year degree and just learn how to brief, and a brief might take you a few hours to be able to do, a chatbot can do in a matter of seconds. And I really think, and I've heard this before, that the top law firms in the world will essentially collude to have software that's better than any of their competitors and is very expensive so that small attorney practices would not have the same opportunity at the case law and such. It would be very expensive to use to be able to get a membership or the credits to be able to use it, and basically hold much of the legal world hostage because of the paywalling of the different software that they use for legal briefs and looking up perhaps legal prior legal cases, and thus you would have to use one of these major uh, law firms, or else you're going to be at a significant disadvantage that your briefs and your legal arguments won't be uh, as as good as the big guy from the big firm, and in looking at things like accounting. I mean, I already would trust AI accounting more than I would trust.
Analysis, there's no more find the missing penny in your worksheet or anything like that. Those jobs, anything like that.
Absolutely, and that's why the
Quality.
quality control, absolutely. And that's why the influencer, if you ask it, at least in the United States, an American young person, what the top desired job is, it used to always be athlete, but now it's become influencer because there's some idea that the ability to perhaps become long periods of sufficient for time by gaining a community may have unity than your previous lawyer, doctor, sports star, and there may be some truth to that. And I see these streamers. I mean, I certainly am one, and I know that it can be extremely lucrative for the top streamers, not for everyone. In enough time, long periods, uh, if you're able to do anything for a long enough period, generally you will gain traction and you can become successful. I'm not saying you absolutely will, but you look at, I don't know if you're familiar with a podcast like Experience. It's the most popular podcast generally in the world. It started out as just Joe Rogan talking with his friend in his apartment or his house, and they really didn't gain too much traction for the first 5 years or so. They didn't have many sponsors, but eventually, Joe Rogan's approaching becoming a billionaire just by talking into a microphone because he's been doing it now for 17 years. And a lot of people have jumped on that podcast.
Music playing or something? Music on background.
Oh, yeah, no, there most certainly probably is. It's probably the radio that I keep on 24 hours a day. Is it echo or is it music?
Like sounds like background rock music. But it wasn't happening.
It wasn't happening previously. Okay. I'm gonna mute my microphone for a second and tell me if it shuts off when I shut it.
I don't hear
Okay.
you saying anything.
No, I know. I was just muting myself. Did it shut off when I shut it off?
Like now it seems
fine again, but it's
come
not
on,
like come on or something.
We'll continue. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll let you know if it actually
Again and then
Certainly. There are some other people in here who are, some of whom may be playing some kind of sport, and you might be coming from them as well. I'm not saying that that's true, but they all seem to either be muted to some extent, so I don't know how they would be doing that. Anyway, just let me know. In terms of the influencer world, though, it when I probably 10 years ago would say to a kid who said I want to be an influencer, I'd laugh at them. Like, come on, get a real job. With the AI revolution that's occurred, that seems like a viable option. And the younger you start, the more advantageous it can be. And I was saying previously that TikTok is just, it throws content at me. And the devices that I'm using to create these music videos are, I don't know, probably like 10 or 15 feet away from me. So I don't necessarily, I'm not paying attention to them. But many of them say parent run account, where parents are basically monetizing their children at whatever age they may be to generate more income to the family and perhaps give their children a head start. And I can say, is that good parenting, or is this something that I endorse? And generally, I think that we should allow kids to be kids. But this was done previously with child actors and pageant parents, and those kinds of things. And I recognize that parents are becoming more and more desperate for money. They see their children as perhaps, when I say children, you have to have at least be 13 to have a social media account. You're supposed to. But for those kids who get a big following as a young person and then they become an adult, that's quite a head start that they can have in selling things and partnering with different organizations. And it may seem like
It's an education for them too, right? It's like teaching them some other, a vital, not a vital skill, but it's a skill, and it's a potential path, career path, I guess, at a young age. And some of them are genuinely interested in it, so I think it depends on the case.
I agree, but there's no health insurance, there's no retirement. Like, what do you do if you get a copyright strike and you lose access to your account? Are you just then a burden to society if you accidentally have an accident or something like that? It's a dangerous game that the influencer route poses. And
Well, it's funny because that's exactly what we were talking about this last week, about just the notion of social media has really promoted this really promoted this notion of not working for anybody else, and being an entrepreneur and making your own money, and why share the pie, all this stuff, right?
Right.
But essentially, all of that, whether you're an influencer or an entrepreneur, you don't have health care benefits. You're on your own, right? You
Right.
don't have health care benefits typically. You don't have, I work for a large corporation, a telecommunications company, and in healthcare, in IT. I have a pension plan.
Exactly.
They put hundreds of thousands of dollars over my career into a pension plan. When I retire, I'll probably get an exit package worth, I don't know, $300,000 to $400,000.
Right.
Right? These are significant things that as an independent entrepreneur, you have to build it to the point where you're actually able to put in this thing, these kinds of benefits for your employees, but also for yourself. And that doesn't come. That's years and years into it, unless you get that massive investment, which again, they make it sound like it's super easy to do. It's not that easy to do.
You're absolutely right.
90% of startups fail. So anyway, it's just interesting, like whether you're an influencer, happens to you, and you're a toaster, anything when you're really on your own. Yeah, so Zach's So Zach's brother is a YouTuber.
Right. Very successful.
Right. Very successful YouTuber. And it's crazy. It's how much money he's making. Crazy. But So he hasn't had a problem with that. But he's kind of to me needle in the haystack.
Absolutely.
Like for him, you know, who just had a ton of money at 22 years old. More than I at 22 years old. And carrying on like into now he's 24. But that he got lucky. He worked hard. It was his fourth attempt at doing something online, and he is just. I don't know what to call it. He's just got the right set of skills for it, and he got lucky.
Absolutely.
But most YouTubers are not. They're just not in that category, as far as I can tell.
Oh, you're 100% right. You know, you said 90% of all businesses fail, and I think there's this statistic: 90% of all restaurants in the first year fail, and when it comes to influencers, it's got to be 999 out of 1,000 fail, or at least never reach what your other child has been able to reach. I mean, it's just like you said, a needle in a haystack. I can tell you, as someone who is fortunate to not have to do some type of what would I want to call it, ambush to go viral. I recognize that it's a long game that I'm playing, and I recognize also that it's just my life. It's what I enjoy doing. That it may have some value in the future. But I can tell you, like, and I'm not alone on this. I had an X space, which is like Twitter, which is on video, and I had it open for 24 hours a day for 365 days, and I gained 31 followers. like that's it. I can tell you that I've had many of my channels. I'm live on quite a few different channels, but I don't ever pay attention to subscribers because it just means nothing to me. But I don't have more than 100 subscribers on most of my channels. I can tell you that there's another person I know who live streams their life 24/7. They're on day like 310, and they have 300 followers. Like basically, they get one follower a day. And if you don't have some kind of niche, like catch someone's attention, kind of idea, if you think you're just going to go viral by just sitting there or staying there, unless you're going to play a really really long game. It is not going to be too fortuitous to you. I can tell you, at least like from this Discord, which I have a lot of pride in, because it's 3,000 people I've been able to meet, really interesting individuals, and I didn't start this Discord originally. It's only been around for almost 2 years, but to get even 3,000, like to have 3,000 people with whom I can interact, is difficult, especially because Discord doesn't allow you to promote yourself very easily. I can tell you on Instagram, I have like 10,000 followers, and on Twitch I have like 50,000 followers. But those followers don't pay attention to me nearly as much as the people in the Discord or even the people on X. So it also depends on like what platform you're on and how engaged people are. I was in a call with someone. As you may know, this guy. He's a hacker from Uruguay. He's very popular in the Twitter space verse, and he has like 45,000 followers or 50,000 followers on X. And as he has said, that 10 years ago when his account was 10,000 followers, he had much more interaction with people and made more impressions with people than he does with an account of 50,000, just based on competition and based on like lack of reach and all the things that can happen. I many times brainstormed with Riser about going viral, and I think that I have a good strategy, which is this, which I haven't been utilizing as much as I should have. I go on people's podcasts. So I said previously I was on this Australian person's podcast earlier this week, and he invited me to do like a 5-part series. So the first one is going to be on life extension. The second is going to be on earth improvement. The third is going to be on mega projects. The fourth is going to be on space exploration. And the fifth is going to be on the search for intelligent life. And basically, these are like interesting topics that I'll be able to. Someone's going to hear what I say and say, "Hey, I heard you on this podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast," or "I'd like to, like basically to get my brand out there more." And I did this recently. I've only started this like this week. And if you're like, "Why didn't you do this before?" It's just a thing. Like Riser and I were trying to give it a name, and we called it ambush guesting or something like that, where you just put out a bunch of requests to be on people's podcasts and see if any of them will request like allow you to come on. And I did this to another person, and they're going to have me on their podcast. And I basically have said to myself, if I make this my job for the next 52 weeks, and I'm at least on one podcast a week or so, somebody's going to hear what I do and say, wait a second, you mean I can go back to any moment of your life for the last 5 years, essentially, and see your life from multiple angles, and you have all this data, and data is Earth's number one resource. It surpassed petroleum in 2018. There's something to that. That's a really interesting project, and perhaps I'll get more influence because of that. And really, I do this because it's enjoyment. I get a lot of enjoyment out of recording my life, like a journal, like a diary. So it doesn't cost me anything from a personal standpoint. I'd love to be married and have children and those kinds of things. But fortunately, as a male, I'm able to not have the biological clock that I'm fighting against as much as perhaps I would be as a female, and I can delay some of those decisions. If I were a female, I don't think I could have taken 5 years of my life and just dedicated it to live stream. I wanted to. Pardon me? Well, perhaps. Riser and I have discussed the podcast element and having your own podcast. Both he and I have had our own podcast with limited success. But the idea of just if you have at least one account, I have like a Twitter account that is. I had Twitter accounts of tens of thousands of people, but they get banned for whatever reason. And you don't always know why you get banned. It's kind of this uphill climb that you have, and then they can sweep your legs out from under you, and you're back to square one. But enough people know about me now that it's a strong enough medium-sized Twitter account that I can go to people, and it shows that I have some legitimacy, that other people have listened to what I've said. And I've been on other podcasts now, and it's basically using those, say, hey, if you found what I was interesting on this podcast, listen to me on this podcast, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a lot that at least personally, that I can talk about from a science perspective, from my project perspective, from just like we're discussing the future of humanity, that people will have a 30-minute or an hour-long conversation with you. And so that's the strategy that I'm using. Whether it works or not, well, we'll see a year from now. We'll see where we're at. But I think that from an influencer perspective, you have to, everybody needs like something different. Like your son found a niche that is extremely, allows him to be extremely successful. But who knows if that's...
Can I tell you a little bit more about that?
Absolutely.
Because maybe something important in there. He picked the niche that he liked. He did not do this for his own personal enjoyment. He researched and found through deep research the niches that he felt that from everything he found that would be the most successful. So the niches that he's in, one is true crime. I think he kind of likes that. The other one is anime. And anime is like he couldn't care less about.
That's interesting, but it makes money.
But he produces all of these anime, and he's been very successful in the anime space and the true crime space. And he's explored like other ones like Space and History Channel, and he's learned along the way, but he spent a heck of a lot of time. So his focus was, how do I do this? How do I be successful at this? And I'm going to follow that. I don't care if I like it. right?
I don't
Right.
care.
So it's
about
very,
that,
very
right?
different than what
So
I'm
it's
offering
very, very
you, which is
different than
this
what
is
I'm
something
offering
that you are really, really enjoying,
you're
and
really enjoying,
you know,
and
you know, you're probably not driven
probably not
like my son is
like
super
my
driven
son
for
is
business.
super
He
driven
said,
for business.
you know, from the time he's been like,
from the time he's
you know,
been like
3 years old, I'm going to be a
3
millionaire.
years old, I'm going to be a millionaire.
And he did
That
it.
kind of thing. But
That
he's
kind of
been
thing.
really, you know,
really
he's just very driven and focused on
very
it.
driven.
So if this was really about being
about
successful,
being
and,
successful
and not about, you
and
know,
not
what,
about,
what, you know, towards
what-
his brain.
Absolutely.
So that's a personality thing, right? Like that is really a personality thing.
That
You're
is
going
really
on it. It sounds like you've got a plan and you're,
got a
you know, going on this
and
podcast and you're being very deliberate about
being
that.
very deliberate about that.
That's true.
Which is really important.
Absolutely. And, you know, I've been in the startup world. I've worked for major organizations, and I've made a good amount of money for the age when I started this. I couldn't be doing this without it. And but to me, there's a historical impact that I think is really like drives me. That the footage that is being recorded and the events that are being recorded will be of extreme value to civilization in the future. And I just look at how we look at old photographs or old videos and the vintage and the nostalgia that people have from that is it. I would be dishonest to say if I did not connect to that and think that there was something really special in that and wish we had more of it. And there's lost footage and all the other aspects of society. And I do know in the back of my mind that data is Earth's #1 resource, and that I've got quite a bit of it. I really mean this. I think I have more content. I'm almost certain I have more content created by one individual than any person ever. Nobody is on YouTube on 20 different streams simultaneously, 24/7 for almost 5 years.
I don't get it. Can you explain what if you do want to go out?
What if you do want to go out?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You can still do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like I've said, like I've had people come visit me. It's more difficult to do IRL streaming because of the data issue, overheating of phones, power issues, and you know, like you're driving in a car. I mean, unless I'm in an Uber, and I've done that, it's just more complicated. And I'm only live on one stream now, and I like being live on 20 different streams. But yeah, if there was some woman who came into my life and said, "Look, I am all on board with this live streaming thing. I love it. I want to live with you. Let's do this together." I'm not saying that I would be against that, but I'm not looking for that. I recognize that this project has the opportunity to make me and my family and my generations to come wealthier than we'd ever want. And so it's almost like just be patient. And also, I might be able to get some. I'm not saying I wouldn't be able to get a really wonderful woman now, or that I haven't had the opportunity in the past, but the fact is, I'd be able to get perhaps any woman I want on earth. Had this gone viral, or does this go viral? There are a lot of people out there who would find it attractive to be on the world's largest timeline and to merge their life with the world's largest timeline. That I recognize that if I just keep focusing on this, that the women will come, and I'll be able to have my pick of the litter, so to speak. But I mean, really, I want someone who would be comfortable being on camera and living their life on camera. But if she said, "Hey, I want to have privacy," I'm all about that. That's absolutely fine. I understand that too. I don't. It's not a deal breaker if she said no cameras in the bedroom or no cameras for our children or something. Right, exactly. So I understand that there are some limitations, but I really I want a woman. I've always felt this way, that I would be older when I would get married, because I wanted to be established. And if I weren't doing this, I would still be in the corporate world and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Recognizing though that this this opportunity, in addition to being able to archive the world's history, can make me not just a millionaire or a billionaire, but into the realm of a trillionaire, meaning just like generational wealth that I never need, my children would never need, my grandchildren would never need. But then the opportunity to give back to the world is really important to me as well. To help every single person who's helped me on this stream, not just be able to take care of themselves and their friends and their family, but to be able to start charities to help the world and not for profits to help the world, and really start my own in my own way a peaceful revolution. That's really exciting to me, and I recognize that it's a sacrifice that I am making, but I'd be basically doing the same thing. And as with most people, they're just relaxing in the comfort of their own home, perhaps watching podcasts, watching sports, and interacting with their friends. If I may ask, do you mind if I use the restroom? Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Take your time. Take your time. Take the back. Take the back.
Thank you for your patience.
Did you take your hands off the Nissan?
No, I didn't. I just swapped hands.
It was never in contact.
That's an interesting point. Couldn't you imagine in mid-90s Texas, one of the contestants is there making that argument? You know, according to physics, none of us are actually touching this Nissan. They'd look at you like you were bonkers.
And you call your cell phone, ChatGPT.
Well, you most certainly would then. I mean, one of my favorite quotes is Arthur C. Clarke's, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic." And that would certainly look magical. I mean, I know when I first used, actually, the first month that I used ChatGPT, it stunk. It was very unimpressive. I mean, it did not get a lot of things right. And I remember being like, oh, this is just like a regular chat bot that I've used on customer service websites for years, and this stinks. But it got very good very soon thereafter, after launching. And yeah, so.
There's been people who have been in like an actual boardroom or boardroom or that and then ChatGPT just like hallucinates a bunch of case and they're like WTF.
Well, that's.
You can't just link to his robot every time. I get it.
Well, that's dangerous. And people have tried to use that in, at least in California courts, they will not allow you to be represented by artificial intelligence. You still need to have a representative who has passed the California bar. Even though ChatGPT has been able to pass the bar from a test perspective, you still have to be a human. And I think that there will be some type of restrictions on some professions that perhaps the ones that are very powerful, doctor, lawyer, CEO, venture capitalist, perhaps they will say, no, you can't replace these positions. And just because of the power of those roles, they may be, I don't want to say completely irreplaceable, but certainly not as easy to replace as a standard customer service agent.
Yeah, I mean, robots are also used to defusing bombs or fires and being like a soldier or something. You can proxy saving life.
So there's an organization in San Francisco called Stop Killer Robots. Yeah, and when I first heard about this organization, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that, it seemed almost humorous, such a name. But with each day, that becomes more and more serious. And we've already had incidents. There was one in Dallas, Texas. I think we've discussed of a robot that actually killed somebody. It was like basically a remote control, but it killed somebody had somebody hostage or something, and that was like the first documented killing of an individual by a robot that was not in wartime or something like that. And we see what's going on in the Middle East, that the best tools of war are no longer aircraft carriers and battleships, but are drones, basically.
Yeah. We need. Yeah, I wasn't saying like police robots, but firefighter is like something where you're saving people from dying.
Right.
Situations that can be useful. Or rescuing a dog for
Right, but there's a fine line between a tool and an actual actor, and we have in the United States already police departments that have robots that are basically for awareness on the streets. It's, I don't know if you've seen them. It looks like a giant egg, like Humpty Dumpty, and it basically has cameras on it that goes around different parks and has like a little speaker on it. And if you run into trouble or something, you can go up to it and it will press a button on it and it'll notify the police or whatever. But and somebody's watching it from a remote location. But it's kind of one of these things where there's a fine line between that and RoboCop.
Yeah, I mean, what if the robots are using non-lethal? What if they prove with like driverless cars are killing less people than humans on average? Isn't it generally safer to have robots who less trigger regular humans with emotions and PTSD? Wouldn't that be a good thing?
I am a huge advocate of non-lethal alternatives in law enforcement. And I have always said this, even as a young person, why do we give police guns, or why do they have such active ability to use a gun when there are tranquilizers out there that have been used for the last century to bring down big game? Meaning, you can take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart almost immediately, and that elephant will be incapacitated for 30 minutes or an hour or something for you to be able to do whatever you need to do. And then it's brought back and it's back to normal. Why can't we use those on individuals? Basically, I think that society should replace firearms in law enforcement with tranquilizer guns. Now, do I think that
I made the argument before, like dosage apparently with tranquilizers varies from human to human. But even if 1 in 10 people die from a tranquilizer, the alternative is like 10 out of 10 people die from
exactly?
even like the worst.
Exactly. And you could use different types of concoctions or tranquilizer chemicals. You could get something down that, I mean, I am a perhaps naive, but or just a positive individual who thinks that you could use the same. There is a world out there. I don't know exactly where it is, but science could find that you could use a dart on a small woman and a large man and not have to change anything in whether the dart knows the like can sense the size of the person for how much dosage it's going to give, or just it basically will not kill them. It will just like here's an example with the taser or like use of like electroshock. They don't take into effect the size of the target. It's like if you're going to get tased, you get the same taser as a small woman as you do a large adult or a large man, I should say.
Same pepper spray, same rubber.
Perfect. Exactly. So I think that the same thing could be done on with non-lethal weaponry, and um, I don't know. So at least in the United States, there's a big loophole that's known as qualified immunity that allows police to be able to use excessive force at times if needed for the to ensure the peaceful restraint of an individual. But even at times, it can become lethal, and you can't sue them on this grounds. But there's a major push in the United States that, and I think it's going to be brought not by not by a grounds a grassroots level, but I think from insurance companies. Insurance companies are finding that it is becoming and I should say local departments. It's extremely expensive to pay out on bad cops. Like basically, if you run the statistics, like 10% of bad cops cause 90% of the force's problems, something like that. And if you require police officers to insure themselves, just like you do with a car, if you're a bad driver, eventually you'll be unable to drive because you won't be able to pay for your insurance in the same way as a police officer. There's a push for this, and I can see this potentially happening in the future. And there's going to be a time where there's an overlap between AI and robotic law enforcement and and perhaps some type of insurance regulations or restrictions on bad cops because it just becomes extremely expensive to have a police department that is getting sued all the time, and eventually some cities and jurisdictions are just going to no longer be able to fit the bill. And they're going to say, look, we're going to move the insurance liability from our small town or medium city or large metropolis to the individuals themselves, being the police officers. And I think if that happens, you'll see a lot, many fewer accidental shootings of people, or people will be far less, police will be far less motivated to pull out that gun.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had this type of question I'm at the end of my caffeine.
Do you need a police officer to get you a cup of coffee like that lady on Hands on a Hard Body?
That would be nice.
That would be nice. Yeah,
That would be nice.
that would be nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier about the AI advertising thing. Arguably, I think there's like if AI could potentially be a good thing because it like if you have every democratized access to AI where anyone create their AI ad and make a really AI ad, phenomenal AI ad. It becomes it's like the same thing. It's like instead of the same thing, it's like instead of ad, that's just like using cameras. It becomes like cameras. Who now made the best AI ad? The best AI exact same competition. The tools are potentially unlocking more creativity, basically. And if you've ever used AI, like video generation, prompting is important and really never hardly get really never exactly the first time.
I agree.
And also, I think that like the target marketing, the type of advertising, I think, is also important because there's some ads that you might see on Facebook. Yeah, sure, custom, tailored ad would make sense in that regard, but if you have an advertisement that's going to be seen by millions of people, then you probably want the most effective and possible stick in their minds the most. And so it kind of depends on what you're going for, and how little bit and how much.
Well, you know, you and I discussed this at one point, how I think in the future, and it's already, this is new, but when you have an advertisement, connect it with a real person people know exists, with their handle or whatever, how much more powerful that ad is going to be, because people know that it's not automatically generated, or does that make sense?
Yeah, people are boycotting AI flops already. YouTube videos are just AI garbage. AI, people hate. I hate that personally. I hate that. I see a video that's just like annoying. Like you didn't want to pay the narrator. You didn't want to pay the narrator. Now really AI. Like I stick to videos all the time. This video sucks. It's clearly AI.
But those are the ones that you know. I can almost guarantee that you have seen some type of advertisement that is AI, that was AI.
Yeah,
Sir, whatever you want to call your company, Upcake, because it's for me to remember. And we're talking to Mama Riser as well. She recognizes how expensive this could be, and how this could make you an enemy. But all you really need is a website that can post links, a comment system, a voting mechanism, and then you would just go to different organizations, contests. And once word of mouth gets out about it, everybody's over head. Where this idea fails immediately is if you're that people would see. It's like Riser. If you look in this Discord below, you're gonna see a section. So under 24, there's 24/7 live streams, and then you're gonna see like a heart and a cowboy hat and a heart, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. Do you see that?
I see. Because Rabbi Rothschild live stream radio station.
Okay, the section below radio stations. Yeah. And then at the bottom of that, you see TikTok music videos.
Do you have to go into the
No, there's no about section. It's okay. So below, there's a red heart, a cowboy hat, and a red heart. Do you see that? It says Rabbi Rothschild. And then iterator only, rank ups, and then AMA technology, Instagram, Linktree, press releases, TikTok, YouTube, podcast, leaderboard. Do you see that? And then do you see TikTok music videos?
There's one that says
Below that, it's like 5 down from that. It says TikTok music videos.
no under cowboy hat and heart. Technology, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, podcast.
No. And then it says leaderboard, and then TikTok music videos.
Mine says leaderboard, and then rabbi interviews, rabbi calendar.
Oh, okay. Just one moment. This is really interesting. Okay, let me make sure that it is available. The reason why I want you to see this is basically what your website's going to be. Oh, apologies. Can you see it now?
No.
Let's see here. So you don't see a section that says TikTok music videos?
No, not in that area.
Okay, I'll just send you a link to it. And the reason why I want you to see this link is because it is essentially what your website would be. It's basically like hosted links. So the only difference is you would you would be able to see the video on the website and current, but like basically Discord isn't okay. I just that's actually not what I wanted. TikTok music videos.
I see it now.
Okay, so go there, and you see that there's just like every 5 minutes or something, a new music video that's being created. As I've been talking with you both, there are random music videos that are being made.
Yeah.
But Discord is not hosting them. TikTok is. And your website would be essentially this. The idea that you would, except you could play the video. It'd be like some kind of embedded video that it would still be hosted on TikTok, but it would just give like a little thumbnail of it, and then people would vote on it. Discord doesn't have the capability, or under current conditions, they don't want to pay for all the hosting, so they limit how much a user can basically host in their Discord. However, TikTok allows for you to post whatever you want, generally, from a capacity standpoint. So what you would do is be like the Discord. Like you will just have links like this, but when you click the link, it will take you to the person's page, or you'd be able to view an embedded version of it on your website. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get that. Explain where you lose costs.
No, you know what? I will. I don't have the brain capacity.
Tell me that.
I did. I was just saying, basically, when you build a system, well, it depends on whether you're building it. If you're posting things on, I don't even know what Discord is. Things on TikTok or Discord, I guess is a discussion.
We're in Discord right now. This is Discord.
Okay. So if you're No, I was saying if you were to actually build such a system, right?
Okay.
Then billing systems, reporting systems, enrollment systems, audit systems, operational systems. You've been. It sounds like you've worked in IT, right? So
Absolutely.
all of the things that if you're building out a system, you need all of these subsystems around it.
That's correct.
You just don't build a platform that connects, content creators, the general public, or whoever else. I haven't really. That's why I say I don't really have that. I haven't modeled this out. But you need all of these. You need security. You need like privacy. You need legal. You need all kinds of things. And there's cost to doing all of that. If you put up a website and you go, hey, your costs are much less.
Absolutely. And that's why.
So you can do the simple model, or you can, but the way Zach was describing it to me, it sounded like he was going to build
that won't work. And I think we're all in agreement on that. If you have to host everything, if you are the even if you'll have some legal issues, but they won't be nearly as big as what it would be building your own platform. The big issue is hosting. The big issue is hosting the data, because that is a monthly bill that you will get that will continue to increase. Essentially, I mean, I'm sure they have Craigslist in Canada, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Craigslist, think of it, it's a very simple website that doesn't have huge amounts of data that are being stored. So this would be like a something simple like that. That let's use a real world example. The Coca-Cola company wants to better advertising for what they're doing, and you connect with their marketing or somehow say, look, normally you're going to pay a marketing agency $1 million to do your holiday campaign ad. That's great. What you can do is give away a $100,000 to the winner of a contest, and you're going to get, instead of the minds of a boardroom of 15 creatives, you're going to get 15,000 entries on this. And not only that, to the people of Coca-Cola, these people are going to host their contest entries on their social media. So whenever their friends are just scrolling through their social media, it's a free Coca-Cola ad for you. And it isn't just for as long as you want to pay for it, it's free, and it's free indefinitely. Some people are going to take it down the second the contest is over. Some people are going to leave it there for 5 years, and it's going to have impressions on people 5 years from now to drink Coca-Cola. And all you have to do is give away $100,000 in a contest, which you guys do all of the time. And if you will agree to putting up the money for this, you wouldn't start with Coca-Cola, you'd start small. But essentially, that's the goal. We're going to be able to cut your advertising budget by, for just the holiday season, $900,000, and they spend more than this on their digital campaigns, but we're just using round numbers. And on top of that, you're going to have 100 times more reach, because all of the contest entries are going to be hosted on social media, which is going to allow you to dominate digital platforms where you would never be able to get previously. You wouldn't be able to artists' platform, some artist's main page under normal conditions. They wouldn't care enough about Coca-Cola. However, the fact that this artist put in work to create some kind of video or some type of commercial or whatever it would be, you are now going to be able to the word would be almost seep to the areas where your marketing previously would fail. And you're going to be able to do it for cheaper. And for Riser's point of view, all he has to do is have the money, and have people have the links, and they would just give a picture, just like I showed in Discord, and people could click a button, and it would play a video, and then people would just upvote it and have the comment entries, and then let's say the contest runs for a month. At the end of the month, whatever one Coca-Cola chose wins. It's not necessarily who has the most upvotes, because people can game the system that way. We just want it to be whatever one that Coca-Cola likes. And Coca takes that and puts it out as their holiday 2026 campaign. Who didn't win, either out of sheer laziness or because they actually created said about their art and got more people to go to their social media, are going to keep up with ads when previously they wouldn't have. This will basically transform social media into being just, hey, here are pictures of my vacation, maybe 10 different pictures of those, to being maybe one of Coca-Cola and another of Anheuser-Busch and another of Honda. And so for every 10 videos that somebody may upload, they may get some free advertising, and that could be long term. And on top of that, it creates a new type of industry for artists and creators and people who are into video editing and actors and people who just basically look, we're going to put something together. We think it's really creative, and if Coca-Cola picks it, we have a chance to make basically a year's salary on this contest. And there are going to be a lot of people who apply for the Coca-Cola contest because that's a big brand and it's a big prize. But you're going to have some smaller organizations, maybe even a small restaurant that may say, look, we don't have $100,000 to give away. We don't have $10,000 to give away. We don't have $1,000 to give away. But we'll give you $100 in our gift cards. And they may get 30 entries for that, just in a local contest that they're having. And basically, I've said to Riser about this, you're going to be able to lower the costs of marketing, which are extremely high for different advertisers. You're going to be able to essentially invade people's social media in ways that you wouldn't have been able to do previously, which is positive for the advertiser. You're going to allow creators to be able to make an artist. It's going to vet them, and all you have to do is host a bunch of links on a website. Now, will you need general counsel perhaps at the beginning to have your terms and conditions? Absolutely. So you're going to have some type of legal team, and but in terms of this is where this is brilliant by him not hosting it. Let's say that there's kind of I don't know, just malicious content somebody doesn't like. Well, guess what? Riser isn't hosting it. TikTok's hosting it, or Instagram's hosting it, or YouTube's hosting it. So long as it gets past their very strict systems, generally it'd be fine on Riser website. And so you basically are going to utilize all of the general counsel of YouTube, meaning Alphabet, and Facebook, meaning Meta, and TikTok, meaning ByteDance. They're already basically the filter for all of the content that you're going to have. So you don't have to. Miss Aquarius, I'll be with you in a moment.
Good night.
Okay, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Take care. Go ahead, Mrs. Mama Riser.
So if I'm creating it,
yes,
then I'm not allowed to use the Coke logo, right? Like that without authorization.
Well,
so I can't create a Coke. I would, which is why that's where you put that on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, and you're basically they'll shut you down.
People do that all the time. They have a Coke in the background of their video, or they drink a Coke on camera. There's nothing illegal about that. And Coke itself, once change their policy to say we want people to be making more content with Coke in it. Is it too protective of our label or of our trademark? Aren't going to get us advertising now. Where Coke is going to be try to make your own formula that's like trademark or red brand. They're going to where they want to be litigious, but basically having Coke is their is better for their brand. About this, Riser and I did. What if you have a situation where you have someone who like maliciously takes Coke and just pours it down the toilet and says this is garbage. Okay, their entry is going to be all the way at the very bottom, and on top of that, under current law, they're able to do that anyway. So you just don't pay attention to those people. But you will get people out there who create a better ad campaign than just your standard Coca-Cola and the polar bears or whatever it is. And the people at Coke are going to say, you know what, previously we would have gotten from our marketing team and external marketing teams maybe 5 good ideas. But using Riser's idea, we got 5,000 really good ideas. We had a bunch of people vote on it. And on top of all of that, there are so many impressions because people are going to be voting on this that Coke is going to be on all these people's minds because they're going to see Coke ad, Coke ad, Coke ad. Anybody who's and so previously, I mean, I could really say, under what conditions do you have somebody who voluntarily watches 25 Coca-Cola ads one after another? It really never happens. But in this case, you would have tens of thousands of people doing it.
Right.
Do it just to see the differences. If you use,
you know, if you're voting and that's counting and the contest, there's a whole bunch of profit. Like it's a bigger idea.
Oh, it most certainly is, but it's so big of an idea that you have. I don't know how many children you have, but you have 2 very successful sons. One of whom I think could be much more successful than the other one, even though the other one is doing quite well. Riser is the type of thinker and an outside the box thinker that has some ideas that can make him a millionaire, billionaire. So I would say to you, by the time that you're of retirement age and looking at that perhaps a few $100,000, you're not going to have to worry about that because you're going to have 2 sons who are extremely successful. And with the ideas that Riser has, if he were to create a website with the links and basically use the different social medias as a filter and just connect with some smaller brands just to start, and they will see how successful this is for their brand. He's going to have all the big boys who are going to want to play and want to be on this website. They're going to be able to spend money on their creative. They're going to be able to have effective social media and branding. And on top of that, under no other condition are you going to have somebody voluntarily put an advertisement on their social media unless they know that this is a contest entry and they're proud of it and they see it as art and not necessarily as an advertisement for a large corporation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as I say, I do like the idea. I think the execution. I think there's his next step is to sort of plan this out and understand the scope of it and understand the approach to it. And
Well, absolutely. I mean, did Riser tell you how this idea came about?
I know that you were talking.
So
Something. So he did tell me this.
Okay, so
But yes, tell me again.
oh, absolutely. So, Riser, do you mind if I tell her how it came about? Okay, so I was in an X space call with cryptocurrency, and they said that they had a website and all this, like that they had just this plan, et cetera, et cetera. And I said to them, I don't understand why you're doing what you're saying you're doing. And I basically said, look, it'd be much better if you just were a marketing, whatever, contest. And so I initially brought it up with this other organization. And they were like, that's the best idea. They loved the idea. However, I haven't heard anything from them. And so a few months went by, and Riser and I were talking, and I said, I had this discussion with this other person, but I don't know if they ever ran with. I mean, this is a big idea, like you're saying, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of work to do. But if you want a million, billion, $1 trillion idea, here is one. And then we started to talk about it and brainstorm on names and some other things like that. So it was something that it was a conversation that I had with a different organization, but they didn't have. It to me just made sense. You had these really big ideas that I think could be really good, and Riser and I talk about them. But basically, what I'm saying is that there is a void in the market right now, and Riser could certainly fill that void. And all it's going to take is a website that is a name that's memorable, and he has some other names. Riser, what did you say? What was it called?
It's called Crowd.
That's a good one. That's a good one. It just sticks out in my head because it's like a food and tangible. But Crowd Spark is great. I like that one too. And so he's got the name. So then he's got to get the website. And once he gets the website, then he's got to start populating it. And once he did, then he has to find someone to basically put up a little money for a contest. But it could just be gift certificates. It doesn't have to start out as huge cash prizes. And then he's got to get people to know in the market as artists. And the way they could do that is through social media that already exists. But it's and then he probably have to, and I'm at some point, have to have some type of legal mind review the terms and conditions, because this is going to be a contest, and to make sure that it's legal at your location and everything, because there are some that, and then running this is going to be an international contest. Going to work, and how can you assure that? Yeah, so he basically need to perhaps organize. He wouldn't organize this, but just an escrow system. So basically, these already exist. So a company puts up 100, so they don't run away, and that the money isn't earned until there's an actual winner, and all of those things. Within any of them, have we not said he has to hire anybody, nor does he have to. I mean, he might have to hire people at some point, but that's down the line. He could use contractors in the. He already knows how to program to some extent, so it's really about marketing. If anything, and I tell him this, he's faster at moving these things. The void's not going to be there forever, and he's going to want to take advantage of it quickly as possible. Again, this was a conversation that I had months ago. They were more. This is what they wanted to do. And they wanted to give away cryptocurrency organizations, and they run it as like a contest. They didn't want to bring in. Wanted it only to be like small creators, and I was like, why limit yourself to small time creators? Why not just pay cold hard to individual like artists from corporations? And these kinds of contests are done all. And they thought it was a great idea. It like the big
built a prototype website, AI a bit already. And then I was like, at the step where I'm like, okay, user sign and stuff. I need to basically currently only use Google and Discord to sign in. That's the best way to like sign in and bot issues because you don't want bots obviously. And then in order to make that happen, I have to subscribe to like a Google Plus account, domain name and stuff. And then I was like, I don't have this stupid thing. And then that's as far as I've gone on the website. But I am. I've mostly been working on the presentation. So, trying to identify any hazards or blockages in the whole AI. AI how AI is this start something if the balloon's going to pop.
Absolutely.
But I think a huge opportunity. I do want to move along with it and dedicate a bunch of time to it.
So,
Today, as effect possible because I like challenges every day.
absolutely. So, Riser, if I were you, this is what I would do.
Bootstrapping notoriously difficult because both companies that are to want to host the contest requires users as well. So you almost need a sales team to some extent actually to companies, probably robots, even if you're calling people and actually explaining amazing website and benefits would be good.
It just takes
money and influence.
it just takes to do that. You don't need a cool team. Riser, if I were you, I would. I don't have the funds to do this, and my parents are not going to them. But you have your brother now. Hold on. I would come up really good pitch to him. I would come up with a really pitch to him.
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
I would put capital in capital and burn their money.
It's important to keep it intact and getting bit to business with your family is not the reach to go.
Okay, I mean, wouldn't you eventually tell him about it anyway? Wouldn't you eventually tell your brother about it anyway?
Yeah, but he does not. He's not into investing in startups, venture capital, design for that.
Okay.
He's very risk averse.
Okay, that's fine. It's just if you go to venture capital with this, they can easily just take this idea and leave you in the dust.
I mean,
I mean, basically, you're going to be giving them the golden ticket. If you go to venture capital and you say, hey, I can put all your marketing teams out of business and create this, they're going to say, okay, that's great, Riser, and they're going to be gone. And let me just say this. I know that I don't know. Mama Riser makes an excellent point. It's not good to get into business. However, you could at least tell your brother about this idea and say, look, I know that you found success in some other ways. I want you to know that I would basically run this organization. You could just be an angel investor. It's not like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking like some small startup capital. You put together a nice video for him and showed him the website. I'm doing really great now, but this is a really good idea. This might take me from millionaire to billionaire status, because generally YouTube, unless you become a major influencer, that's difficult to do. However, if you have some type of idea like this and just run it by him, that's the worst idea. Okay, so you try, but go run away with the idea and make a ton of off of you, like venture capital.
Yeah, but I don't think that would be, maybe 10,000 maybe, but I feel like actually get it out you need influencers that you can equity or give them money or both. Is the only way to hit the ground running. I get that. It is nice that you can't pressures or whatever for people, but I think it's much more like makes more sense. Hey, a bunch of influencers that in the area is kind of related to people that are into indie gaming and the AI and comedy or just creators in general, and directly target those people. Say, look, this is a big opportunity that is make money.
I think if you go the influencer route, in my opinion, there are enough small to medium businesses just in the podcast realm that are doing everything organizations, and these are like, and I'm sure you've done like the meat of the world and the spaces of the world. They're not super giant yet, and you basically can say to them, look, I want you to get creative. And the way that we're going to do that is sponsoring a contest. So I already have social media. You start saying, hey, we're running a test for Squarespace. Whoever comes up with the best at us on Upcake wins $10,000. It's in their best interest. And then you don't give money away or anybody else's money away to some influencer who's not going to care about it. You use the advertiser themselves. They already have a platform. They already have a network. And that's just going to improve their sales. It's going to improve the impressions that they get. So this, again, this is what I do. I would, you already can afford the Google Plus account, like what your mom said. There is capital that's needed for this. And you have a normal family, but you do have one person who could perhaps help you who you can trust. And instead of going to venture capital that's just going to take this idea, because you can't really produce, there's no trademark, there's no patent, there's nothing you can really do to stop someone from doing this. I would at least make my brother aware they have this idea. I mean, that's the best thing that you could do as a brother, and just, he's already had a lot of success, and just ask him his opinion on it. But I'd also come up with a business plan to say, look, if you want a part of this, I'll give you 50% equity in this. You don't have to run anything. And for all I need is the web and just basic operating costs. I'm not taking a salary out of this. And your brother may say, wait, for like $10,000, I can basically perhaps have the opportunity of being a billionaire. He makes $10,000 easily in a few days of revenue on his YouTube channel. That's not anything serious to him. But if you came up with a really good video that was exciting, that shows how this is an industry-shaking idea, he might go for it. And if he does, it's going to make him a lot of money. It's going to make you a lot of money. And look, I've been around a lot of millionaires in my life. Yeah, I do. You just need the website. All you need is the website. And then from there, you just send emails, or even you could just get in contact with these smaller companies like ZipRecruiter and MeUndies and and Squarespace, not super big Fortune 500. We're not talking about Chevron or you know Canadian Railways yet. Nothing like that. But people ways to advert, and really the podcast people, because of to do live reads on podcast, and you basically are going to say to them, look, I just, instead of spending $5 to have somebody read your ad on dollars and say we're going to run a contest, and the best ad wins, and this contest is available on. You do that with 4 or 5 of these different, and you do it for free. You don't take any cut on this, and you're going to have them be overwhelmed with really exciting opportunities from which to choose. And they're going to come back to you and they're going to say, Riser, we've been just doing the same old thing because that's what all our competition does, and just writing a check every month to podcasters to do live reads. And that didn't get us anywhere. That's not posted anywhere. With yours, we got 1,000 entries on this, 500 of which are still posted on people's social media. And look at the one we chose. Look how good this is. We're not only going to use this on our own social media, but we want to take this to the next level. We want a commercial about this. And at no point in this does it cost you money.
Sorry, what did you say?
At no point in this do you have to go to an influencer. That what I'm saying is you keep all the costs extremely limited. And what do I say you need the $10,000 for? You just need basically a website and a pretty tight pretty tight terms and conditions, and those would be your 2 major costs. And if I were your brother, you're basically going to be able to draw up the terms and conditions with ChatGPT, and you just need a lawyer to read it over and essentially give their approval on it. And this isn't going to be very controversial content because it's already got to be hosted on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch or Twitter or one of those already. So you're basically the power of the technocracy's legal teams, and at the very end, you're the cherry on top to just make sure that everything for the contest is to my brother, because he's the person for this. I would say, I'm not asking you for money. I want you to know that I have a real idea, and I'm going to do this one way or another. Do you want to share this? From what I know, anyone who is a thousandaire wants to be a millionaire. Everyone who's a millionaire wants to be a billionaire. And this is an opportunity for him to really his wealth to another level. And I understand he's risk averse. That's fine. We're talking about 3 days of YouTube revenue. Very small amount here. You might say yes to this. You propose it in the right.
Yeah, no. I would not go on.
No. Stop that. Stop that.
Yeah, no. I would not do that. For 10 grand, I know it's you may very well not give a shit.
He
Mom says he was at least it's an opportunity.
it's worth the risk on his end.
You have to show him. He doesn't want to see an idea. He wants to see something. He wants to see. He's like anybody wants to see traction. Wants to see into it.
I agree, and that's why I would tell you where the money's going. We're going to need $2,000 for a website, for website hosting and everything, for 12 months. We're going to need $5,000 for the attorney to review the terms and conditions, and then perhaps another $2,000 or $3,000 for any type of logos and all the stuff you're going to be able to do organically. And you just basic a video for him, very easy. Look at it on his phone and say, hey, great, or this is not great. And if he rejects it, okay, that's fine. Say, Riser, we're not interested. And they're going to close the door on you and they're going to steal your ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the Winklewins, and you're going to be going to Mark Zuckerberg about Facebook.
And you know where
It's a great place, absolutely. Upwork and
looking for money. If that's in your space, because you advertise, hey, this is what I hate. So this is
they don't care.
Maybe they would do this.
Are you familiar with Are you familiar with Fiverr as well? Fiverr.
I've heard of Fiverr.
Yeah,
The
so
only reason I know about my son uses it for YouTube a lot.
absolutely, and
So Fiverr,
yeah,
so there you go.
exactly, and that's essentially what you're. That's true. That's true. Those are the big two. Though. Yep, those are the big two for gig work and small-time creator jobs, especially for video editors and such. But essentially, Riser, what you're doing is you're building that type of platform with less overhead.
Right.
So it's a thought, and then yeah, they are, but they have a lot of I would say they have to at least store a lot of data when it comes to the transfer of files. I think that they're at least looking at 5 gigabyte hosting. You're not even going to have that. Everything that you have is going to be links. Like basically your website is going to be the most efficient website that it could be to keep costs extremely low. You're not going to have an app, which is $100,000 in development that you're not going to have to ask your brother for. You're not going to have a pay. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Look, I've launched apps on both the App Store and Google Play. That's technology of 10 years ago. Everything now is in a browser. Or it's moving back towards it. And there are things. Well, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Yeah, you don't want people having to zoom in on everything, but you just make everything browser based. That's how you keep your costs low. You know what's called the Apple App Store tax, where they're going to take 30% of any transaction. You don't want to get involved with that. You only want people going to a browser. It's literally, instead of Craigslist, it'd be Riser List or whatever you want to call it, and people go to it and they can submit their links, and at the end of the contest, the Coca-Cola company or whoever it is gets an email of the top voted entries. They can either look at every single entry, but they don't have time to do that. So they might look at the top 100 entries or the top 10 entries and then put it in front of a boardroom. The boardroom chooses the one that they like. They pay out the contest. You take 10% eventually of the contest amount, and then they're going to come back to you in quarter 2 for the next idea.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Let's just, for my own happiness and perhaps for everybody's here, I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I'm going to speak into this idea, and I want the bad and the ugly. Here we go. I have an idea, and I want you to steel man it. How a new type of marketing strategy could arise that is industry shaking. Instead of having individual marketing teams that can be very expensive for every Fortune 500, and also marketing agencies, that this effort could be crowdsourced and essentially have a very simple website where users submit links and the website hosts the links, and it would be basically companies sponsoring contests, and the links would be hosted on different social media so that costs would be kept down. So for instance, you could have a major company like Coca-Cola Company who had a contest for $100,000, and they could choose what crowdsourced ad that individual creators, small time influencers, could create for them, and how this could eventually be the future of advertising. You're circling a real shift in its raw form. So here we go. At its strongest, your concept is a platform that replaces traditional marketing teams and agencies with a global competitive crowd-sourced creative marketplace where brands post campaigns as contests and creators submit ads hosted on existing platforms, TikTok, YouTube, etc., competing for large rewards. If executed well, this could radically lower cost structures. Companies like the Coca-Cola Company spend millions on agencies, productions, and media buying. Your model eliminates agency retainers, outsources production to creators, uses organic social distribution instead of paid media. Net effect is cheaper plus more scalable experimentation. This would unlock massive creative diversity. Instead of 10 agency creatives, you get 10,000 creators, different cultures, humor styles, niches, native content for each platform. This mirrors why platforms like TikTok outperform polished ads. Raw creativity wins attention. Turn ads into competitions. Instead of get works, let the market decide. Views, engagement, conversions, reward top performers. Reward top performers. Marketing becomes closer to a trading market of attention. Align incentives better than agencies. Agencies get paid regardless. It's your system. Creators only win if they perform. Brands only pay for results. That's a huge structural innovation. Now, the real problems. Why this doesn't exist at scale yet. Brand risk. This is the biggest one. Big companies prefer not to risk off-brand messaging, offensive content, legal violations. A bad viral ad can cost millions in reputation damage. Quality control problem. If 10,000 people submit, 9,500 will be low quality. Reviewing becomes a nightmare. Agencies exist partly to filter chaos. Incentive misalignment for creators. If only one winner gets $100,000, most creators get nothing. High quality creators won't participate long term. This becomes a lottery, not a profession. Platform dependency risk. If everything lives on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you don't control distribution, algorithms, monetization. That's dangerous for a core marketing system. Legal IP ownership issues. Who owns the ad? The creator, the brand, the platform? This gets complicated fast, especially globally. Now the stronger version. This is where it becomes industry shaking. Here's how you evolve your idea into something actually disruptive. Performance-based creative marketplace. Instead of just contests, build a system with 3 layers. Tiered creator system solves the quality and trust. Creators are ranked. Tier 1, proven performance. And we've talked about this, Mrs. Mama Riser. So don't think that I just couldn't say all of that into the prompt without it shutting off. Proven performers, tier 2 emerging, and tier 3 open entry. Brands like Nike or Apple can open contests to top tiers only or go fully open for experimental campaigns. This filters quality without killing scale. 2, a hybrid payment model solves creator incentives. Instead of winner take all, small upfront payments for participation, performance bonuses, views, conversions, big prizes for top performers. Turns this into a career path, not gambling. And we've talked about this, how this opens up a new type of industry. Built-in performance tracking layer. Tracks engagement, conversion, return on investment. Think which creator generates the most revenue per dollar. This is what agencies pretend to do, but rarely prove cleanly. Brand safety, AI plus human moderation. Before anything goes live, AI filters risky content. Human reviewers approve finalists. It solves the biggest corporate fear. Distribution engine, your secret weapon. Don't just host links, aggregate performance, boost winning ads, repost across brand owned channels, potentially fund paid amplification. Now you're not just a contest platform, you're a media engine. What this becomes, the big picture. If this works, you're not just replacing agencies, you're creating a global market where attention, creativity, and advertising performance are traded like assets. That's closer to stock market mechanics meets influencer economy meets ad tech. Why this could actually win? Because it aligns with existing trends. Rise of individual creators over agencies, decline of traditional ads, algorithm driven content discovery, performance based everything. This is basically Uber for advertising creativity. That's absolutely correct. Final reality check. This won't kill agencies overnight. Instead, what happens is start with mid-sized brands. That's exactly what we were talking about. Startups, direct-to-consumer companies prove better return on investment, faster iteration, viral success rates. Then enterprise brands adopted for experimental campaigns first. Eventually, it becomes a standard channel alongside agencies. Bottom line, your idea is viable as it revolves from contest website into performance-driven creative marketplace with trust, incentives, and distribution built in. I agree with that. I think that if you were to take that idea, make it perhaps a little more succinct, put some examples in it, and you said to your brother, I know that you don't want to necessarily get things in the family, but hey, that the Rockefeller families did pretty well. Your family can do well at this too. You could say, uh, I am looking at the need for like $10,000. I don't want to go to our parents over this. I don't currently have this money, and I want you to know that I will run this, and basically, you don't have to do anything differently. If it's of interest to you, then let's see what happens because this has the opportunity to be $1 billion idea. If you don't want to have anything to do with this, that's fine. But I felt that it was prudent to make you aware of it first. Before I go and give this idea to some banker or some venture capitalist, why not keep it within our family so that we both have the opportunity to become billionaires? And you never know. Your brother may say that's a really good idea. He's into digital advertising, and that's how he makes his money. So of course he's gonna have his finger on the pulse of this. And you never know. He might say that's a good idea. How much do you need? And you may say, look, just to start off, I can't even pay for a Google. So I know I'm gonna at least need a few $1,000s, but just to give me some of a cushion, I need $10,000. And you can, I'm your brother, you trust me, you can see where all the money's going. We're going to need a little bit for legal. We're going to need for the website. And then I'm going to not get paid anything. And I'm going to reach out to these different small brands and even direct to consumers. And I'm going to get a few, just like I do with the podcast. I reach out to these people on Twitter and they get back to me right away if they're interested. And then we have a podcast that week. You can do the exact same thing with email inboxes and social media.
Yeah, no, I like the low cost bootstrapping approach. That doesn't get it rubbed away by venture capital. I think it's good. They did say in ChatGPT like AI moderation in there, which is also something. I mean,
eventually. But if you have 7 contests going on at once and 38 entries for all of them combined when you're first starting out, you don't need AI. Eventually, as you begin to scale this, absolutely. But it's going to start small, just like anything does. But again, I think a good example or analogy is this is a Winklevoss twin idea that you don't want to just go giving to Mark Zuckerberg.
I think the AI is also, there's not necessarily filtering out whether there's naked butt in the photo, but we're actually like recording audio or even using visual output of the advertisement itself. And then like analyzing
You're not gonna
insights to companies as well.
you're not gonna get a naked butt. If it won't go on TikTok, it's not gonna get to you. It has to get on TikTok first.
There you go.
So basically, you're using all of their overhead. TikTok from ByteDance and Facebook from Meta and YouTube from Alphabet, and you are leveraging that for yourself. You're using their lawyers, you're using their AI systems, you're using their login methods and their moderation policies. All you need is the link.
Back. Yeah. I really love the ideas. And in the advertising is $1 trillion,
That's a nice pie. That's a nice pie. We've talked about this. That
A little bit. You see, like a little bit.
exactly. Yeah. When
You get one, and you get like 5%. You get any.
Just saying, like some businesses that are like just skating, rating, like Ford's market or something, it helps a giant market.
I work for Telus. I don't know if but we have like three major telecommunication companies in Canada. That's one of those. But they've been doing the same ads for years and years. Like they have it. I can't imagine that this would ever work for a large company like that. No,
Yeah, no, this was like I think it depends on the company. But why like Doritos? No, nothing to do with the negative. Like Telus has a very distinct advertising flavor where they use the same purple font colors and they use cute animals. And they basically Telus advertise with cute. Where like Doritos was using doing the contest approach, and they consistently got these top ads all the time. Supposedly they stopped doing it because there was a lack of currency with the brand itself. And you can think of probably a lot of companies like the bank that does like the hands in my pockets or whatever. They have like these consistent ad kind of things across some of them decades.
that's exactly right.
And when you get to the large, it would have to be like you have to do this specification. If I'm even handwriting letters, if I was used to have to go and get, I couldn't even put a logo on paper without following the specifications.
Absolutely.
Like
Brand
yeah, that's a later.
brand requirements and licensing. Absolutely. And I would say to, let's say, the CEO of your organization, you guys are great in Canada. How would you like to be AT&T globally? And meaning, we'll take you to the next level, and you're already paying marketing teams to put out the same garbage that they've been putting out for a decade. Why? They're not doing anything different from you. All you need is a chief marketing officer, a small team, and use our platform. And we're going to give you the same animals with the same purple logo and everything, but we don't have retainer fees of a marketing agency. We're going to save you money. When you can say to a CEO that we can save you money at huge amounts of money to get either the exact same results or better results, they're going to have open ears. Now,
I feel the brands of decades advertising
they won't choose anything that isn't in line with what they want. And it's the crowdsourcing that's going to basically give them the seal of approval before they already do. Who knows? Maybe cute little animals isn't the best for their organization and they don't know it. They've just been listening to these creative agencies for the last decade. But perhaps cartoon animals are actually better and they haven't been using those. I mean, this slight adjustment can change the way that they do business. In the United States, and Reiser and I have talked about this, and this is globally actually, the number one search term that is paid on Google is the word insurance. Basically, for Google Ads, if you want your company to show up for the word insurance, it is extremely expensive per click. And this was 10 years ago when I researched this. It was like $7 every time somebody clicked that. But the thing is, when somebody has insurance with you, they will have insurance with you for decades, and that's basically an excellent customer to have. In the United States and perhaps globally, all insurances are generally the same. They just become in competition for marketing. So one, like in the United States, Aflac has a duck, and Geico has a gecko, and perhaps and like Liberty Mutual has an emu. They've all come to the same conclusion that using these animals is perhaps the best way to advertise for their insurance. However, it's taken them 20 years or so, at least, of competitive advertising against each other to be able to figure that out. They would have been able to figure this out far earlier if they had crowdsourced this and had actual numbers to be able to say, we want a cute animal. It's just, it's like, oh, duh. And your organization has figured that out. People like cute animals. I've said this previously for health companies. Why name your health company Truvina Health, some made-up word, when you could just name it something that people align with and understand, or at least have a mascot that is tangible and people identify. That's really important. With that said, Mama Reiser, you brought up a really good point. We don't need the whole $1 trillion pie. We just need a small slice of this. And it triggered in my memory a story that I really like. I'm just going to share with you in just a moment. It's a story of a man who owned a small but pivotal share of Middle East oil rights. His name was Kalust Sarkis Gulbenkian, an Ottoman Armenian oil genius known as Mr. 5%, because he eventually held 5% a 5% stake in the Turkish Petroleum Company. Gulbenkian was instrumental in the 1907 merger of British Shell and Royal Dutch to compete with Standard Oil, and later founded the TPC in 1912. His initial share distribution in the TPC was 40%, but after transferring 25% to Royal Dutch Shell and the dissolution of the Turkish National Bank, his portion was reduced to 5%. Despite this small fraction, his personal holding and expertise was crucial in navigating the complex colonial competition between Britain, Germany, and the U.S. for Mesopotamian oil rigs. And this man, as I understand, what basically he did was he was able to get the rights to oil that the Ottoman Empire didn't really feel was that important at the time. It wasn't like gold or silver or diamonds or something like that that caught your attention. And so he was able to essentially recognize, and there's a quote of his, I'd rather have 5% of a large pie than 100% of a small pie. And then there's also a phrase that I always hear in crypto that is something like, I'd rather have 10% of a watermelon than 90% of a grape.
Yeah, exactly. The one I did transit is MasterCard. Everybody knows that. It's got like 3% of the market or something.
And
The 3%, pretty much everybody in the world, every adult having at least one credit card is huge.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
what's
what you're saying earlier about the California being reluctant to trying a new form of advertising, like from the cute animals. I was just thinking like how the hell that really works, but kind of like what you're saying. If you're selling a product, like a food product or a product to Walmart or Whole Foods, you're gonna test it out in like one store first, you know, and then if it does well in that store, that local region, we're gonna expand it more and more, and then eventually go nationwide if it's actually selling and doing well. Basically, like what Telus could do is take that advertisement that gets amazing feedback on Upcake, on CrowdSpark or whatever, and then do a test in a certain area with that ad, and then compare it with that ad. I don't know if it's that easy to test the comparison, but conversion somehow on a bus advertising product.
That's difficult. That's difficult because that's impressions that aren't tracked. But social media impressions are tracked. The amount of people who click on something is tangible and easily is an easy data point to be able to chart. And that's what makes this extremely lucrative.
Yeah, because they could maybe launch a targeted ad on Twitter to specifically like Prince Edward Island or something, and see how people react.
Yeah, I mean,
Mexico City.
if I were explaining this to a class of first graders, I would say very simply, is it better to have 10 people look at your idea and give you feedback, or 10,000 people look at your idea and give you feedback? And every single kid in that classroom is going to say 10,000. They know that more numbers means better. And it's in this case, it's true. You're going to get more feedback. You're going to, and the part that AI didn't even recognize is the fact that you're now going to be able to seep into people's timelines, into their algorithms organically for free. That's incredibly powerful. And the amount of people who just like advertising, like creative things, they're going to go on Upcake or Riser's website and just look at advertisements all day, just like they look at purses on Instagram. It's the same idea.
Or people like that go on IMDb movies or go wherever to review. There's whole platforms around restaurants, whatever the hell.
Exactly. And Riser, you and I both, of the things that we discussed, one major one is comedy. Now imagine you get a really funny ad or a series of really funny ads. People are going to post that link on, or essentially share that link on their own social media just because they want to make their friends laugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's both like a perk and a limitation. It makes people want to just upload the funniest thing, if it's a serious product, which I think that the vast majority of products would probably be able to have humor in their ad, because humor is a very good way to get people to be interested in their place. But it's like a medical device or something, industrial machine product or something, where humor is not necessarily the best way to reach like their target audience. It can be not the best, but you also need the target feedback, the target audience feedback, as well as just the general vibe of it.
Well, that's why you allow the company to choose, and you don't leave it up to the people. And we discussed this, but just so Mama Riser's aware, there's the story of Bodie McBoatface. This originated in 2016. Okay, so you're aware of this, right? With basically, exactly. And so that's what you want to avoid, forcing a company to have to use some type of advertisement that they may not want to use. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't use Bodie McBoatface at a different time, or it just goes viral. It's cute, people like it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be promoted by the company. I think that that's
the company that you
exactly.
There's a lot to unpack still, but good conversation.
Excellent.
What were you gonna say?
What was I going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy that your mom knows about Bodie McBoatface, and you guys. I don't want to take up all your time. You're gonna watch the interview, so go watch the interview together. But Riser, if I were you, I would put together a really nice business plan. You're gonna need one anyway. I wouldn't necessarily go buying anything else. You're fine with what you've got, and I know who I would have to convince. I don't know about your relationship, but you don't need to ask him for hundreds of thousands of dollars, nor will you ever. This will start to make money within the first few months. Like, this isn't like, hey, we're cash strapped and we have to keep going in order to start bringing in some income. No, literally, and Riser and I have talked about this, you're going to take 10% of every contest. So if Coca-Cola wants to have a $100,000 contest, in order to post it on Upcake, it's $110,000. But that's a flat fee. There's no more to it than that. They don't have an agency that they have to pay. Riser gets $10,000, and the contest is $100,000. And then Riser, you're going to start making money right away.
Well, I could get in as a investor, but in addition to that, Zach may not be happy with. Such as.
Have to shave.
No, it's not shaving. No. I wanted him to get out dating. I think that the most important thing is to find the right person. So I want that. That is a totally Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, your son, when he wants to put his mind to it, won't have an issue. I know that I've had, he's been in calls that I've been in with women, and they find him to be very attractive. So you've done your job there. And I mean that. And that one is pretty easy. I know that everybody has their own strategy, but it's a numbers game, and the dating apps allow for it for Riser to be able to have his choice of any woman that he wants on these apps. But I understand his focus on wanting a business and to be successful before that happens. And he's still young, but he's got a lot going for him in terms of he's smart. He's very funny. You raised a very funny son. I mean that.
I agree.
And so he's not going to have trouble with women. It'd be one thing if it were like, is he ever going to get married? No. The second that he turns his mind to getting married, he'll be able to get married. But with this type of idea, I think that Mrs. Riser, you can invest in anything you want. I'm not going to tell you one way or another, but he doesn't need your money. You should keep your money. He needs like 5 days of your other son's revenue from a YouTube channel, and you're going to have two sons that within the decade, by 2030, are both billionaires.
No, not billionaires. Not billionaires.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
They're problematic.
Oh,
in my opinion.
okay. Then he can. Then he can give away all of his money. But I'm saying, like we talked about, I think Riser said that marketing is a $1 trillion industry. It's even bigger than that. And all we need is Mr. 5%, even less than that. Like you said, 0.5% of this, and he'll be a billionaire. And he can give it all away so that he, is always just a multimillionaire, whatever you want him to be. But if you don't need to convince your other son, he's the one who needs to just put together a solid business plan, and your brother won't look at it as his other brother as his brother coming to him for money. He'll be looking at it as his brother has a really good idea to make a ton of money very easily.
Do you have siblings?
I'm an only child.
Oh, okay. Well, siblings can be complicated.
I recognize it, and maybe that's why I think it's so easy. But really, if
What we care about is, peaceful, harmonious, close relationship. That's it. And I have seen in my lifetime a lot of cases where, brothers can get into business together, and it goes down. Like I've seen it multiple times. I had two uncles who lived 2 doors down from each other and did not talk for 30 years over a business deal. They bought all these globes back in I don't know, the 60s or something, and there was like thousands of them, and then they thought that they would sell them, they didn't, so they lost money.
They bought cheap globes on boxes
The world changed, and they
could not sell the globe.
yes, they do.
So anyway, so just like I've seen multiple times, and I'm not against what you're saying at all in terms of, but he will want to see some meat on the bone. Not just, hey, I have an idea. That is not the time to approach it. And as I said, I have my weird thing, but I think all young men should be out there dating. That's what I'm dating. So now that I'm embarrassed myself, I believe the conversation.
Oh, I don't think you said anything to embarrass him, and he shouldn't be embarrassed at all. His mother wants the best for him. That's only an admirable trait of a parent to have. So you didn't say anything embarrassing. And
I don't think you're on it.
Okay, I understand.
You build together.
I get that. But then you got to give up half of it.
It's your partner.
I recognize that. Well, let me ask you this, and this is going to be extremely how would I say material, but let's just be honest. If your son was successful with this business, he'd be able to get, on a scale of 0 to 10, any woman who's a 10. She comes from a great family. She's absolutely brilliant, drop dead gorgeous, the cream of the crop of women, not just in your area, but in all of North America, perhaps the world. That's what you want, right?
No, I mean, perfect is not what it's about. It's finding the person that you connect with. Period. That you communicate with, that will be a good partner, that will be there for that. I understand, money is not. I don't want my sons to be with somebody because they have money.
No. I understand that. You'd be able to connect.
I want them to be with somebody who's a solid, really great, grounded person with wonderful morals and maybe a good sense of humor, and somebody would be a great mother if they choose to go that route, but a really supportive, great partner. And I think you can find that before the successful.
He mostly
don't want to. I worry about that. He's a wonderful girlfriend, and she has no idea that he's not, because he hasn't really told.
he
So one day he's gonna go by the
He has some idea. He's
driving a BMW.
She knows she's not blind, but
He's wearing like a $4,000 watch.
she knows that she's doing what she is.
Oh yeah, my brother thousands on the
Okay, so if he's willing to do that, he might be willing to consider this. He might.
That's why, which I guess. Anyway. So no, I don't think it's about waiting and raising it all. I think it's that, you know.
Okay. Financial security is something else.
It is. It absolutely is.
They do the quality of somebody that really, they're not looking for, oh, I need somebody right now who's got all the shit together. They're looking for somebody that's the right quality to actually be a good partner. And be successful. Yeah. No, it's like, so anyway, that you asked my opinion, and that's my opinion, honestly. And I think all young men should be out there because this is the time.
Okay.
This is the time.
Okay.
This is the time where, you know.
Okay. With all things being equal, that Riser will find a woman who he connects with, who's funny, who's humorous. Would you rather have her be on a scale of 0 to 10, a 6 or a 9?
In terms of what?
Her everything else the same, education the same, family the same, but in terms of her beauty.
Beauty?
I know it fades, but what I'm saying.
You're asking Gandhi here, man.
Well, here, no, the thing about it is whether or not they're attractive to him.
Wait, everything else is the same.
And I hope he doesn't go for the tens, because the tens generally have, you know, a bunch of issues that are going on being a 10.
But not all of them do. Not all of them do. Many of them are educated, smart, will love him, and want to be with him for until the day they both die, God forbid. And that's what you want.
I really don't care what they look like. Honestly. Okay, so I met some, you would call them tens.
Yeah.
That young girls that are 10. And as soon as you're in, like, no, they have got problems.
Then they're not necessarily. Then they're not 10s.
Is mind like insane, and she has. She's it often comes with a lot of things wrong, right? Because I was not a 10, I'll tell you, but I was a good looking young woman. And it didn't matter what room I walked into or down the street, everybody was there. Everybody.
Sounds like a 10 to me.
To your head, right? Like it's screwed up. It screws up your head because you really think, well, I guess, my looks are everything. And it's just not. It's just not about that at all. You know, maybe it's a maturity thing. I'm old now, right? But I'm just saying, I would not ever.
Okay, that's a, okay. Then a 9, but let's say a pretty.
Go for. Okay, I'm not gonna say go for a 4, right?
Oh, you're so kind. All of that.
Okay, no. You want it. You can in terms of quality of person. Absolutely. You want a 10 for somebody who's supportive, kind, generous. All of those things should be 10. Education. Okay. Well, if that's how you're measuring it, I'm like a 4. I don't know. I've got a high school education. I'm a senior solutions architect in IT, but I've got a high school education. So I get that it's really important, and you know, obviously, I've learned a lot along the way. But
Have you seen the motion on So there's a blended trivia night every night. He lied to his group about his education, saying that he went to university. And everyone in his friend group university went in. And there's this whole like multi this guy who's just petrified to live with a group of him that he's getting pretty fun.
And then the other thing is, like Zach's brother, high school education. So, when I say, be with somebody, as long as they have street smarts, as long as they're, intuitive, as long as they have a high EQ, you guys have to have a high EQ.
I agree.
Those are the things. So yeah, 10 on that level. Look, honestly, I don't know anybody that you're attracted to. I don't actually care. If she's a 4. She's probably not going to be a 4 because those poor girls that are born as 4s. That's kind of unfair. But it doesn't matter. You're probably not going to be with somebody that you're not really attracted to, and you will be shocked that you can be attracted to a 5 or a 6 or a 7.
Oh, those are great numbers. Sevens are great numbers. Look, I think we can both agree. He's your son, so your say has a lot more. But what I am saying is, we want her to look in his eyes be a 10, and for him to be in her eyes a 10. They may not be 10s, they may not be perfect, but we want them to love each other and feel that is the person for them, right?
Exactly. It's who you connect with. It's whether it's how you. If you share a similar perspective in life, if you wake up with somebody that's happy every day, that's huge. If you wake up with somebody that is a 10 in terms of their looks and they're miserable every day, you're not going to last. You're just not going to last. Right? So it really is, I hate to say it, guys, it's really about the personalities. Yeah. Maybe if you're a multi-gazillionaire or whatever, you get like the best.
Wait, and that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're talking about. Your son has the opportunity at that. He does.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
They're not going to come, and I would say this to you, right? We're not going to come knocking on your door. Right? Get out there.
Hold on. Wait. Riser hit the nail on the head.
Sorry?
Riser hit the nail on the head. They will if you're a billionaire.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, when you're all wrinkly and finally naked. No. And also, you need practice. You gotta get out there and date. You gotta date some. You gotta kiss some fries.
Wait. When it comes to that.
You all just figure out and get good at relationships. It just doesn't happen when you're suddenly ready for your friend to come along.
At least.
You're gonna screw up. Go screw up relationships now. Go figure out what works, what doesn't, who you like, what personality traits you. Do all that now. So then when you meet your 10, then you're a 10. Unless you have experience out there dating, you're not a 10. I don't care what you look like. You're not a 10 until you that takes practice relationships to get there.
Mama Riser, at least from my perspective, I've had many female friends. I've lived with women. I have been a pickup artist where I would go in with other pickup artists where we go and see how many women's numbers we can get in a given night. I have even dated women who my profile was so high on Tinder, they asked me out to find out how I was able to get such a high score, and we went on dates in Beverly Hills. So I can tell you that, like, from the gaming the system and being able to do well in terms of dating, I don't have an issue with that. And Additionally, from a religious standpoint, I've had matchmakers who I've been pretty close to, perhaps popping the question with in some in in some relationships, but I just wasn't ready. And so I agree with you. If I've never dated or never had any experience with women, oh, get out there and yeah, absolutely. But at least in my case, I'm pretty good at all of that. I've taught classes on that where you actually have men who come to you and they basically, we call them within the pickup artist community, AFCs, average frustrated chumps. They come to you, they don't know why they can't get a date, and you basically, if you've ever seen the movie Hitch, you make sure that they're dressing correctly, that they have proper hygiene, that they are using small tips like eye contact and just listening and all of those types of things. And there are certain routines that we do. There are all kinds of things like that. So at least from an experience perspective, I feel pretty comfortable with that. And then there's there are other ways of experience with let's just say behind closed doors with a person and making sure that you're able to bring pleasure to your significant other. Those are all really important things too. And if somebody doesn't have any experience in doing any of those things and they find themselves perhaps middle aged, then absolutely get out and date 100%. But at least in my case, I've quite a bit of experience in all of those realms, and
You've done that, and now you're not.
absolutely. But I can use that experience, and really, to Riser's point, women will come to you under certain conditions, and if you have certainly a nice investment portfolio that helps. But I'm in agreement with you that nobody is perfect, and from any standpoint. But at least Riser's young enough that if he were to focus on this for a year or two, I really think that he could make a lot of money doing it. And then go and he could be married by 30. He could have kids by 31 or 32. That's a
He can do both. You don't have to do just one, right? Like maybe in your case, where you're 24/7 and you're in a very unusual circumstance.
That's correct.
You've got an excuse to not get out there.
That's correct.
Fine. I get that. But he's not.
And you're right about that.
He can be doing both. And if
Absolutely.
you're not doing both, then you're doing yourself.
I agree. And
Really,
that's
how I feel. And I know I'm an overprotective mama bear.
I think what you're saying is prudent. And Riser and I don't really get into too much in terms of his relationships or anything like that. I don't have too much of a worry from him because I just know I've been in calls where attractive women are immediately attracted to him, and he doesn't really realize it, and that's cool. But that's kind of, you have to know your self-worth as well, and maybe it would be helpful if he could recognize and have the no. I'm not going to name this person's name, but someone who a lot of people were attracted to. Immediately, one time, Riser went on cam. One of the first times he ever went on cam, and she was like, "Who is that?" And she was very attracted to him. I'm not going to say her name now. It happened though. I was there, and I remember it quite well. No one in this call, not Mr. Question, nobody else. So you don't have issues with that. Even Riser, you were like get pizza the other day, and like some girl working at the pizza place was flirting with you. You just don't recognize it.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. He doesn't recognize it, and it's just,
Let's bash Riser.
No,
Riser, 6'4", like that is not in it.
that's all he needs. That's top 5% of the human species. He'll be fine with that.
Yeah.
Seriously, he could be absolutely stupid, ugly. Exactly.
I know he'll be great when he's out there, but it's like he's kind of waiting. He's doing this. Oh, well, I'm successful. I'll go out, and I just think not the correct approach.
I don't mean to beat up on him, but he needs more urgency, just in his life, in women and in business. Like my big thing with him is in business. It's always, hey, I've got this new idea, and when we go through it, it's like it's a good idea, but okay, what are you going to do with it? And then it doesn't pick up as much traction as I would like. And perhaps within dating, he should perhaps maybe do the same thing, have more urgency in terms of that. Well, Riser, that I don't want to beat up on you. Most men could only want to be in your position. You've got a great family. You've got a great head on your shoulders, a great personality. You're smart. You've got you're attractive. You're tall. You're athletic. You are a lover of animals. You've got a lot going for you. So we'll make sure that you find an amazing woman. There's no doubt about that. I want you to achieve all the things that you want in this world. And one of them, I know you want to be extremely successful in some type of venture. May not be this one, but in something. But I would say to you, Riser, you've got a winning idea here that could really be industry changing. And I just know myself, I can be a very convincing person. I know I could convince my brother. If we didn't absolutely hate each other, I would treat this like any other business meeting. I would make sure to be over prepared on all of the, just like in Shark Tank or in Dragon's Den, I would have the answer to all of their questions. And if he eventually said no, then he said no. I'm not gonna ruin our relationship over this. But one thing that Mama Riser said, that she had two uncles who didn't speak for 35 years. Their idea had a major, well, they basically were requiring each other's help. You're not really asking for anything aside from him just writing a small check to you, something that he writes for a watch or just a tune-up on his foreign automobile. Like, this isn't huge amounts of money. You're literally saying, I can't pay 1 year of a Google Plus account, but I have a $1 billion idea. I think if it were me, I would put together the business plan. I would show my brother I'm really serious. I'd wear a suit. I'd want to, if you can meet with him in person, great. Via video, but I would show my brother that I'm taking this more seriously than he's ever seen me take anything, that I knew my numbers, and then I would give him examples, and I would use my own mother's business organization as the example. I would say, look, you and I both have been watching for our whole lives how this company markets, and they use these animals and all of that, and that's great. And here's one of their ads that they use. Now, for their upcoming advertising campaign, they could just do the same thing that they always do, which is fine, but we're going to give them more options at what they normally do if they don't want to go in a different direction. But here are 5, and I would even create the different creative for him, the different videos for him, and say, now what if you took this idea and you crowdsourced it? And not only would the company have a better commercial, every commercial could always be better from one thing or another. It could be it could have a slightly more attractive person, or it could use slightly different song, or it could use different lighting, whatever it is. You crowdsource what people felt was the absolute best version that they could get, and that made people post it on their own social media. It made people excited about advertising. It made advertising agencies essentially obsolete. It made companies more money. It made people more money. If I had this type of idea that could essentially transform a company that we know really well, imagine what it could do on a global scale. And I'm not asking for much of you, just the initial startup. And from there, it's going to pay for itself. It's not like we have 5 years to be profitable. No, we'll be profitable in the first quarter. All I have to do is then email MeUndies and ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Squarespace and Shopify and some of these medium to large businesses and say, you are already running a contest for something. I just want to put that and feature it on my website and will do the first one for free, and you're going to see all of the creative ideas they're going to be able to crowdsource for you. You're going to be able to choose them, and if you don't like any of them, that's fine. You don't absolutely have to choose something this first round. You could put some kind of terms and conditions on it, but chances are they're going to want to, especially these smaller organizations. For $10,000 to a company like Squarespace that they pay for that for Tony Hinchcliffe or William Montgomery or one of our other favorite comedians on a podcast to read one time, they will take the risk knowing that the potential payoff is worth immense amounts for them. If I were to be able to say that to anybody, including my brother, he's going to recognize that this isn't his brother coming to him for money. This is his brother coming to him with an idea that can make him a lot of money. And that is a totally different opportunity. You're not asking him to buy you a car. You're asking for him to be able to make more money for himself. And everybody likes to hear that if they are looking to make more money. And your brother's one of these people as well. He likes money. He likes his BMW. He likes his fancy watch. Why not have more of that? I'm sure he'd like a yacht. I'm sure that he'd like to be able to, level up. Exactly. I mean, I hear how he is, and I don't need to know him. He would. He's a millionaire right now. He's he's a multimillionaire right now. This money means nothing to him. But if he sees the idea, if he sees and he knows that YouTube isn't forever, that there can be changes in the world that may eventually mean that the popularity of his niche isn't forever. You never know. Things can change. But this is a groundbreaking idea that has the opportunity to make him a billionaire. And if Mama Reiser doesn't want him to be a billionaire, that's fine. He can be a 999 millionaire for the rest of his life and get thank you, and just have this glass ceiling of the billionaire class, and does not need that. And I understand that your mom wants you guys to remain grounded and not to become miserly and not to become greedy, and I absolutely understand that. On the flip side, though, your brother loves money, and he didn't come to you with this idea. You're going to come to him with an excellent business plan, and I would make sure my brother recognized that I was taking this more seriously than anything else that I've ever taken before. I would get a suit if you don't already have one, or I'd wear one of the suits that I already do. You're a good-looking dude. You're going to be able to come across attractive to different organizations, and you're going to be able to say, look, within the first quarter, if we have the website, I think that we'd be able to make $10,000. But the second quarter, once we had some satisfied customers, I think we'd be able to make $100,000. And by the third quarter, you just need 10 pretty big contests to make $1 million or so. Perhaps you're going to need more of those. But basically, I'm saying that you might be able to gross $1 million within the first year. Perhaps there's a chance, and you're going to be able to. Shake up the industry and help people who need money. There's an aspect of that I don't think maybe we're realizing, but there are a lot of needy artists out there and creative people who would love the opportunity of an organized platform to be able to showcase their work. Reiser, you're a muralist, and one of the great aspects of being a muralist is that people see what you do. Well, a lot of times these creatives go into a business meeting, they have a really great idea, the business team or whatever rejects their idea, and their idea dies in a manila folder, and nobody ever gets to see it. This changes that. This gives them a canvas for their creativity, and that's exciting. All right, Reiser. Well, the ball's in your court. And Reiser, do you have any of the dating apps downloaded? Do you have Tinder downloaded? Do you have Match.com downloaded? Do you have Hinge downloaded?
I don't use that.
Okay, but it's a numbers game. Why wouldn't you want to expose yourself to the most amount of great women?
I don't know.
Okay, we can talk. Oh, no matches? Are you kidding me? My biography would say this: 6'4", That's it. That's all it has to say. Women are going to throw themselves at you.
Very, very good. I'll try that.
Okay, Riser, we'll work on that. There are, I mean, it's not super complicated, but you need some professional pictures taken of yourself, or at least high quality photos of yourself doing different things. At least one with your dog. That's wonderful. You want one of an action shot, one of you more serious. They don't have to be a ton. If you have anything from the beach or something like full body, that's great. You need 4 or 5 great pictures. We'll write your biography. And I mean, from there, it's just about swiping right. It's a numbers game. It isn't difficult. The way that I was able to pick up a sociologist from from Match, she worked at Tinder, is literally just having excellent pictures, having a good biography, and swiping right on a lot of women. And then all I had to do was check my inbox at the end of the day. And now, how did I do it? I had I 2 ways. One, I built a robot that was able to swipe right for me, so I didn't have to sit there and swipe right all day. And secondly, I was able to hack the Tinder platform. You won't have to do any of those. I'm not 6'4", so I had to use some of the creativity that I have. But you're not going to need to do any of those things. But literally, if in your case, if it would please your family, you should go at least out. You should have a date every single week, and find somebody who you really connect with, and someone who likes someone who likes animals and pickleball and all the things that you enjoy. Like that, a date a week is nothing. And you have to do that for like 2 months, and you'll find some girl who you really like, and then from there you'll be dating for months and months and months, and then perhaps you may propose and then get married, and you can juggle a cake and a fiance going to be a wife, and then you're like a real person, like meaning a provider and you are a provider, and you're going to be a normal husband and father eventually, and those are all the things that your mother wants.
Well, I think those are all the things that most people would like. Probably 98% of people, maybe not the kids, but everybody, 99.999%. If everybody's really honest, that's kind of the main thing in life, is to find love.
I agree. We have to first convince Riser he's a catch. He's got to recognize that he is, and he has to recognize how much of a catch he is. Riser, I love this phrase. One time I was talking with an uncle of mine, and we got into a discussion. Riser, do you know how you know if you're cool? You just know. Meaning coolness comes internally. It's something that you have to recognize in yourself. And if you haven't recognized it in yourself, you should. You're very cool. I'm cool. I'm cooler than being cool. I'm ice cold. And I love having you in my life. And you've got to recognize that other people are going to love having you around, and that you have a very high value, and that high value, that internal appreciation of yourself is going to go and take you a long way. But you got to recognize it in yourself first. No one else can make you cool. No one else can give you that type of confidence. That's something that comes internally, and you'll understand it. It comes internally.
No, I agree. The last long I mean, like the last short while has been well, and before that was like mentally. But yeah, I think hopefully I'll stop feeling as shitty and also just care about myself more, and also do more exciting theme things. It's kind of like a spiraling, self-perpetuating machine of like negative feelings perpetuate negative feelings, and positive feelings perpetuate positive feelings. So hopefully I can come into alignment more positive feeling.
You're a cat.
Yeah. One thing that I learned is like I've never met someone so narcissistic and egotistical. But not even in like a bad way, but just like I'm the best thing and slice and attitude. And how does it actually change my perspective? Because literally I have human being alive, so full of itself. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's not actually a bad thing to feel that way. Like you're not even saying that like everyone else sucks. It's just like, no, I'm exceptional and an amazing human being. So
Well, thank you.
I do. It has opened my mind before. Oh wait, I can kind of just feel like I'm amazing, even if I aren't and not doing most awesome stuff yet. I'm gonna do it.
You are amazing. You are amazing.
Done awesome shit already.
Absolutely, you are amazing. All right, you go spend time with your family. Mama Riser, is a pleasure to speak with you again. We're gonna make sure that all of Riser's dreams come true, and all of the dreams that you may have for your children come true, including not becoming billionaires, not becoming too successful, and finding love and finding people who love them. So I look forward to not just Riser and I friendship, but our continued friendship. And send my best to Christopher. And if you guys ever need anything, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thanks so much. This was a real pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And we'll talk again.
Right
I'm
on.
sure at some point.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Peace.
Peace.
I will bring the documentary.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
Yeah, no.
Take care.
But we got the time.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for chatting.
Absolutely. Take care,
Have a
Riser.
good one.
You too. Bye. Shout out to Riser.
That's pretty good. Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just think, that could be one of the lemons that ends up on your next drink, everybody. I'm just kidding. Oh, shit. All right, here he goes. Anthony Zamora, everybody. He's on Instagram at Antoine_the Don. Don't steal those, too. He loves stealing things worth 25 cents. He also looks like Wahoo from the Cleveland Indians. Can you see that? Hold on, he just grabbed something. Oh, Zamora kills himself in a stunning turn. What a twist. All right. Mariano DiVincenzo is next. But not before Kaylee keeps us all safe and sanitary up here. Again, the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose famous for their cheeseburgers. Believe it or not, I don't know if you've ever had a cheeseburger. Cheeseburgers? Yeah, world famous cheeseburger. How many of you have the cheeseburger at the Yellow Rose? Okie dokie. How many of you love H-E-B? Fuck yeah. Where's my Matt's El Rancho people at? Where's my Barton Springs, huh? Where's my Pete Terry's at? All right, here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Mariano DiVincenzo.
What's up, everybody? So, I know I have a confusing name and identity, but I am actually Latino. A lot of people ask me why I don't do like typical Latino humor, and it's because I'm from Argentina, and we're not very Mexican. But I do speak Spanish, so that is pretty Mexican of me. But I am more Latino than people think. Growing up, I actually used to perform in a Latin soul band with my friend Erwin. We were called Erwin and Faya. But anyway, I do identify as Latino or Latinx. I don't want anybody to get offended. You're all a bunch of putex. Anyway, here in America, most people know us Argentinians. Unfortunately, they're for soccer.
Because of our innovations and management, we should make it fun and control. Welcome, Ethan. Welcome, Ethan. Ethan, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, is there any way you can switch that account with the Baltimore Ravens account? Is there any way you can take that account that you have right there and move it in the one where your Baltimore Ravens account is, and move the Baltimore Ravens account one in here?
Yeah.
Can you do that for me, please?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, move the Baltimore Ravens one in here and move the other one. So here's the thing, Brandon. Well, let me just ask this. So the one that says Brandon A on it, you know what I'm talking about?
The one that has a Nike flag.
No, the one that has the word King on it. That one, the one that you're using right now. Brandon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can change the profile picture on that account?
The one that
Yep, that one right there. The word, it's got the word King on it. The reason why is I don't want people to. I want people of all backgrounds to be able to come in here, and I don't want to push religion on anybody. And it would just be easier if you could just have anything else. Put anything else you want on there. Is that okay? No, the one that you're currently using, it is. I'll tell you what the one it is. Just one moment. And I'd really appreciate it. And I don't mind it, but I don't want the one that says Trump Kingdom 2002. Can you just change the profile picture on that one?
Yeah.
I would very much appreciate that. And then that would mean the world to me if you could do that. You change it to whatever you want. And if you don't want to do that, and I understand if you don't want to do that, then just take that account and move it to where the Baltimore Ravens one is and the Baltimore Ravens one into here, if that works for you. Either one. In fact, I can even do it. I can even do it for you if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do it. I'm going to move this account into the Baltimore Ravens one, and I'm going to move the Baltimore Ravens one into here. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Excellent. I sincerely appreciate it, Brandon. And then you don't have to change anything. So just one moment. I'm moving this one to here. There we go. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon. There you go. Perfect. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful night. And if there's anything you need from me, you let me know, okay? Sweet dreams, big dog. Thank you, sir. Shout out to Brandon. That is very nice of him. Pardon me.